Welcome. Hello. How is life? Jesus. Oh. Thoughts on the 16 legal mindset guy, the passport bro Timu lawyer. The 16 legal mindset guy. Oh, like a, oh, I understand. Good one. Let's go over Trump's peace plan for Russia. Watch this E33 video essay.
Claire obscure expedition.
All your orbiters were trashing you in Kafka Esquire stream behind your back. Are you fucking serious? Do you know the Dinesh research starts? Whenever the fuck I want to start it. Wait, okay, hold on. Can we do a quick... Okay, what looks better? 1 or... Wait. 2. 1. 2. 1. 2. Legal mindset culture for stalking, harassing. Link me. Okay, and then 1 or 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. I'm going with 2. Fuck you guys. I think 1 is too dark. Yeah, fuck it. I have a disagreement that is relevant for the peace plan for Russia, Ukraine. The fuck do you want?
Oh, hi. Sorry, let me mute the stream.
Wait, what the fuck?
What?
Wait, where are you from?
From Belarus.
Oh, okay. Never mind. You sounded not European for a second. Okay.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I guess it's a compliment.
Oh, no, now you're getting more. Okay, go ahead. Foreigner.
What do you think is the main goal Putin has in Ukraine?
What is the main goal that Putin has in Ukraine as of right now at this point in time?
Yeah, or like rank the top 4 or 3.
Man, I don't have I just haven't kept up much, and I don't know much about the internal politics of Russia. If I had to guess, I would say 1 is the most important thing is on a macro level is coming away feeling like they've won the war, to maintain his like leadership legitimacy and all of that. Two is I'm sure there's some land that they really want. Crimea for Sevastopol is obviously important. I guess maybe the land bridge there, although there's like a bridge there. I'm sure there's some like resources or something in the eastern part of Ukraine that they like. Probably some future guarantee that Ukraine can never join NATO or have any kind of security alliance or agreement with any Western power. And then probably some restriction on how Ukraine is allowed to deal with Russia or something, maybe militarily or whatever. That'd be my some guess like that. Yeah, there's obviously the idea would be like installing like a Russian puppet leader or whatever, but like I don't think that would ever happen. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think those are correct, but in the opposite order. I think they care a lot more about Ukraine being fucked up than about physical land. And I have reasons for that, if you want to hear them out.
Ooh, are you like a... do you know the phrase color revolution?
Yeah, I know. It's like a very popular phrase that Russia uses.
Okay. I don't actually know what that means. I shouldn't even say that. Wait, there's this concept of like...
It basically means just any revolution that happens post like 1990 that Russia doesn't like. That's literally how it's used.
Okay, let's go. Okay, sure. I don't know why I shouldn't have even used that term. I've heard it said, but I don't know how true this is. I've heard it said that one old threat to the Soviet Union, and even somewhat of a threat to modern Russia, is the concept of a bordering nation getting more favorable to the West. So like Ukraine and making a deal with the European Union just to be able to trade, having a more favorable relationship with the West, and then starting to thrive off of that favorable relationship is something that Russia really wants to avoid, because the message should be that like,
exactly.
Yeah, okay.
And especially because Russia and Ukraine are very similar culturally.
Okay.
Having like a democratic, thriving Ukraine would be really bad for like Putin internally. We have like a shining example of what Eastern Europeans, like post-USSR Slavs, can achieve in this region on their own if they go more democratic Western way.
Mm-hmm.
So have some proofs that this is like the most important things for him. So if you look at, for example, the Minsk Accords, the second Minsk Agreement, I can send you a wiki page. So points 11 and 12 are basically that Ukraine has to... So the Minsk Accords basically were the idea that Ukraine reintegrates those rebel regions, Donetsk and Luhansk, as like a federal states. So the Minsk Accord 2 included the point that Ukraine has to change the constitution and allow those regions to have veto power for all national and international agreements Ukraine makes.
Jesus.
And also to have,
okay.
And also to have independent militias inside, and allow Russian media.
Okay, I was aware that I think they wanted them to remain. Russia does this meme where it's like, oh, you have to be like a semi-autonomous region or whatever, which
yeah, exactly.
But they were going to have veto power over what the country proper voted for. I wasn't aware of that. Okay.
It's not. I don't think it's explicitly stated that it's veto power, but it's basically that like all national laws have to be confirmed by those regions.
Okay.
And like there's I couldn't find the source for that, but I saw it in one video that like when they were negotiating the agreements, and the journalist asked the Russian diplomats like how is it going, and he just gave 2 thumbs up, because it was really good for them.
Okay.
Like they wanted those things. They didn't care about those regions being reintegrated back into Ukraine, as long as they could have that sort of influence on on Ukrainian politics.
Okay.
And then you saw the same thing when Russia invaded in 22. It's like they didn't go for land capture; they went straight for the capital to install their leader.
Okay.
And then the same in this peace plan. They have a lot of things, like they don't really push any territory, so they basically say the territory as is frozen, but they demand no NATO expansion.
I heard that. That can't be real. Is it really that? I've only read headlines of this, so I haven't even gone over the plan yet, so I can't argue with it. But like,
I can send you the link to the plan on Axios.
Is part of the agreement really no NATO expansion, or is it just no NATO membership for Ukraine?
So, what Axios says is that no NATO expansion.
Okay, what an unbelievable cock.
It's point. Which one is it? 3. It is expected that Russia will not invade neighboring countries, and NATO will not expand further.
Okay.
And also you can see some other points, like recognition of Russian as a co-equal language. So the same thing we have in Belarus, that like Belarusian and Russian are on equal level.
Mm-hmm.
No like bans of Russian media, Russian church, all of that. Yeah. And my prediction is that any peace plan that Russia proposes will include those sort of things that will try to keep Ukraine, even if democratic, then like not in NATO. So if something fucks up, if something goes not the way Kremlin likes, they will just invade again.
Okay.
And they will be willing to do that a lot more than like ask for territory. So if like and this is like really fucked up for Trump because he's retarded and he will see like, oh, Russia agrees to cede some territory, but he will not care about those sort of things that will be terrible for Ukrainian sovereignty in the long term.
Mm-hmm.
Like Putin might propose basically Minsk 2 again. Like you reintegrate those regions, but they get veto rights and we get our media there. And Trump might like take him up on that.
Jesus.
Yeah, and as is, so I
The
think
U.S. Wait, real quick. The
because
U.S. will
land-
save compensation for the guarantee. What is this compensation? Like $5 million or like $500 billion? What does that mean? What is the compensation?
Yeah,
How
I don't
much?
know. I think it's from like the frozen assets that Russia had in foreign banks.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think this whole plan is basically just Putin's demands that were handed off to Witkov.
Oh, gotcha. So this is the Russian maximalist position, basically.
I think so. Anyways, and as is, I think because land is like so low on the list,
Mm-hmm.
I think Putin really wants to keep the war as long as it was possible, because the longer it goes on, the more fucked up situation Ukraine becomes, like internally, like
Mhm.
just politics wise, just a pressure cooker. And the more people like Trump, like right wing populists in Europe, in US, can like use Ukraine as sort of a tool to get to power, in terms of like a talking point, like why we're sending money there, let's spend money inside, and then not spend money inside. Why spending money on Ukraine, let's spend money on our military, and so on. I have some more notes, I can send you an email.
Okay. Well.
And yeah, I just basically recommend you watch Vlad Lexler. He does a lot of videos on Ukraine, Russia.
Yeah.
He's like a very, I would say, unique point of view that you don't really view much
Mm-hmm.
on your streams. Just something to consider.
Okay. Well,
I also have some notes on yesterday's debate, but they're not as interesting.
Sure. What about it?
Basically, I don't think you should have used Nuremberg as an example, because it immediately turns off people's brains. That like they think that you think that Republicans are doing the Holocaust.
Sure.
And also after Nuremberg, a lot of people.
I think that's a fairish point, but like, one thing that's like, I just don't know how to. Do you live in Belarus? Are you able to say that?
And no, I moved out like 3 years ago
Okay.
after the protests and stuff.
I just really don't like how normalized Jesus, how everything Trump can say or do. Like the tweet about the execution thing, that's just crazy. But nobody, he's like a child. The Sam Harris quote yesterday was really like on point of like, Trump has set the standard for just being a retarded, petulant child, so he can basically act that way all the time. And nobody, that's just so insane to me. Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah, so basically, I think Nuremberg is a bad example because of that, and also because didn't go super well in like for what you want. So I have this quote from Wikipedia that 78% of Germans initially assessed the trial as fair, but 4 years later that has fallen to 38%. Like the information was out there, but they just didn't want to believe it.
What is the well? What happened with Germany such that it didn't fall back into Nazism?
It was under military occupation from like 4 countries.
For
They
how
just
long?
literally
Now?
had for like 10 years or so, I think, until they established their own government in the West and the East.
How Do you
And
have
then the
opinions
same thing
on
happened-
U.S.? I don't know why you would know this, but like, do you know anything about like U.S. like
Yeah.
reconstruction or after like the?
So that's the second thing I wanted to mention.
Yeah.
Was like basically the same thing happened after the Civil War in the U.S.
Mhm.
That like federal troops were stationed in the South. They forced slavery to be abolished. They forced all the Confederates out. And I think Wick brought it up yesterday a few times. That like they were not that harsh. They were like Lincoln was like super harsh on that. But then when Lincoln got killed, his vice president was a cuckold who was pro-Confederate.
Mhm.
And basically tried to roll all of that back. And then they had a fight with Congress about it, and it basically petered out after that.
Mhm. Hmm. I've
There's,
heard
like,
different
a
people
meme
say that like
that-
Reconstruction was like a failure because of reconciliation.
Oh.
There's too much. Like I know they forgave like that whole 14th Amendment thing. I think Congress passed a thing basically forgiving insurrectionists, so they wanted to run for government again and all that.
Yeah, but Congress also passed the 14th Amendment, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah, but then later on they did that forgiving provision,
Yeah.
which might not be bad, but I don't know. I've heard different takes on whether or not they were too forgiving or not forgiving, or no. The current take I've heard, but I haven't researched this at all, was just that like they were too forgiving, and it allowed the South
that
to like
was much later. Initially, they was super harsh on it.
Okay, sure.
But you should look into it. It's a interesting topic. It's like crazy fucked up time. Like you had military governors installed by the president. You had a new department of U.S. government handing out aid to free the black people.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a crazy time.
I think that it's insane to me that that people still fly Confederate flags. That's crazy to me in the United States. That's seen as some kind of like
that's like basically a rebellion against the United States.
not basically. It is a rebellion. It actually is it literally definitionally is a whole war fought over it. Yeah, that's crazy to me. Yeah.
Oh, and also Prime chirped in a few times. It was like, "Oh, you want to do de-Ba'athification?" I think that's like the only example I found of like kicking people out from the previous government that didn't go super well. Well, not super well, but just went terribly.
Sure. I also don't
And I
like I don't like that comparison for the two reasons I brought up. That one, I'm pretty sure I haven't read on this in a long time, but I'm pretty sure it was a single party government, right? The Ba'ath Party was the
Yes.
Yeah. So one, if you were in government, you had to be there. Number one, and then two, it was a dictatorship. I think there's an interesting I wouldn't call this paradoxical, but like a nation's people, I think, are more responsible for their democratic government's actions than a authoritarian country's people. And I'd say that's doubly true for elected or for politicians, right? Like Saddam Hussein, like you either do what he wants in his party or you're either not in the government or you get killed. Whereas in the United States, you have a choice on which party you can run for. You have a choice to support the government or not, yeah?
So if you look at like what happened in communist countries, they also did what they call lustrations. So
Mhm.
they didn't kick out everyone who was in the Communist Party, but they did kick out everyone who was like a high up government official, who was in the Secret Service, who was an informant,
Mm-hmm.
and then they like prosecuted them or something, depending on the country
Sure.
and the person. But all of that, I don't think it's possible in the United States, sadly, because like all of those things happened when there was like a real revolution in government or like an occupying military, and you're not going to have that. Even in the best case scenario.
I think my position yesterday, it was a little memey,
Was
but I
memey.
think I kind of discovered it in real time, and that I think there is like an actual. This would be it would be politically very difficult, but functionally it would be so easy, and it would be the. Are you aware pretty intricately of like the construction of the 14th Amendment, the Section 3 part?
Yeah.
Like
I argue with people online.
Congress could theoretically call a session. Now, the Supreme Court, because they love Trump, gave a ruling that said, well, actually, that's only enforceable by the Congress. Fine. Congress could create a commission and then pass a law recognizing Trump as an insurrectionist,
Yes.
as well as his supporters. And then everybody involved in such could be adjudicated either by a commission in Congress or by the states if they allow it via bill. And then all that would do, the nice thing about Section 3 of the 14th Amendment is that the only thing it would do is it would just prohibit you from occupying a future office. It doesn't require a criminal conviction, so pardons don't apply.
That's a very reasonable position.
Mhm.
So just have Congress pass a law that basically implements the 14th Amendment,
Yeah.
the section 3. Just like line out what insurrection is, how do you define it, and then the courts and states can figure it out.
Yeah, I think so. I think that'd be good, yeah.
But then to do that, you need like a what's it called? Like 60 people plus.
Yeah, we need a majority or
Filibuster-proof majority
Oh, sure, yeah.
in both houses.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
that's it.
All right. Well,
Bye.
I love you. Be careful. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's gonna be one big bite. He's about to one-shot this steak. I don't know what's gonna happen. Hold on. Oh no. Wait.
Beast, happy birthday, buddy.
Oh, never mind. Oh, it's for him. Okay, okay.
This is your birthday. This is your birthday steak.
It's worse?
Cut one for me first. 2. These are good knives. Ready? I'm gonna give you a big one.
Oh.
Yeah, is that good? Yeah, that good?
Okay, the sharing the fork is one thing, but that's way too big of a bite. Hey, I don't know if this is true, so I'm correct me wrong. Apparently the most common food that people die eating at their homes is steak. It's the most common thing that you like eat and choke or whatever. Wait. Is my mic quiet? Hold on. No, it's not. Okay.
Happy birthday to us.
Oh,
It's not your birthday,
a
Rob.
big one. A second one.
It's not
Sorry,
this
second one.
great. All right. Bite number 2, tomahawk steak.
Wait, you missed it? Wait, what did I miss?
Birthday to us.
I mean, they're already sharing a fork. I mean,
This knife is great. All right. Bite number 2, tomahawk steak. Oh, shit.
Oh, well, there you go.
Let's try this. Let's get a little béarnaise.
do the dogs care about the sauce?
Ready? That's some good shit, isn't it? Yeah? That's some good
You might
shit.
need that.
Okay.
Was designed and
Wait, I have to do a couple messages. XQC choking. Good luck.
created by an architect named Randall Stoff. Asumi is a modern day
Steak Felix. Make sure to remove this part of the dono. If I mean when you
Welcome to
spend
sunny
this
South
time
Florida.
on the book,
I'm
can I
John
get
Paletta with
$10
One
back?
Sotheby's International
In broke
Realty.
after
This
this
home is
dono.
3 years in the
XQC
making and
now.
was designed and created by an architect named Randall Stoff. Lasumi
Hello,
is a
Felix.
modern day
This is
masterpiece
Steve with the
located
Copium
at
Delivery Company.
7170
I just wanted to
Ayrshire
confirm
Lane
the
in
3,000
St. Andrews Country
liters
Club,
of
Boca
copium
Raton,
you are
Florida.
having
The
rushed
home is a
delivered
living
to
square
this
footage of
weekend's
approximately
Gaffer Street.
7,500 square feet.
Please
It's 4
confirm.
bedrooms.
Thanks.
It has 2 separate offices, and upstairs it has a complete separate
Yo, yo,
sitting
yo,
area
yo.
that entails
West
soaring ceilings.
Happy
It's just the
22nd birthday
architectural
to me.
elements. It's just
I
so
hope you all
futuristic.
enjoy
The Sumi
today.
is offered through One
Much love,
Sotheby's
it's
International Realty at $12,950,000.
Broke
Holy
people
fuck.
donating the little money they have to
Holy shit.
Are you going to watch Zoran meet with Trump today?
Okay.
Ramdani? Is that happening?
Dude, I had a giant piece of steak, fucking this dry ass piece of fucking steak, like on the right side, like all the way down. And when every time I breathed, it was like tipping in. And I couldn't breathe properly.
So just what is maximalistic South Florida architecture?
Dude. I ran out of the room, dude, and my whole thing was like flashing, and I started going down the stairs. I started getting fucking, dude. I started getting these like racing thoughts of like, dude, what is that? This is actually it. Like, what happens? I started thinking, dude. It was so weird. I started thinking, what's gonna happen after death, dude? I was like, dude, I'm already dead. That's so weird.
To minimalistic architecture. This is all about the idea of creating expression. This is the forefront of design. It's about the
Jesus.
curves, it's about the circles, it's about the cube areas of the house.
Crazy XQC clip.
That album is part of Discovery.
Just called for Democratic members of Congress to be executed. This is not normal. We cannot allow.
I don't care. That was about. Don't like politics, brother. Come on, bro. We're in the middle of a rant, man.
Wait, did I miss something?
That album is part of Discovery.
Just called for Democratic members of Congress to be executed. This is not normal. We cannot allow.
I don't care.
Good.
That was about.
Oh, XQC turns into an invertebrate. Oh, I thought he was going to do the worm or something. You just mean because he's spineless. I get it. Okay. Good one.
Blow start China with.
Watch this Bing chilling.
Hassan Piker traveling through China right now. A lot of our listeners have probably seen viral clips of leftist influencer Hassan Piker traveling around China recently. We mentioned his trip briefly last week when he was stopped for questioning at Tiananmen Square, had his phone searched by police. He's been raving about China to millions of followers on Twitch. He was given an original print of Mao's Little Red Book. He went to a Huawei store and said it felt like a caveman discovering fire. He also denied that LGBT people face any state-supported discrimination in China.
He's a douchebag.
Blaming Apple, not China, for banning LGBT apps. What's your reaction generally? Aside from Hassan Piker specifically, what's your reaction to the trend of Western influencers who visit China and come away posting videos about how amazing it is, how amazing the trains are, etc.?
The Chinese propaganda apparatus has a policy, has a program to bring over useful idiots like Hassan Piker and have them run through China and say how great it is, and then broadcast to their millions, tens of millions of followers globally primarily on U.S. social media platforms.
Yeah.
And he is just one in a long line of useful tools, useful idiots.
I really want to know whether he's been paid in some way, whether the trip itself is
Well,
paid
I think
for.
a lot of it is they use these cutouts, these companies that manage influencers, and so the companies will arrange these tours, and again, there's a lot of opacity about, are the companies picking up the costs? Are they also paying him? I mean, again, this is, but the idea that this is somehow organic or it's just some random influencer with millions of followers is going to show up in China and broadcast around for a while, live stream and everything, it's all like no one's paying attention or it's not part of more of a concerted effort. I mean, please, I have a bridge in Beijing. I'd love to sell you. You know my email. Send it in. I'll give you a good price.
Well, look, I mean, Hassan Piker comes off like a pretty gullible moron in some of these videos, so maybe he would be the buyer for your bridge in Beijing. None of this is all that surprising.
But it works. But the reality is, I mean, again, the thing is this works because, and you see it in poll after poll, how especially among the younger folks, attitudes toward Chinese are shifting in a more positive way. You have other sort of propaganda adjacent folks talking about the vibe shift and how China, like the vibe shift is happening. It works, and the Chinese propaganda apparatus has been very effective at doing this. And so,
Fuck. I still have messages I need to do. Hold on. What's going on here? Quick, because I'm about to leave. What do you need?
Hey, I was just wondering if there's anything else you need me to do to Lauren. I know you sent me downtown.
Why would you even joke about it? I haven't done any of this. I don't even joke about this on stream. Why would you say this?
I'm joking.
Yeah, but now this is gonna way to go. Jones got 20 more filings.
Yeah. So am I supposed to how am I supposed to see this person's on the street and they're like a promoter? I'm not trying to involve myself with her. She's just kind of there.
It's your life, your shit. I haven't given you any I confirm that I have never given you guidance on anything related to do with Lauren.
I think you have, but why? Dude, she sent me a bunch of messages afterwards that were Steven sent you to do this, blah 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 blah. How am I supposed to
I don't know. Live your life. You're a big boy, aren't you? You're an adult. Figure out what you want to do. But send me those messages. I'm curious what you said. But okay, good luck. Be careful.
All right, bye.
Okay.
Oh, look who it is.
Oh, wait a minute. Whoa.
Thought you could see himself. Thought you could be talking shit on me and I wouldn't see you.
The funniest thing I could do right now is be like, all right, I gotta go. Doop.
Oh man, it's possible. You could run.
Nah, I'm okay. What's up?
Hi. Oh no, I just heard you guys were chatting, so I'm here.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
So actually, Stephen, why don't we summarize it for you a little bit? We had a debate about tit for tat, and I think what Reason kind of articulated was that within the tit for tat framework, it's not eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth. You use legal, defensive tit for tat and proportional tit for tat, and then not just that, but also you cooperate, not reciprocate. You cooperate with the other side 5% of the time, 10% of the time.
Wait, let me clarify, because I feel like that's really super muddy. But you just mentioned like it needs to be proportional reciprocity. So if they don't cooperate, you don't cooperate back, and it's not like a little slap on the wrist if they've gone and given you a stab in the back. It's a very intelligent equivalent to a stab in the back. And you're giving, for example, how the judicial system is reciprocal, right? So if someone commits murder, they may even face capital punishment. But not in the same ruthless way, but in a more humane way, frankly. And so that's an example of tit for tat in action. And you agreed that actually is quite a good thing, right?
Yeah, I just didn't like Stevens' schizo. Let's convict all MAGA Republicans of insurrection, even if they didn't participate in January 6, 2021. I thought that was fucking crazy.
But are you opposed to it because it wouldn't be within the bounds of the law, or because it's not, you just don't agree with it? Because what if you could just pass a law that made it so that would be included in the 14th Amendment?
So as a specific example, Marco Rubio, to my knowledge, did not participate in January 6, 2021. Convicting him of aiding and abetting an insurrectionist in what I feel is a violation of the spirit of the law, I think that's fucking cringe and stupid and gay.
What if you changed it? What if you had enough to get a constitutional amendment on that, or just made a new law that did it?
Yeah, but that's...
And you back the court so they would agree with you.
I'm talking about the underlying evidence. If a person doesn't... I don't care what laws you pass. If a person doesn't participate in a crime, they shouldn't be convicted of it.
If the crime was... That is a crime. Participating in the Trump administration is a crime. What if that was the law that you passed?
Cringe. That's cringe and gay.
But let's bring Destiny.
Are you going to fight us, or are you just hanging out? Because if you're just hanging out, I got shit to do.
Oh wow!
No, but
cloud sharking much? Here, this is my position. Okay, then it was a little confusing because we got into the law shit. But the 14th Amendment provides for a prior oath taker that if they had engaged in insurrection or given aid to somebody who had engaged in insurrection, that prior oath taker could not hold future office. I think that when the next elective body comes in, I think that they should pass a congressional statute acknowledging that, because the Supreme Court ruled that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment just doesn't apply anymore unless Congress does something because they wanted to save Trump on that. So they should apply a law that says, hey, we think that this was an insurrectionist administration. And then from there, they can decide whether or not they want to convene a congressional commission to find out who had engaged in insurrection, or they could leave it up to the states to adjudicate it in whatever way they feel necessary. This wouldn't be a criminal proceeding. It would just be like an adjudicated finding that would prohibit you from holding future office. You wouldn't be convicted of a crime or sent to jail. You would just be prevented from holding another office. Yeah.
Yeah, but last night you were expanding that definition to even people who had just participated. Number one, admin officials who had participated in the second Trump administration. Number two, any Republican representative who was MAGA in general. So I guess my question is, would you be? Let's entertain it a little bit more than we were last night. Let's say that this was passable. Would you be okay with them limiting the scope to, number one, Trump? Number two, any of his admin who had actually committed crimes that furthered, insurrection. Number three, people who like Josh Hawley, who participated in January 6th.
I think I would broaden it as wide as possible, because this is what I want. This is what I would want to happen. This is what I would want to happen. Okay, and when Biden had a really bad debate against Donald Trump, there was pressure from all sides of the party who felt like they were all going to get fucked if Biden was allowed to continue running. So ex-party members came out. Obama was pressuring behind the scenes. Current party members, Pelosi and everybody were pressuring him behind the scenes, leaking stuff to the media. There was a lot of pressure because the whole Democratic Party felt like they were going to get fucked if Biden continued in that race. That pressure does not exist on the Republican side. It should be the case that every single member of a political party feels bought into making sure that their party is not trying to destroy the fucking country. And I think everybody should feel, ideally, this comes from a place of honor and integrity. But absent that, it comes from a place of accountability, knowing that if your party's engaged in some shit like this and you know it, and you basically just keep your mouth shut or you openly support them, then I think that there should be accountability. And that accountability being you just can't run for future office, I don't even think that's that big of a penalty.
I mean, actually, Destiny, you could package that in with like the rhetoric of the Republicans. They're the anti-constitution party, right? The 14th Amendment, first, second, third. You can go through most of the amendments and find the ways in which the MAGA are completely against the American Constitution. So they're trying to destroy the Constitution. They're trying to destroy America, and then you can use the 14th Amendment against them when in power because you are the party of the Constitution.
Sure,
so
but if you're
really
trying to do
but
if you're trying to do things that are by the book, legal, without necessarily blowing everything up, like anti-constitution thing that might just be too broad of a thing. Like I think there should be a committee or a commission just specifically focused on the Trump administration, and then they can set out their guidelines or whatever.
Sure, but I mean rhetorically, in terms of like how you package the Democrat policies before the next election and how you try and frame what the Republicans are. You're pro-constitution, they're anti-constitution. And that's also part of it when it comes to how you implement that with regards to the 14th Amendment.
Maybe. I would just say the party of lawlessness. I understand the Constitution thing, but nobody understands the difference between like Constitution and law in the United States. And conservatives have fucked shit up because they when a conservative says, this was especially true in the January 6th thing, but it's true even now, when a conservative says constitutional, that's a dog whistle for break the law. So when a conservative says like, well, constitutionally we have this power, what they mean is we're going to ignore the Supreme Court or we're going to ignore the judiciary, or not the judiciary, the legislature, because we have the power to do this from the Constitution. So constitutional has become a dog whistle for lawlessness. So I'd rather just say lawlessness. I understand your point though, but in America, we have a hard time understanding how our government works.
Because I'm probably going to have to go in a minute, and I know that's going to disappoint people who want the fireworks to fly. But we could do this later. Unless the schedule's changed, I think we're hanging out next Saturday. Yeah. So my frustration that I think that Reason and I discussed in this conversation was when you were saying tit for tat. I imagined eye for an eye. I don't think you made the clarifications or caveats that Reason Riffs made.
It could be eye for an eye. I'm okay with eye for an eye. That's okay for me. I'm fine with that.
Okay, well then hold on. That's exactly what Reason. You see what the fuck I'm talking about?
No. But actually, Connor, he's saying exactly what you said. You said also sometimes eye for an eye might be tit for tat.
Then let's.
And he's just said sometimes, right? So he's the same. You both
that. Okay. So Stephen, as an example, you might not buy into the left or right binary, so entertain the hypothetical.
I can do that. Yeah.
Let's just assume a lefty assassinated Charlie Kirk. By eye for an eye logic, shouldn't a right winger assassinate a left wing media pundit if we're going with eye for an eye moral logic?
Well, I feel like we have a criminal system there to do the punishment, right? Like the guy who assassinated Charlie Kirk should probably be convicted and sentenced to whatever the capital punishment would be, right? Or life in prison.
Okay, but Charlie's dead.
So yeah, but then that guy's dead, right?
That's not eye for an eye. That's not the same thing for the same thing.
I don't know if I would say that, like, so if you guys talked a lot about tit for tat, it sounds like you also went over, like, technically the best system is called, I think it's like a slightly forgiving tit for tat.
Generous.
Generous tit for tat.
Like, I would say that, like, if somebody, it doesn't matter. Okay, it's not relevant. But, like, if something like that happens, then, I mean, like, you'd let it slide once or twice. But at some point, yeah, you would have to start knocking off people on the other side. Because you can't sit there and all of your political figures are just fucking dying. And you're like, well, we got to adhere to norms. At some point, you'd be like, okay, well, fuck it. I guess we're doing this.
Okay.
But
Steven's not as retarded as I want him to be.
In a video game, right?
Not as what?
You're not as okay. Last night you were kind of spurging out a little bit, and I thought your position was way too extreme. However, effectively all you did was you re-articulated Reason Riff's perspective that we did over the past hour, which is effectively like, how do I say this? I said so. Reason asked, "What's an alternative to tit for tat?" And I said that it's not necessarily an effective way, but turning the other cheek in the Christian moral sense is an alternative. And he's like, okay, well, what happens if they ignore you turning the other cheek, where they're not shocked by their moral consciousness? Like, so for instance, January 6, 2021, and Trump not getting impeached. If they're not shocked by their moral consciousness, then what do you do at that point? And then we kind of arrived at generous tit for tat with the caveats that he articulated that you just re-articulated. However, Sometimes when you're schizo and you're spurging out, it sounds like you just want revenge. It doesn't sound like you want generous tit for tat. You just want revenge.
Yeah, but the issue is we've been doing turn the other cheek for 2 or 3 decades. And then now when somebody's saying like, okay, well, time for some punishment.
You're not going to agree to that, and they're going to bring up a bunch of shit.
But
just because they don't agree.
Wait. Factually, there's a correct answer though. There is a truthful statement there. You can't just say when you do this thing of like, well, they're not going to agree about. Okay, well then fine, let's just kill everybody. Let's all blow each other up because you're writing off every possible.
Don't jump so far ahead.
Okay.
Don't jump so far ahead.
Sure.
So as an example, let's say we bring up January 6, 2021.
Okay.
And we say, hey, you guys threatened the existential core of the republic through a riot. And then you already know what they bring up, right? What do they bring up?
Yeah, BLM.
Uh-huh. So the summer of love, billions of dollars in damage. January 6, 2021 was peaceful by comparison. He wasn't trying to overthrow the republic, blah, 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 blah. So in their mind, even if though they're stupid or delusional, they believe that they're engaging in tit for tat.
Sure, but then I would just ask them, who was the leader of BLM? Because Donald Trump led Jan 6.
$3 million
Yeah, no, so there was no, BLM was a collection of riots across the country that happened during fucking COVID, and most of the Democratic leadership had to call that out. Biden and Kamala had to say no more riots, no more violence when they were running in their election. Trump has not done that.
What's the next talking? Well, actually, maybe I shouldn't just be a smartass.
Next talking point is the Minnesota Bail Fund?
No, it's the bail fund, and then
the bail fund was a single tweet by Kamala, which had literally it's a bail fund.
The fiery but mostly peaceful protest. That's the one
that's a CNN reporter.
Yeah,
those aren't the same thing as the president of the United States, right?
I'm not saying these are equivalent. I'm saying that these people, number one, they have 80 IQ. Number two,
you can't if you're resting on those arguments, then the only answer is blowing shit up. If the argument is going to be we can't agree on factual realities with each other, then you just have to start knocking people off until you have enough people to have a consensus on reality. That's it. So your position is the maximalist, like loser, like we all give up and just start killing each other position. It can't be that we can't agree on simple basic facts.
No, reason actually has a solution that I think is better considered than what the fuck you just said, because you just said, oh, fuck it, let's go to civil war then, okay? What reason said is, as an example, there can be a legal proportional response to bad behavior. Fuck. Am I still here? Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Did he disappear? Did he disconnect? I'm sorry. We hear you.
No, I dropped something and it knocked my screen off temporarily. So what reason was saying, and by the way, this goes up with the gerrymandering thing, by the way. Where effectively like right-wing states were arguing in order to gerrymander their own states, and then effectively Prop 50 came up. Prop 50 arguably is morally fucked up. Disenfranchising people via gerrymandering is fucked up, but it's proportional and it's legal and it sends across the right message. So you don't have to throw up your hands and say, okay, fuck it, civil war. You can come up with creative political solutions that actually punish the opposition that are still legal and defensive.
Yeah, but isn't my creative 14th Amendment solution of barring them from holding future office, isn't that actually preferable to like what actual eye for an eye, tit for tat would be? Like imagine if I were to say I think the
response to that would be they go to the gun.
Okay, then let's say that I say, okay, well then that shouldn't happen. It should just be that our next politician also says that we should start hanging Republican congressmen in the same way that Trump does.
Wait. I'm piling up a few issues here. I mean, because you kind of spoke on my behalf there a bit, kind of, and most of it you're right about. But I also have to delineate between. Wait, don't start. I also have to delineate between the rhetoric and the action. Right? What Democrats should be saying, and this is, I'm just looking at the studies here. This isn't just my hunch. That they should be very, very careful about getting the Republicans into a position where they can self-victimize and be the real snowflakes and melt under the sun. Right? You have to be very cautious about sounding vengeful in your rhetoric, but your action should be pretty harsh. And so, like, as harsh as their action has been, right? And actually, what Destiny's point here about going after them legally using the 14th Amendment, I think it sounds brilliant.
True,
I think it's proportional and it's justice. It's justice being served, and it can be framed that way as well. So it can be framed in a very neutral and fair way. The other point I want to make is we've got to stop feeling responsible for what these nutcases are doing with facts and then distort them into some kind of cruel fiction of a nasty fairy tale. What they're doing is using Soviet methods of misinformation. And what are the ingredients of misinformation? They always find a little seed of truth. So there could have been a protest with that penis protest. They could say that Destiny had on stream yesterday, and this woman being carted away. They could have, the MAGA heads could have just said, there's 1,000 people behind her. They will start with one seed of truth that there was this woman protesting, and then they'll make some crazy story out of it. And they're always going to do that. They're just being Soviet about it. We're not responsible for that. So yeah, they're always going to do it, whatever you do. So you don't act based upon how they think they're going to frame it, because they're always going to frame it that way.
Okay, but what I heard, which reinforces my criticism, is be soft in your rhetoric, be harsh in your penalties. Stephen is harsh in his rhetoric and impractical in his penalties. So
but he's not a politician. He's a political pundit.
Yeah, well, he's supposed to be one of the best debaters and best political thinkers in online politics. So raise the bar.
So well, it's not raising the bar, but I just have a different. I have a different role. I have a different role. If I was a politician, my messaging is going to sound a lot different on things. I'm going to be a lot less combative with. Depending on
well, that's why I said I was taking you seriously, but not literally, because I don't think your solutions are pragmatic. But I'm assuming that the emotion behind what you're saying is real and genuine.
Well, you can take me seriously, but but not
literally.
You can take me literally, but taking me literally doesn't mean that I would say that every politician should copy verbatim, word for word, what I'm saying. That's not.
Sure.
Yeah, I just think.
Also, what part of what he's proposing is unpragmatic, like. It's possible to...
Well, yesterday we were talking about convicting a bunch of people. Yeah, but yesterday it was more than the 14th Amendment. It was more than the 14th Amendment.
You think barring 25% of representatives in the American Republic via 14th Amendment, January 6th Commission style legal proceeding is practical?
Yeah, you can do it. You don't even have to go that far. It's possible to just impeach them. You can just have each body impeach their own and impeach all these people out.
Number one,
they wouldn't be barred forever.
Winning the midterms first. Sure. How about y'all worry about that shit?
Sure, yeah, that's not what we're talking right now.
But there's any solution being proposed is like after midterms. That would be
representatives of the United States.
Yes.
How about you motherfuckers just focus on?
Yeah, we're focused on that. I think there's something to be said for because this is where we're at right now. That's just driving me crazy. There's something to be said for you go to dinner with a friend and his wife shows up and she has like bruises on her face. And it's like, wait, what the fuck? But she's like tried to hide them with makeup. As fucked as that situation sounds, that situation is better than you're at dinner and your friend just fucking smacks his fucking wife in the face right in front of you and then goes on like nothing is happening. Because in one scenario, at least there's shame involved where the husband knows that like there's some fuck shit that he has to keep hidden. Like the Trump crypto scam should have been like an undercover journalist, through investigative journalism uncovers this after years of digging, but it's all just out in the open. And we're just so far beyond anything that when you say, well, it should be reciprocal, like I would argue that even the unhinged shit I've said is not even really getting close to the damage and the behavior that this administration has exhibited.
So just out of curiosity, maybe you can answer this simply, and I do have to go soon. But what is the charge? So for instance, like I know that FARA violations are typically like charged for like foreign lobbyists who don't register.
What is the charge? Oh no, for the 14th Amendment thing, you don't for the 14th Amendment thing, you don't need a criminal charge. Somebody just has to have been found as having been engaged in insurrection. So, for instance, when
statutory judgment,
I'm asking specifically about the corruption because it's something that I'm interested in. Obviously, I harped on the Hunter Biden thing a billion times. So what would we charge Trump with?
I'm not even thinking of charges for Trump. I would just bring back the J6 thing and I would bring back the Mar-a-Lago stuff.
Okay.
Is it? It's not the Hatch Act. What isn't there some law that says you can't use an office to
in order to obtain gifts and shit?
Yeah.
No, that's fuck yeah. Okay, cool.
Also, in theory, like with any other crypto scam, it could be like securities fraud or whatever, and you could.
Well, but you would have to prove that he did some. I don't think just having a crypto coin is a securities fraud.
Okay. I hate to run, but I have a family engagement that I need to go to. But I do parasocially each and every one of you. Reason Riffs is technically more sane than Destiny and argues tit for tat better than Destiny. And I'm looking forward to yelling at you guys in the future.
Wait, one final thing. Hold on. Wait.
Really
one final thing. Wait, no, I'm just curious. One final thing you need to understand, okay? Because I don't. Hopefully, Reason impresses upon you.
Right there.
What is?
He's like, wait, hold on.
What is the point? What is the point of a tit for tat system? Like ultimately, what does a good functioning tit for tat system look like?
Well, I don't even know if you would answer it this way, but I would answer it this way based off of my conversation with Reason Riffs. Hopefully the ideal outcome of a tit for tat is a eventual return to normalcy.
Yeah, you're saying in other words, basically the idea is there is no tits or tats because everybody's just cooperating because they know that if they fuck around, that the other party's going to get it back. So when you say like an eye for an eye, Like in my ideal society, it's an eye for an eye, and everybody's walking around with 2 eyes. Because why the fuck would you take some other dude's eye if he's going to take yours? You don't fuck around, you know? And I'm repeating a meme. I've heard this said. I don't know if it's actually true, but I'll repeat it because it's profound and it works here. An eye for an eye, theoretically, was supposed to be an upgrade at the time of how law and punishment was done back in the day. Because it was like if you stole something, the person fucking murdered you and maybe your family. But like an eye for an eye, a hand from a thief or whatever, is like you've done a crime and now there's a proportional response. You've done a bad thing and here's the proportional response. It was supposed to be an upgrade from just I'm killing you because you've wronged me, you know? So,
right.
Yeah. The goal of a tit for tat is there is no tit for tat, and we all just cooperate, ideally. That's why the cooperative element
the cooperation is tit for tat. That's the point.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but then getting into like an even higher morality, which once again, like earlier today, I was saying that I think that Republicans, similar to, I think they take God's name in vain by clothing themselves in righteousness and religion while doing the opposite of what their religion prescribes. I also think they take the Republic in vain, where they clothe themselves in the Constitution and republicanism and the history of the Republican Party while doing the opposite of what that philosophy dictates. And so the point is, though, that like if we were able to return to normal, let's say that Trump disappears, we don't have a cult leader. As a result, we're able to move into a better political sphere. Then the ideal is going to be we can turn the other cheek because we expect that it was like accidental. You fucked up. You hurt me. Now I can turn the other cheek. Then we can get into tit for tat. Then we can get into eye for an eye. My problem is that like what seems to be, or at least what my understanding was that it seemed like you were advocating for eye for an eye instead of tit for tat. And anytime somebody brought up a complication with your specific tit for tat formula, instead of being like, yeah, you're right, actually that could fuck this up, I'm going to come up with a better proportional legal defensive solution, you were like, yeah, fuck it, let's kill each other, who gives a fuck? And that's like, that feels like eye for an eye and a rush to the bottom and a rush to anarchic violence.
Sure, I understand what you're saying there, and we just fundamentally disagree on this, I think, or whatever. But like the feeling that I'm trying to impress upon others from the lib left end, the feeling is just that like you have a person whose arms and legs have been chopped off, and now the person is like siphoning blood out of their body to take one of their kidneys, and then you're like, you know what? Fuck this guy. I'm gonna fucking chop his fucking hand off if he comes near me again. And you're like, excuse me, can we trim his fingernails first? You're gonna chop his fucking hand off? You're insane. Meanwhile, Trump is gearing up for another false indictment, another crypto scam, another murdering people in Venezuela. And it's like, holy shit. That's the issue that I have, is that people just don't seem to understand how far removed.
But that's the thing, right? The argument is against how it's been done so far. Mm-hmm. And the idea behind tit for tat is proportional, right? Non-cooperation if they don't cooperate. So you have to do it proportionately. It might be in a different way, but it's got to be of the same magnitude. It can't just be trimming the nails when you need to cut the hands off.
Just to be clear, real quick, I disagree. I'm not advocating for proportional. Everything I've advocated for, including my most extreme things, is less proportional. If I were to advocate for proportional, it would be civil war. It would just be we'd be going to war, because that's how fun.
Well, I mean, in very creative ways, right? But I mean, in terms of the effect on their party, on their success, it should be proportional.
But hold on. This is where I think that if we had, I don't know, competent, intelligent legislators who were as competent and intelligent as Reason Rivs, then we would come up with creative solutions. So for instance, like we just passed the big beautiful bill or whatever, obviously government shutdown, all that kind of bullshit. But what would be negotiated is, especially once the Democrats have the majority in the House, effectively what you could do is you could fuck with the funding for Southcom, the military apparatus that is within South America. And you could say, until you have an AUMF, authorization for use of military force, until we get transparency through the intelligence reports of who the people that you've killed are, until we get cooperation from the military and intelligence agencies, we are withholding funding for Southcom. Like, we'll give you just enough in order to keep the soldiers alive and keep them operating, but you will not have money for Hellfires, you will not have money for drones, you will not have money for fuel until we get transparency from the executive branch about this thing. And I would view that as like a proportional, sane response to what's going on in South America. Whereas, once again, you're jumping to civil war.
You're just take it away from Ukraine.
But you're just to be clear, that's not proportional. Yeah. And you seem to have a huge issue with this, like a court telling you to stop doing it. Somebody, I don't remember who it was, somebody brought up an extreme example yesterday, but they were absolutely right. You're saying, like, some guy gets caught raping a woman, and you're like, excuse me, sir, you're not going to be allowed to rejoin society until you pull your dick out of her. And then once he does, you're like, okay, let's go back. And it's like, excuse me?
Okay, well, the other option is things that aren't going to fucking happen. So that's kind of
what things aren't going to happen, like worldwide tariffs.
You go to these extreme personal examples in order to get like a visceral emotional reaction.
We're murdering.
We could just describe the things that we're describing.
We're just blowing up Venezuelans right now. We're just murdering them, and Trump is posting videos of it on Twitter, bragging about it.
If we had an AUMF, it would be legal, but we don't have an AUMF.
So it's war crimes and murder.
That's the fight that needs to be fought.
No, it's already illegal. We don't need rules against it. It's already illegal right now. It's already illegal. It's not okay. They can't do it right now.
Then somebody needs to sue the Trump administration, because what's happening is Congress is supposed to be directing warfare with, like, as far as declared wars go, that's Congress's responsibility. As far as what we've done for the past 30 or 40 years,
I understand we're looping on this.
Congress doesn't give a fuck.
Then we've given the president emergency powers and authority to act in cases of terrorism.
I understand.
So what he did is he declared them narco-terrorists, and then he started killing them. So that needs to be litigated in a court of law.
It is.
But I was debating Kafka last week about this, about if Dems get power, and hopefully they do in 2028, what should their priority be? If they had a choice, is it between really going after the system and improving the US system, or is it going after and using, say, the 14th Amendment and going after the heads of these criminals who are in power right now? And I was for the latter. And I think the reason it's for the latter is because it follows tit for tat, and it leaves a message and a deterrence of, you can't do this and be criminal and not be in prison, or not face, at least not being in office. And I don't even think not being in office is enough. There must be a way to find to prosecute these people.
I was going to say, yeah,
when the
Kafka's
Dems get
position
power. It has to be
included. These people can't hold office, won't hold office again, and are impeached and removed from office. So
I gotta run.
Yeah.
I especially love you guys. I think you're pissing in the wind, but I think you're all excellent dudes anyways. So
thanks for coming on to my show, Connor. I really appreciate it.
Yep. Bye, guys.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Wow. That guy. He ran.
True.
Unbelievable.
Like a pussy.
No, Kafka wasn't against prosecuting people. He's just saying it wasn't the priority. But I actually think it should even be the priority, because otherwise it's just sending a message that you can get away with it, and they've been getting away with it for too long, and they've destroyed U.S. democracy, and it's really sad. It's really unconstitutional. It's really illiberal and against the freedoms that Americans have enjoyed. So it's just like the migrants that they're worried about coming over the border and changing and not accepting American culture. They don't accept American culture, right? In terms of the freedoms and the fundamentals. So they can't get away with it. They have to be prosecuted.
Yeah, Connor's issue is that he somehow thinks that those people not being able to hold office ever again isn't proportional or isn't accountability for the shit that they're doing right now. I have no idea why he thinks that. Because even if you did it legally, he's still like, no, you don't do that. No. It's just
he's worried about escalation, but actually the most escalatory thing you can do is to appease. It just leaves a message. It's going back to this analogy I had earlier. I don't know if Destiny heard it, but it's just like you have a baby in the pram, it keeps throwing its toys out the pram. You don't keep putting the toy back in the pram. At some point, you leave it out of the pram, so the baby stops learning to throw the toy out the pram, right? And at the moment, the Republicans, they're throwing everything out of the pram, and people just keep putting it back in. Or
like Trump is on
the
precipice of declaring like the Democratic Party like a domestic terrorist organization. Like it's just like
he's literally saying to hang them. Like literally, like what are you getting?
Okay, I'm watching this. Apparently, Mom Donnie is meeting Trump soon, so I love you guys. Be careful, okay?
All right.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Says someone congratulated him in your feed, so think he was there but out of view a few minutes ago? Well, again, I'm not aware. I haven't seen any reporting that he's there.
Wait, is this really happening? Why? Or is it normal? Maybe does the president normally meet with the mayor of New York?
So hold on. So that guy on the right just said, it's still closed. If it's opened up, we'll take you in.
Mom Donnie requested it. Ooh, okay.
Again,
debate
as I've
time.
been saying, it's right now officially they're not scheduled to be on camera. I think they're going to appear on camera. That's what I think. We'll have to see if that happens.
What? Why'd you guys make me?
It's so I don't. Now,
liberals are such cucks, man. Mamdani going to be put in the cuck chair while Trump jokes about Arabs, immigrants, and New Yorkers so big. I don't think so. Mamdani doesn't seem to carry himself that way. I would be surprised if that was. I feel like Mamdani would get the better of Trump in any live televised conversation. I feel that.
Give
like
me
I
2
feel that
seconds.
so strongly. I don't know if Trump would even agree to have a live conversation with him. I don't know how aware Trump would be of his weakness there.
As to whether he is there or not. Conflicting reports.
The thing is that most of the people that Trump talks to, Trump has leverage on. Mamdani's the mayor of New York. He already won his election. He's a Democrat. Trump can't do shit to him. So Trump is like uniquely powerless, like a Joker situation. Like with all his power, there's nothing you can do, you know?
So we got a little time, but I should get notes as soon as, the pool arrives inside the Oval, which should be...
How do you play this for your Mamdani? He kind of has to glaze him, doesn't he? Why? Why would Mamdani have to glaze Trump?
What did that guy just say? Hold on, let me rewind this for a second. Hold on.
Right now,
Hold on, let's play this.
it's either delayed or
Hold on. Hold on.
closed.
Yeah.
Don't know which.
I think all the tea leaves suggest delayed. Because they've basically been, signaling...
Oh my God.
Right.
What if they're off screen having an aura farming tournament? I'm sorry.
So those reporters or those journalists there are saying they think that there's going to be an Oval Office appearance. They were just talking about it. And they were, okay, so that's the people we just heard talking off camera. They were saying they think that there is going to be an appearance that press will be at inside the White House. And it's just not going to be at 3, it's delayed. So again, it's a little weird because CNN says the meeting's going to happen soon. MS Now and Fox News say Mamdani's at the White House. So I'm seeing different reports on whether he's there. Literally on my TV screen, I see 2 different reports about whether he's there or not. Oh, hang on, he is there. I can. MS Now's Kayla Gardner reports that Mamdani is there, according to a White House official. So Mamdani now at White House for meeting with Trump. Okay. Again, a White House official tells MS Now that Mamdani is at the White House. Now, just to be clear. Sorry for the confusion. CNN has also updated their headline, and they say he is now meeting there. So he's now there for the meeting. So, but again, we're waiting to see if we have footage of an appearance by them. Even if there's footage, I don't think the whole meeting will be on camera. But I'm guessing they're going to do an appearance there.
Hey there. Oh, so big. A control pen or a piggy pen?
Toonsis says I might have missed this. Toonsis says the hot mic acknowledged him being there at 2:56 p.m. So sorry that I missed that if I missed it. But again, there were still different reports, but at this point, it's being widely reported that Mamdani is at the White House. Thank you, Toonsis and PB Andre, and hold on a second here. We gotta keep respect the chat rules. Thanks, Olive Tav and Crazy Yoda, Boomer Wow, White Power Ranger fan, Super Dagomi from the Philippines. Thank you, Super Dagomi, for your support. Also, all right, hang on a moment. So again, we just heard a couple minutes ago on this feed, a couple of the journalists there saying they think that there's going to be some sort of inside the White House appearance, but we're not positive yet.
Not positive yet.
Now, I'll say this also.
What?
Even if they don't appear together, ABC 7 News New York City says we are waiting to hear from Zoran Mamdani. So even if they don't appear together, for all we know, Mamdani could come out and speak at this microphone himself if they don't appear together. Also, it's possible they could appear in the White House and then Mamdani could speak outside after.
Love you. Bye. You see that, Dano? Hey there.
What's happening?
Yep. Yes. Because we're hearing that the whole control frame that goes down as planned is off of the meeting. And so if the president's still and that gets run out, that will not be broadcast in real time. I have some people there.
Oh. There's another possibility.
How excited are you for this? It would be cool if it happened, but
okay.
The grand scale thing?
Guys, I just heard something.
Uh-oh. What'd you hear, Steve?
So, the person speaking in the background off camera said that they were hearing that what's going to happen is there will be an appearance by Trump and Mamdani in the Oval Office.
Uh-oh.
But what will happen is that won't be live broadcast. It'll be recorded, and then while the actual meeting is going on, that recording will be released to the public. This is what, if you remember when Trump got into the big argument with Zelensky months ago, that's what happened, is we didn't watch that live. What happened is that was going on in the Oval Office and it was recorded, and then the White House allowed it to be released, I guess, afterwards. So from what the person in the background just said is, and it could be happening right this second, is that Trump and Mamdani will do an appearance with the press, maybe take questions in the White House. Maybe it's going on right now. Once it's over, that will be posted, and we'll watch it when it's released. But they'll also be privately meeting after that is released. So I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, that's what I heard the person say a couple minutes ago on the feed. And that is something that sometimes the White House does do. Sometimes with these meetings, you get the video of it, but it's not live video.
All right, guys. Well, this is the busiest part of my day right now, so I'm gonna call you at bedtime, and probably after 6 o'clock, because everything gets very busy.
Oh, hey guys, look at this. White House spokesperson Stephen Chung, look what he posted.
What did he post?
Look what Stephen Chung posted at 2:55 p.m. Too late, guys. Y'all are too slow.
Uh-oh.
Now, they were there before 2:55. He just
no.
didn't actually go in that way. It's not that they were too late there. But that's it. White House Assistant to the President and White House Director of Communications Stephen Chung posted, "Too late, guys. Y'all are too slow."
All right, guys. I gotta go. Love you.
Love you too.
Hey, thanks to Echo's Life, our member. Hey, Fred Flintstone gave 20 people memberships. That's so nice of you, Fred Flintstone. Thank you, Fred. Thanks, Debbie James, our member. So, again, it sounds like we're going to get video of some of the meeting coming out soon. Recorded video. That's what it sounds like. Oh, by the way, Karen M. Thanks, Karen M., for sending me the Stephen Chung post. I hadn't seen that. I saw it myself, but I just realized Karen M. told me a while back about it.
Fuck, marry, kill. Your soulmate who makes everything about your life better. An aunt who's actively biting your hand. A hot porn star who is not looking for any kind of committed relationship. I feel like you should fuck the soulmate because sex with loved ones is always the best. You should kill the porn star because they're unethical and a slut. You should marry the aunt who's biting you because they're constantly challenging you to be a better person.
Zick says they might high five. Hold on a moment. Checking some of the other things people have sent me.
Checking. Any checkers in chat? Anybody else checking right now?
Hey, Jay. Yes. You didn't talk to me just yet, right? No. I haven't talked. White House. White House. Okay.
Lagging Game says, "Is Mom Donnie going to have to say thank you?" Reese Black says, "I think they'll hug."
This shot's prettier than our shot, honestly. Get away.
Mom Donnie is already there. That's why it says on the screen, Mom Donnie now at White House for meeting with Trump.
Okay.
He is there.
That's our screen reader, guys.
Ill No More says, "I think they secretly get along really well." Lisa Midaw says she doesn't think we'll see anything. Well, as I mentioned, one of the journalists a short while ago on the stream was heard saying that his understanding was that at the start of the meeting they would do an appearance in front of the cameras, but it would not be broadcast live. But then when they are done with the start of the meeting, that part would be broadcast live, and then they would continue with their private meeting.
Okay.
So if that's the case, we will get footage sometime soon of the first part of the meeting.
Okay.
I do not have confirmation that's what's going to happen, though.
Okay.
So we'll really just have to see.
Joe Bob Man. That's Nick. RJ last night, it feels like the biggest issue is that people can't extrapolate how truly bad the Republican Party's become. My dad was a Trump supporter from the start, and he voted for him last year.
Daniel says, "Are we getting
It wasn't until we sat down and watched the New York Times video on January 6th that he actually started to change his mind. He's fully on board with putting the... Oh, don't
I
worry.
think we're going to.
Once my Jan 6 video comes out, everything will change, okay?
It's going to be recorded and then released. I have not heard anything from the White House press pool about the meeting, but I don't know that meeting that could
Does
just
he have like
mean
connects
that they're not
there
saying anything
at the press pool? Is he connected?
I do remember when Zelensky got into the argument with Trump. When Trump and Zelensky got into that big argument, it was not being broadcast live at the time, but there were reports about it from reporters. I've seen no reports from any reporters about a meeting going on at the moment. But as soon as I hear or see anything, I am going to let you know.
Is it normal for mayors of towns to be brought to the White House? No, I don't think that's normal.
AP
but,
says Trump and Mom Donnie
apparently Mom Donnie
today
requested
in
the
the
meeting.
Oval Office. They have cast each other as adversaries for months.
Uh-oh.
President Trump has called Mom Donnie, the mayor-elect of New York City, a 100% communist lunatic and a total nutjob. Mom Donnie has called Trump's administration authoritarian and described himself as Donald Trump's worst nightmare.
Uh-oh. Worst nightmare.
And today is their first ever face-to-face meeting.
Oh, shit.
I don't know if they've
Drama.
met even non-face-to-face. AP says it's their first ever meeting. Despite months of casting each other as prime adversaries, the Republican president and new Democratic star have also indicated an openness to finding areas of agreement that help the city they've both called home. Trump today, in a Fox News radio interview, said he expected the meeting will be quite civil.
Wow.
Trump said, "I think we'll get along fine. Look, we're looking for the same thing. We want to make New York strong."
Okay.
Trump today said Mamdani has a different philosophy, but said he gives Mamdani a lot of credit for his campaign and said he ran a good race.
Wow.
Trump, when asked today about some of Mamdani's comments challenging him directly, said, "I'm a little hard to, in all fairness." Interesting.
He really has an infectious smile. Is there anybody else that hates taking selfies? I hate taking selfies. Oh my God, I hate them so much.
City more affordable.
If you're Mamdani here, what would be the benefit of asking for a meeting with Trump? It's the president of the United States. What do you mean? It's exposure. If anything else, no? That's
Trump had a communist
who wouldn't talk to the president of the United States. What do you mean?
From Trump's hometown of New York City. AP says the two men are convenient political foils for each other, and taking the other one on can galvanize their supporters. During the election campaign, Trump endorsed a different candidate in New York City, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, and predicted the city has zero chance of success or even survival if Mamdani won. Trump has also predicted that Mamdani will prove to be one of the best things to ever happen to our great Republican Party.
No.
AP says the meeting also gives Trump a high-profile chance to talk about affordability at a time when he's under increasing political pressure to show he is addressing voter concerns about the cost of living. It is not immediately clear whether cameras will be allowed into the meeting.
Okay.
Trump's daily schedule said the meeting will be private, but President Trump often invites in a small pool of reporters at the last minute. Again, on this live stream that we're looking at, one of the people there said a short while ago they thought that some of the meeting will be recorded and then will be released to the press after the recording is made.
Okay.
I feel like I should be over there, but then you wouldn't have the picture.
Wait, how did he correct that one?
But I wanted to be able to see that camera.
We'll wait and see if anybody on this stream says anything about what to expect.
If I had a 16, I probably would have that is confluent. And it's just that thing. Yeah, just recently I
Oh, wait, that's
I actually have. Hold on a second. What is this?
Hold on.
Okay.
Because you're totally blocked from my vantage, so.
I have a second camera angle here. I have camera angle 2 of the same thing.
A second camera angle.
Hey guys, look.
Who do you think wrote the pink letter to Jon Snow? Wait, what? Vader V stream.
One moment here.
Jesus.
Hey, look, it's camera angle 2. How's the audio on that?
Camera angle 2.
Can we hear on that one or not?
Can we?
This let me turn it up a little bit on this one. Let's see what this one is.
Jesus. All right, almost done. Hold on.
It's not really much better. Somebody shout. We'll go back to the first one.
Okay. Destiny's read the books? Oh, is it a book thing?
Yes.
The pink letter?
Shackletex says the first shot is better. Hang on one moment here.
Hang on one moment, guys. Hang on one moment here, guys. Hold on, guys.
One of our viewers said, "What is democratic socialism?"
What is that, Steve? Stop.
We're not going to get into a whole thing about democratic socialism now.
Okay.
But Mamdani is a democratic socialist.
What does that mean?
One thing that Wikipedia says is democratic socialism is a left-wing economic and political philosophy that supports political democracy.
Okay.
So a democracy in terms of politics, voting and representation and all that, but also it supports some form of a socially owned economy.
Wow. That's crazy, chat. What does that mean?
So, again, political democracy and social economic principles.
Mm-hmm.
Socialist economic principles. Wikipedia also says democratic socialists argue that capitalism is inherently incompatible with the values of freedom, equality, and solidarity.
Wow, is that true?
And that these ideals can only be achieved through the realization of socialist society.
Okay, that's crazy. I'm a communist now. True.
I assume they are actually meeting right now. That has not been confirmed. What's been confirmed is Mamdani is at the White House. I assume they are meeting.
Mamdani? Is he mobbing him?
But we very well might get video soon from that meeting. Thank you, God Rides a Harley, who thinks socialism is communism with lipstick. Thank you for your support. Thanks also to Echo's Life, our member.
Epic.
Hang on a moment here. Oh, I got a little behind in my chat. Daniel thinks Trump is probably showing him his 2028 merchandise. Thank you, I am Charlie. Thank you, Sergey is Sergey, who thinks they're going to edit the video of the meeting. You know, normally if they have a meeting and then they come out with a video after, normally it's not edited. Normally it's just the top part of the meeting, or it's a part where they each say something and then they take questions.
Wow,
then
really?
They kick the press out. So I wonder if that's what it'll be, but we'll have to see. I mean, I hope we get to see some video.
On a thoughts on whether or not Lickner lives up to being agenda-free.
Thanks, Egon. Egon says, I wonder if the meeting will be, the video would be edited in any way.
Wow, Egon.
Interesting choice by President Trump.
I don't know. I don't watch him much.
Thanks,
you guys watch him in
Charlie,
chat. Does he even do politics? I feel like he just covers the news, no?
Mouse. Thanks, Kadosh77.
Jesus.
Gary Baines says, why would they edit the meeting? They didn't edit the outlandish Zelensky meeting. Joyce McLean says Mamdani will not talk back to Trump will be a fatal mistake. There's a lot of press out there, guys. There's a lot of press out there. Look at all the press. It is crowded. Amy Lynn thinks Mamdani will learn a lot.
There's a couple crashes on
Thank
YouTube.
you, Mob.
He crashes out? Steve?
Mamdani is a U.S. citizen, by the way. He became a U.S. citizen in 2018. He came to the U.S. with his family when he was 7 years old. Thank you so much, Mob, from Canada, for your support.
What? Somebody link me in YouTube chat.
A new post from Stephen Chung.
What's the
hey,
find me the
guys,
best YouTube video with
White
StarCraft
House
sound effects, okay?
Communications Director Stephen Chung just posted 4 minutes ago and said, "Guys, what are you doing?" About the reporters.
Uh-oh.
Guys, what are you doing?
Uh-oh.
I don't know exactly what that means. It could mean different things.
Just download the sound effects files. Are they available somewhere?
I mean, you might think it means that they're not going to appear outside. Thanks, I am Charlie. Thanks, Gen Xer. Gen Xer thinks that Trump looks older than 79 next to attractive 34 Mamdani. Wow, that's what Gen Xer said. Thanks, Somichi38, who thinks Trump's bullying won't work with Mamdani. Karen Catch thinks there will be no press opportunity. Well, again, one of the people on this live stream said they had heard that there's going to be a recording made during the meeting, possibly taking questions, and it's going to be released after it's made, which could certainly happen. So we'll just have to see. Thanks, Vmon Guy 686 for your support, who says, I live in South America. None of the people calling Mamdani a socialist or communist know what they are talking about.
Uh-oh.
Ronald Jong thinks Stephen Chung is trolling and it is funny. Sunkist says all that press is impressive. There's been not a peep about what's going on in the White House yet that I've seen. Very interesting.
Not a peep.
The usual meeting in the White House like this, what would normally happen is you'd see the person show up at the front here, they'd go inside, and then a short while later there would be a live appearance in the Oval Office, and we would see that, and then, but that wouldn't be the whole meeting. Not the whole meeting wouldn't be live broadcast, but there would be a live appearance in the Oval Office, and they'd take some questions. And that's what we would see. And they would then meet, they would also meet in private. Today, that obviously didn't happen because we didn't see them show up. And also, it's unclear whether we'll get any video from the meeting. But I haven't heard any reporting, for example, from the White House press pool inside about what's going on.
Wow.
Chelsea Hall thinks Trump is going to destroy him. Thanks to Who Shot JR for your support on Twitch. Thanks, really appreciate it. Thanks to Frukar Toffine for your support on Twitch. Big Dog Gaming, thanks for your support on Twitch. Thanks Turo the Great for your support. Thanks Sevenfold for your support. I really appreciate that. Sevenfold 7777. I'm interested, just like you guys, to get more information.
Wait, where's Kafka? Is he in here? Is he in here?
It's better than like the
We're going to hear something or other soon. Breaking news.
Breaking news. Oh shit.
I told you what I thought was going to happen. I told you I thought they were going to be on camera.
Wait.
Caitlin Collins from CNN just posted the White House just called the press pool, signaling cameras are about to be in the room for President Trump and Mamdani's meeting. There you go. I told you. I mean, I've seen this kind of thing happen before. But again, Caitlin Collins of CNN says the White House just called the press pool, signaling cameras are about to be in the room for President Trump and Mayor-elect Mamdani's meeting. I couldn't really imagine that they were not going to do an appearance. Austin Batman says this will be epic. So again, cameras expected soon. Will it be live? Will it be
good
recorded?
on mic check, white balance. Mic check, test, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll spin it around. Give me a minute. Mic check, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Mic
6,
check,
7,
mic
8,
check.
9, 10. Mic check, test 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, the
5.
White House is live.
Right.
The White House is live on their feed.
Breaking.
The White House feed is live. The White House social media is live. How about that?
How about that, guys?
So initially they kept saying it's not going to be on camera,
But now-
the White House is actually live. Look at this. We will begin shortly. We will begin shortly.
You good?
We will begin shortly.
All right. Everyone good?
There it is. Oh my gosh. What a turn of events. What a turn of events.
Dave, you said 55? Yeah. Thanks, man.
Hold on. Do I have footage of this? No. Give me a moment, though. Give me a moment. There might be another feed I have to pull up.
What? This guy. Destiny approaching a subpoenaed witness in what appears to be a stalking incident is insane. Lauren De Laguna should strongly consider a police report or a protective order if she's serious about this actually being near her workplace. Just look at the video. Stalking. She's looking at me. I'm standing here. I'm stalking her. And then somebody said, you got that reversed. She approached him. Proof? Wait, now you want proof? What? What? Does it matter who approached who when he's videoing his own harassment of her? How? This is the most popular street in Austin. She can just walk away at any time. She does at the end. And she's antagonizing me. How is Destiny not living in constant fear? What is this? Apparently the lawyer legal mindset can't. She's not a witness in this case. Yes, I am against my will. Why do you say against my will? Do you know what a subpoena is? Definitionally is against your will. Yes, it's compelling you to do something. It's a subpoena. Why? I feel like people want to use like non-consent for everything. I was unconsensually subpoenaed to make everything sound like rape or whatever. I actually don't know 100%. If is a deponent considered a witness? They might be. I don't know. I feel like, and I shouldn't say in common parlance because it's all legal terms, but like I feel like a witness is the person who goes to trial. Like if you depose somebody, but none of the deposition makes it to any court filings, or they don't go to trial, is that still considered a witness? It might be. That means you're a deponent and may be called as a witness. If you were a witness, then you understand this interaction when it qualifies as witness intimidation, which requires threats or coercion with the intent to influence, prevent, or punish the person's testimony. Bro, as a lawyer, I cannot express to you how incorrect you are. LOL. In order to be deposed, you need to be on a witness list and designated as a witness. Neither of those things are true. Those are both false. This is just not true. You sure you're a lawyer? You can depose whoever you want related to a trial. That's basically true, yeah. You only need to add them to the witness list if they will be testifying live. Want to reserve the possibility of calling them to trial, or if you will present depo as evidence. I'm pretty sure that's true.
Referred to Mr. Mamdani as a communist. Could you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question, and on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot. From when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people.
You used to brag about how smart that girl was, by the way, and would get mad when we correctly identified. You just wanted to smash. No, she's a pretty intelligent person. The issue that you have is in your mind, because you're an autistic ass me fuck. Your mind, smart only means that they know the things that you care about like computers or science. Like in your mind, that's what like smart is. But that's okay. We can all have our own differences of opinion. Melina's very intelligent as well. She is. But like if people can't do like math or work a computer at like a high level or whatever, you're like, oh, that person's not smart. Anybody in my book that can graduate with a pure math degree, that's a pretty intelligent person, okay?
Actually. And
she got a law degree in 2 years.
Some very liberal people he won't surprise.
I feel like lab is the ultimate litmus test into whether or not somebody can evaluate the intelligence of a person. Like if you look at somebody like lab and you think, oh, lab, she's not smart at all. Your gauge for smartness is like how many things do they have memorized in like the one particular field that I think determines whether or not a person is smart or not, I think.
Because they already like him.
And Mr. Mamdani, it sounds like you had a productive discussion, but just days ago you referred to President Trump as a despot who had betrayed the country. You said you'd be his worst nightmare and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate about the President is the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of the 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
And I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting. Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please.
Mr. President, Anthony Mashak from MTV Lebanon. I would like to ask you a question about the Middle East regarding you that said that Hezbollah in Lebanon is not in a good position, and Lebanon now is the final unresolved after Gaza and Syria. Given your assessment, like what do you say for the Lebanese today? It's the independent state in Lebanon, and what is your next move to push toward?
She's doing retarded things, Lab. That's how I would call her a retard. Yeah, that's fair. Lab is fucking retarded. But Lab is also intelligent. But there's a difference. Intelligent people can do retarded fucking things. Retarded people can also live in smart ways. It just depends.
The disarmament of Hezbollah.
Well, we are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas and, frankly, everybody else. And we actually have peace in the Middle East. As you know, the King of Saudi Arabia just left yesterday.
Peace in the Middle East?
We had some great meetings, and he's made a contribution toward the United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion coming in. No country has ever had anything like that, not even close. If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or 21 trillion dollars. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East, and we actually have now for the first time peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And now
that's true. We had peace in the Middle East last time, and it disappeared in one presidency.
We're going to refine it, and I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
There is a potential to invite the Lebanese president to meet you to the White House.
I would do that, absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East.
We desperately want it, and that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again two major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
You said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that.
Isn't calling a retard mean they're stupid? Don't call Lav retard if she's smart, not good. Well, I mean, like, do you think Martin Shkreli is smart, or do you think Martin Shkreli is stupid? Do you think he's an intelligent person, or do you think he's an idiot?
I'll do that. I'll sign it. Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
Mr. President, you've threatened to send federal troops to New York City. You both have differences when it comes to ICE agents in New York City. Mr. Mamdani, you've called ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out, and I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have peace. We discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Yeah, two questions, if I may. One for you, Mr. President, on BBC in a second. But first of all, for the mayor-elect, you're both from different parts of the political spectrum. You're both populists, though, and I just wonder to what extent the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media use, inspired any part of your campaign.
Well, I actually told the president that so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focused on that same cost of living, and that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the prices, because we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison. And we're going to have to talk to them. If we're sending them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true, we have to get Con Edison to start lowering the rates.
Absolutely.
And if I may, last week you told me you were pushing ahead with your plans to sue the BBC for up to $5 billion. You're going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well. Is there any progress or any updates on those issues?
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person. And, I think they have some big energy problems. They've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's out of control. And he's got that problem. He's got a big immigration problem, as you know, and he's got a big energy problem. And we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister's a good man.
You have a chance to speak this week?
I haven't spoken this week.
Have you spoken to President Zelensky, or do you intend to meet with him, President Zelensky, about your plan? Are you going to meet with him?
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame. And I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big energy producing plants have been under attack, to put it mildly, to put it nicely. We have a way of getting peace, or we think we have a way of getting peace. He's going to have to approve it. Just so sad, so many people. Last month they lost 25,000 soldiers. This is something, we haven't seen anything like this since the Second World War. And they're averaging 6,000 or 7,000 a week between the two of them, dead soldiers. And it goes on, and I think they're getting reasonably close. But I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including in India, Pakistan. You could even go, in fact, they're coming here in a week or two, go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead, and we worked something out on that. But so many. And the one I thought would have been, for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin.
So the face of socialism instantly started bootlicking when it's convenient. I was under the impression by the precipice revolution. Meanwhile, Zelensky was more antagonistic. Well, I don't know if Mamdani's bootlicking. What? I don't get that impression.
Thought that would have been maybe quicker, but it does take two to tango. And now you just see all the death. And it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want to see all those people that really is on the other side of the ocean. It's a war that should have never happened. It did happen. I blame the person also sitting right behind this desk. This is a war that should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But we're trying to save a lot of lives. They're losing 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian and Russian, and it's a shame.
President, I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution. It just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite...
Why? What? Wait, did this happen? When did this happen? What?
His endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I've focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Condemn socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was... Both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than...
Do you think he just doesn't like him talking? Mamdani's good at answering questions. Mamdani's very good at answering questions. What do you think about, what do you think about the fact that the House just condemned socialism? There's a lot of stuff going on. Okay, well, it's kind of an attack against him, kind of. My party's fighting against me. I need to find a way to work with it. There's a lot of stuff going on that we could respond with anger or antagonism. We could just say, fuck him, I don't care about that. Whatever. But, he threads the needle, very well all the time, I'm not really concerned about what goes on in terms of resolutions, but we both agree that there are things that we need to work on. I am a democratic socialist, so he doesn't necessarily sell out his position. He doesn't obsess over being antagonistic or trying to make enemies of the people there, and then he tries to find a common area of agreement. He's very good at answering questions. Yeah.
Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
I wanted to ask you also about this Ukraine plan. President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal proposal...
He doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of tenuous about it.
He'll have to like it, and if he doesn't like it, then they should just keep fighting, I guess.
The suggestion that he made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine. Is that
well, at some point he's going to have to accept something. He hasn't accepted you.
I think he genuinely likes Mamdani because Mamdani probably smooth talked him already. Trump seems to be in a good mood. Maybe Mamdani is good at smooth talking. There's also there are a few places in the United States that people are just very, very, very proud to be from. It wouldn't surprise me if you could find, New Yorkers are fucking obsessed with New York. If you could find one thing one common restaurant they've been to or one New Yorker experience to talk about, it wouldn't surprise me if that instantaneously, almost permanently endears you to Trump. But I mean, who's to say? Who knows what I thought? It was hard to say,
The U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine. Is that
well, at some point he's going to have to accept something. He hasn't accepted. You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago.
Trump also likes when people are nice to him. And Mamdani is one of the more, I don't know if it'll be permanent or not, but he's one of the more clouded politicians at the moment. AOC and the other big Dems have kind of receded. Newsom is doing his thing. But Mamdani is probably up there, I would imagine, in terms of name recognition and just current, I'm not saying favorability or approval, but just in terms of people know his name is a big deal right now. So Trump probably likes, he meeting Kanye and everything else,
I said, you don't have the cards. Don't forget, I inherited this war. This war never would have happened. I inherited this war. And I thought he should have made a deal a year ago, 2 years ago. The ultimate deal would have been if it never started. That would have been the good deal. That could have been done too if you had the right president, but you didn't have the right president.
Mr. President, the cost of living is something that you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on. Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mamdani. Do you see Democrat policy specifically as being a problem? And I'd like that be a question that both of you could answer in New York City.
Look, I think that there are many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president was the president. And those are also part of the message of our campaign, was to take on a broken politics of the past. And I ran against a number of candidates who represented different versions of that past. And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics, so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90 for a Metro card.
You know, we had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have. But a big thing on cost, you know, the new word is affordability. Another word is just groceries. You know, it's sort of an old-fashioned word, but it's very accurate. And they're coming down high. They were, you know, we had, both of us, we had.
I remember my grandma and grandpa used to say that word, groceries. You guys ever heard that word before? Very old-fashioned.
You know, the new word is affordability. Another word is just groceries. You know, it's sort of an old-fashioned word, but it's very accurate. And they're coming down high. They were, you know, we had, both of us, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country the last 4 years under the Biden administration. And we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that.
Hey, Destiny, why'd you block me on Twitter for saying a deponent is a witness? LOL. Jesus, dude. Been following you for a decade. Because I don't give a fuck. And you haven't been following me on Twitter for a decade. Because if you had, you would have known that my account hasn't been alive that long. Because it was banned in the past. Email me your Twitter and I'll unblock you.
Katie, do you have something?
Mr. President, thank you so much. Mr. Mamdani often talks about New York City being covered by international law, that they will follow international law. Doesn't often talk about the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it can be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws, but it's covered by U.S. law. Are you
for you really young people? Groceries is like, it's like, imagine like DoorDash, but for here. Like imagine you have to go to the DoorDash place, but you like buy it there. That's like what the
referring to anything in particular?
He just says that they're a city that endorses and enforces international law.
Fucking children. Not like that though.
No, I don't know. Would you want to? Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board. And that's something that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want.
So you work with ICE? We work with ICE then?
We discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
What we did is we discussed crime. More than ICE per se, we discussed crime. And he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And, you know, we actually, people would be shocked, but I want to see the same thing.
Mr. Mamdani, the anti-Israel protesters.
Okay.
Mr. President, I want to know one of the policies as well that Mayor-elect Mamdani talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech you didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people in general, and so I didn't know if that was one of the policies.
Oh man, fuck.
And putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech you didn't mention anything taxes.
I'm so curious what he said to them. What he just said to him. Also, yeah, wait, I'm just curious. This isn't Jack Posobiec, is it? Is it? It sounds like him and it kind of looks like him. Is it Jack Posobiec? It is. No, it is. It is. We should read his book. It's called Unhumans, I think. People tell me that apparently he wrote a book about how all liberals are becoming communists and need to kill them. It's like some crazy unhinged book. I'm so curious what their fucking conversation was like behind the doors. There's like an interesting phenomenon almost where if Trump thinks he's like on the same team with Mamdani, I'm very curious what Mamdani just whispered to Trump, that as like Posobiec attacks Mamdani, or people are trying to attack them, it like Trump is like, oh look, they're coming after us, like we're on the same team, blood, right? Like this, like
on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech you didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people.
Like how mad, dude? This guy's got to be so fucking mad that he's trying to land like the killer, white man's blow here, and then his fucking wannabe white nationalist president is just like kind of like riffing with him in the middle of his question. This triggered the fuck out of him. Oh my god.
in general, and so I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in
But
our
to be
city.
clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
That's what you said.
no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Please go.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted a synagogue in
Oh,
New York.
he's so fucking
Are you
mad.
concerned about Jewish New Yorkers feeling welcome and safe in the city? And President Trump, you've threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City. What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores? Would it be something else?
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad, and we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I did say that, subject to what policies are being said. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with. Now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the things I really gleaned very much today, we'd like to see him come down, ideally, by building a lot of additional housing. Yeah. That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read the newspapers and the stories, I don't hear that. But I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City to be great.
A big help. Look at how fast he 180'd on this guy. Oh my God, I bet he glazed. Someone in chat was like, I bet he said, wait, who said this? Was this Kick or YouTube? Fuck. Somebody was like, one of you guys said, like, I bet he just went in and was like, they call you a Nazi and they call me a communist, and, that's, we're both better than that or whatever. Like, yeah. God, he's so manipulatable. Is there a word there? He's so easy to control. If you, like, glaze him up a little bit. I bet that sometimes even I do this. I think people sometimes analyze Trump at too high of a level. You can probably come like pretty down to a pretty bare bones fundamental level too, and that Trump probably feels really isolated right now, right? Trump is like cutting off like Marjorie Taylor Greene. They've had a lot of bad press rolling out recently. It's just been really rough. And now like this other fellow New Yorker guys coming out, extending an olive branch, saying that like, hey, we agree on a lot of the same agenda and everything. Like, we just might disagree in some areas, but like, let's find cooperation. Like, I wonder if Trump is just like looking for a lifeline or just like some kind of like island of stability here. And Mamdani kind of offered it.
Look, I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with a mayor that we had named de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Mr. President, Mr. President, Thank you, Mr. President. You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to, but you used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would. Especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
Jesus.
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought. I think I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. He may have different views.
I guess I don't remember all the statements Trump made, but wasn't he saying like a few weeks ago that like fucking New York is about to be 9/11, Sharia law? Wasn't he? It's so crazy how quick. Like, this guy has no opinions about anything. He's like the weakest version of a man. He's so hollow and empty. And we're watching this happen right now, okay, with Mamdani. And we might think that this is like cool and good, and he was trying to get Mamdani deported or calling for citizenship to be revoked, right? We might think that like, wow, Mamdani is a good politician, blah blah, and he is. But keep in mind that as nice as this is right now, imagine how scary this is when Trump is talking to people like Stephen Miller, right? If he's this easily turned by people like Mamdani, then you better believe that the people that are in his ear more often have far more influence over this administration than any of us would like to think.
But in many ways, we would discuss.
Or even scarier, people like Putin, who are controlling him in terms of like foreign negotiations.
And we'll help him do a great job. He may have different views, but in many ways, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on. Tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than people thought. And when he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. And, it just turned out to be a statistical truth. But no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you, but a very quick one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I'll use every.
Who is this fucking ghoul? This fucking loser.
Quick one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I'll use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of it.
There is a bus that goes.
Well, but I know, but if he flew, that's a lot quicker too. No, he's
and he even cuts her off to save him. Oof.
Working very hard for him to be. That's a very long drive. I'll stick up for you. The plane takes you 30 minutes, and driving takes you a long
Mr.
time.
President, I was wondering if you could clear up some confusion around a Washington Post report. There was this explosive report that the Coast Guard is no longer going to characterize swastikas and nooses as hate symbols. DHS called that a lie and fake news. Can you clear up?
I don't know anything about it. When was this written?
The thing is, when Trump says it's probably true, he probably actually, in this case, he probably has no fucking idea. I don't know what this guy's been doing the past couple of weeks.
Yesterday?
Well, look, the Coast Guard's an incredible group of people. I know very well. We just ordered a lot of new Coast Guard cutters. Beautiful, the most magnificent ship. They look like yachts with lots of guns on them. So I don't know. I haven't seen any report like that, but certainly we want them to remain a great force, and they are.
And you did a piece in all the 9 months around the world. I would like to ask Mr. Mamdani, you've accused the U.S. government of committing genocide in Gaza while President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their...
Spoiler alert, because there's like a non-zero chance that like Trump could literally just utter out, I think you made a pretty good argument that Israel's committing genocide. There's like a non-zero chance that he would just say it.
Their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now is we're in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need not only for the following of human rights, but also the following through on the promises we've made New Yorkers. And I appreciated the meeting we had and the work that we can do.
Do you agree that President Trump did do a peace and he worked hard to make the peace? Because he worked hard to do the peace in the Middle East and everywhere. Do you agree with that?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking of.
Mr. President, question for Mr. Thank you, Mr. President. Do you view the mayor-elect as the true leader of the Democrat Party? And do you think Leader Schumer and Leader Jeffries, have to follow his lead?
Well, look, I hope they have great leaders. This is a man that right now I think is focused in New York City. I really think he has a chance to do a great job. We're going to help him, but I really think he has a chance to do a great job. But I'll let you answer that. You consider yourself the leader of the Democrats? I think it's more appropriate for him.
I consider myself the next mayor of New York City, and I keep my horizons firmly on New York City, and I appreciate the meeting with the president, which focused again on the 5 boroughs and whether New Yorkers could afford to live there.
By the way, being the mayor of New York City is a big deal. Absolutely. I always said, one of the things I would have loved to be someday is the mayor of New York City. Being the mayor of New York, and especially now, because I think you're at really a turning point, one way or the other. You could go great.
Who's really sad right now? Who's really sad right now? Who knows it? Oh, whose heart is breaking right now? Cuomo, Shapiro, Asmongold, Hassan. No, it's Giuliani. That Giuliani used to be Trump's best friend, his right-hand man, making phone calls and rigging shit and doing crazy stuff. And now this new New York mayor, this new New York City mayor is next to him, and they're having fun and being chummy and
or it can go in a different direction, and I think you really have a chance to make it great.
Mr. President, you said you love New York City. Mr. Mamdani, does New York City love President Trump?
New York City loves a future that is affordable, and I can tell you that there were more New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living, and I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes. One more, go ahead, 1 or 2 more, go ahead. I tell you, the press has eaten this thing up. I've had a lot of meetings with the heads of major countries, nobody cared.
He's so transparent. It's the thing I said earlier. He's getting so much heat from everybody. The happiest I've ever seen Donald Trump, I think, in the past, maybe ever, but in the past few years, it was after he did the global tariffs, and the whole world was calling his phone, was screaming at him for an interview. And he went to do that, it was some conservative fucking conference or whatever, he was so happy, and you could tell it's because he was getting so much attention. Everybody wanted to talk to him, and I think that is a big reason why he talked to Mamdani here, right? Everybody else is hating him right now. He's catching a lot of flack for the Epstein shit, and MTG and him are fighting everything else. But Mamdani, he's clouded the fuck up. It sounds like Mamdani, extended an olive branch, is glazing him up a little bit, and now he's so transparent. He's so transparent.
Heating this thing up. I've had a lot of meetings with the heads of major countries. Nobody cared. This meeting that you people have gone, outside you have hundreds of people waiting. This is just a small little group. For some reason, the press has found this to be a very interesting meeting. The biggest people in the world, they come over from countries nobody cares. But they did care about this meeting, and it was a great meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, I was going to ask you exactly that. Why do you think there's so much more, so much excitement around this than even some foreign leaders?
Because I think he's different. All right, I think he's different, and that can be in a very positive way. But I think he's different than, your typical guy, runs, wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting. Because he has a chance to really do something great for New York. New York is at a very critical point, and he does need the help of the federal government to really succeed, and we're going to be helping him. But he's different than, your average candidate. He came out of nowhere. I said he has a great campaign manager standing over there. He came out of nowhere. Would you start off at 1 or 2? And then I watched. I said, who is this guy? He was at 1, then he was at 3, then he was at 5.
I said, who is this guy? Well, no, I'm pretty sure you said to strip him of his citizenship and deport him, but... But
Then he was at 9. Then he went up to 17. I said, let's get a little bit interesting, right?
We need to revoke this guy.
And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute. I mean, it's an amazing thing that he did.
And I'll just add one thing to what the president said. Is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR and the incredible work that was done with the New Deal, and also in thinking about what it can look like when the federal government and New York City government work together to deliver on affordability. It can be transformative.
We have a great portrait of FDR that I found in the vaults that was missing for years. I found it, and I put it up. He's a Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat. And when the mayor saw that portrait, he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good. But it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of it.
He doesn't know what the New Deal is, right? He has no idea. He's just like, oh.
New Deal, I guess. And
he said, okay, I guess. Oh, no, right, he got it. Okay, that was okay. He got it. Okay, he got there.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said that you both spoke about crime. There are many police officers set to come off the rolls at the end of this year in New York City. Are you going to allow those police to be replaced with police officers, actual cops? And are you going to require that happens? Would there be some consequence if the staff
happens? But again, that's going to be ultimately the mayor's decision.
What's your answer?
Is that I look forward to delivering public safety with the NYPD, and I've said over the course of our campaign that we have the number of police officers today. They are the ones that's budgeted about 35,000 headcount. And I think the key thing is that we have to make it easier for police to focus on police work, not ask them to respond to 200,000 mental health calls a year.
So is that a reduction?
You see how the Trump dick sucks changing the view on Zoran? Well, it doesn't really matter what MAGA thinks widely about Zoran, right? I think the people at both extremes are going to be very mad about this. I think that the average MAGA probably won't care that much. Like the Fuentes and Candazones type fans are going to be real mad about this, and it'll affirm what they know of Trump, that he wasn't the white nationalist savior they wanted him to be. Although I think people like Fuentes knew that Trump was always just a useful tool, but maybe he's outlived his usefulness. And then obviously the tankies and everybody, they're either going to be mad or say Mamdani manipulated Trump, but generally tankies don't care about political effectiveness, so my guess is they would just be more mad than anything else. I don't know.
And from what you're at right now, are you committing to maintaining the same level of cops?
Yeah, Asmongold will probably like this a lot because Mamdani speaks the populist language, and retards like Asmongold will always slop that shit up literally no matter what they say.
From what you're at right now, are you committing to maintaining the same level of cops?
I've committed over the course of the campaign to maintain the 35,000. That's the headcount that we had through the campaign.
And not replace them with caseworkers, social workers?
No, I've said that's the headcount that we want. What we need to do is make sure they can focus on serious crime.
And he just retained a great police commissioner, I believe, right?
Yes, we did. Commissioner Tisch.
If the newspapers are correct.
That one they're correct about.
He retained, I think, somebody that is she's a good friend of some of the people in my family, of Ivanka, and they say she's really good, really competent, and he just retained her, so that's a good sign.
Are there still topics that you see that you're disagreeing on in the future, and do you think you'll have more meetings like this?
There will be topics that we disagree on. I think we'll probably come to a conclusion, and ultimately he'll convince me, or I'll convince him. It's for the good of New York. Ultimately, it's for the good of New York. I don't care about affiliations or parties or anything else. I want to see if this city could be unbelievable. If he could be a spectacular success, I'd be very happy.
Do you think you guys will meet more in the future too?
too.
Do you think you'll meet again in the future, throughout the administration?
I think we will. I think we will. I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting. Please.
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't. But she's out there campaigning, and you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of
She's a very capable person.
Isn't
But
that a kind of label?
you really have to ask her about that. But no, I don't particularly. I think I met with I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met.
Sorry, fuck, I wasn't listening.
Calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you
Please.
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now?
Republican
Elise
who?
Stefanik has campaigned.
I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting. Please.
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't. But she's out there campaigning, and you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of
She's a very capable person.
Isn't
But
that a kind of label?
you really have to ask her about that. But no, I don't particularly. I think I met with I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again. And I can say again, because New York was great. When I came down to Washington initially, the city was so hot. It was doing great. We were having some telltale signs of problems. We had a mayor that was not doing a great job, but still, it was moving along. And it went bad. It really went, pretty bad. And I think it's been at lower points, but it went pretty bad.
Does this help or hurt Trump's appeal with MAGA's base? They tend to react weirdly to race stuff. I feel like it's like a wash at the end of the day. I don't know how much they'll care now that the election is over. I think that the base kind of got riled up over the New York City election stuff, but it's New York City. At the end of the day, I don't know if they'll care that much. My guess is at the end of the day, it's just a wash, but it makes Trump feel good because he's finally getting some positive attention,
I think he can bring it back. Now the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than...
No, they are super Islamophobe. Maybe, kind of. I don't feel like the Islamophobia shit, it felt very manufactured to me over the Mamdani stuff. I feel like I've seen a couple politicians trying to force it, but I think that the immigration stuff, the affordability stuff, Indian H-1B related stuff is way more present in Americans' minds than fear of Islam. We're pretty far removed, I think, now from all the ISIS shit and everything else. I don't know if I feel like the average American cares that much about this at the moment.
I think he can bring it back. Now the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before, which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
You chose not to answer the question about the city.
Thank you very much.
Wow, guys.
What do you think,
Guys,
Steve?
Hold on, let me just see if I have any more video I can show you real quick. Let me just see here. Hold on, I'm going to go to the other video here.
Okay. Wait, we didn't finish this video. The very first one.
And the part of the problem is, how do you pull out some of the stuff that is real and organic and impressive? Hey, high-speed rail is impressive.
Yeah.
DeepSeek, that was a DeepSeek moment. And how much of it is non-organic that is effectively promoted, amplified, expanded by the programs to bring in these co-opted useful elite influencers to do the work for the Chinese Communist Party and their global...
Is this a YouTube channel, these people? Do we know these people? Or?
Propaganda efforts.
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating to me as someone in the West because it's like there's a binary of China commentary. It's either really, really negative commentary on China, and China's about to collapse. There are demographic issues. There are empty apartment buildings all over the country. Or it's this overwhelmingly positive version of China that also is not really rooted in reality, where you're just airbrushing various human rights abuses and, again, talking about the trains and the LED lights and everything else. And it would actually be really useful to hear more about what it's like on the ground. The post, you interviewed Jasmine's son, I think her name is.
Jasmine, yeah.
She had a really long post going around China and talking to people at tech companies. And I thought it was super interesting to hear some good and some bad about what it's like on the ground working at Chinese AI companies. But the Western influencers who are typically engaged in these trips, they just come back raving about, Huawei flip phones and whatnot. And and it just is, I guess it's depressing how many Westerners are credulous and really love that kind of content.
You can email your government, their money's good, you get a lot of views. I mean, there's a lot of incentives to do it. Jasmine, I did a podcast with Jasmine, and after a while, people just don't understand how so much of this stuff is not organic. But the fact they understand helps it be more effective. And so, I mean, it's working for China.
Yeah, well, we'll see who the next useful idiot is. I think Hassan Piker's over there for 2.5 weeks.
Can they keep him?
I'd be fine with that.
I mean, if it's so great, I mean, honestly, you should just, you can go live by the Huawei store and just go to the candy store every month when they have a new release.
I'll tell you what.
I've having done China stuff for a long time and, met some of the folks who were the original useful idiots for the Communist Party in the 40s and 50s and who got stuck in China and through the Cultural Revolution. I got no sympathy for these people.
Yeah. Well, and you also live there. And so you understand the complexity. There's good and there's bad, and presenting all of one and none of the other is just a waste of people's time at the end of the day. Not a waste of the Communist Party's time and investment. And
it works.
Clearly,
I mean, the one thing, I guess the positive is that, a lot of influencers going to the new bridges and talking about how great the new bridges are. The good news is there were no foreign influencers on the bridge to collapse.
Nothing collapsed.
Yeah.
The ones that on. Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything left to this? As someone who has a caseload with over 200 clients and fully worked up cases all the way through trial, I promise you're completely incorrect. She has 200 clients right now on her own, on her single member law firm in Texas where she's not licensed to practice. She's got a big tweet about this on her feed. Oh boy. Read your Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 26A3A. Look at argument over deponents being listed on the witness list in the McBride versus Carnival case a couple of years ago, which proves that deponents are only required to be on witness lists if they are called, such testimony used. Bro, federal rules are different than civil rules of procedure for Florida. Read your Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Look at it. Okay, bro, federal rules. Oh, same thing. Can you tell me what court this case is being heard in, Lauren? Civil court in Florida out of Miami-Dade. It's a federal court. Why does she say civil court? It's civil, but it's a federal court, which is a federal civil court where the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure apply rather than Florida Civil Rules of Procedure. No, federal and state are different, hun. I think you can use, I don't know how exactly, you can sometimes appeal to local rules. I think a local rule is the state rule, but it's a federal court. It's a federal case. She claims she filed a police report on Austin. Or maybe she might have. Anybody can file a police report for anything. Sometimes people see police report filed. I can call right now and file a police report against her if I want. Anybody can file. A police report means that you called, you talked to a cop, and they took notes on your call. That's it. That's all it means. Doesn't mean anybody's committed a crime. Doesn't mean anybody's getting arrested. Doesn't mean they're going to fucking do anything with it. They just take a report. It's okay. And that could be, and then, it could be it. They could investigate things. Yeah. Can we get a statement? Lawrence Southern. Legit, his only witness other than the bouncer who promised me to ban him? Really? That 0% chance that's true, by the way. And I know this because the bouncer was telling me that she was fucking crazy. That's why the bouncer was surprised after she ran up and started chatting with the bouncer. Before I even went off to talk to her, the bouncer's like, wait, do you know her? Okay. My law firm is in Florida, and I practice out of Texas remotely. Are you allowed to do that? You wouldn't be able to appear in any Texas court. You would have to file, you would have to get, every single client you have would have to get local counsel. No? Wouldn't it be, my law firm is in Florida, and I practice out of Florida remotely? Fuck, where's Kafka at? Who knows this for sure? I think she's on the Texas bar. Last I checked, she was not on the Texas bar. So unless she paid for her license transfer, and that happened more recently than I've checked, I don't believe so.
Zias, what's up? Here we go, baby. Fucking rip off my fucking shirt. Show you how big T really is, bitch. Fuck this dragon. This ends today, pussy. What a fucking Abyss helmet, by the way. Remember my apples? Come on! The plan is I run around this time, don't look at the enders, kill the tethers, shoot while running around, showtime, baby! Fuck? shit spawn. Dragon breath lingers. Bro, better not just get one shot here. Oh shit. What did he get out of range? I hit him! Holy shit, there's so many more towers than I thought. What the fuck? There's 1,000,000 towers!
1,000,000 towers.
Got one. I watch the ground. Come on, baby. Nice! No, I didn't.
Uh-oh. He's fine, he's fine, he's fine, he's fine, he's fine. Does he know he has to, like... Oh, no! Doesn't he have an apple? Or do golden apples not heal anymore? I don't know how long ago. That might have been removed a long time ago. They do? Oh. Okay, he's saving it, he's saving it, he's saving it for the final boss. You got it.
These fucking Ender guys! You get rage! I can't see!
Jesus.
Blocking it? Oh, his wings are hitting it back!
Uh-oh.
What's that, a cage on it? Two of them have cages!
Oh!
I gotta, like, get height. I gotta get height.
Oh no. Oh god. What is he doing? He's going.
Fuck you.
Uh-oh. Wait. Okay. He's figuring it out. There we go, there we go, there we go. Oh god. Oh no.
In a fabricated
No!
survey, 9 out of 10 dentists love Toyota's all-electric BZ. But where's doubting dentist number 10? She's gone from unsure to all smiles. one drive can change your mind. Toyota, let's go places.
My streaming network is expanding. I need talent.
Look who it is.
Demola here, CEO of Red Lobster. We love the fact that our new seafood bowl has made you so happy. That makes us happy. You cracked, you dipped, and when you asked for more options to turn up the heat, we delivered. But we're not stopping there. It's a new seafood boil flavor drop, just in time for the holidays.
Try new lemon pepper, or go wild with all flavors combined for one unforgettable experience.
You keep commenting, and we'll keep cracking. Real change, real happiness, Red Lobster.
Jake, battery's dead.
Oh! I've got light khaki, khaki and red, red and khaki and khaki khaki.
Khaki, khaki.
And I'll take the Jake.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diane.
Hi, I just received my new Discover card. It says cash back on every purchase. What's cash back?
It's new. Buy what you need, earn a little extra back.
Even on walkie-talkies, rope, and a baseball bat?
You betcha.
10 to 15 pumpkins? That works.
Absolutely.
How about flowers?
What he meant to say was flamethrower.
A what?
Bro, how long is this fucking ad break? Hello?
There's nothing like landing one of the hottest tables around at one of 10,000 Resi restaurants and getting up to $400 back annually. There's nothing like
30 seconds more, guys.
Deciding what to do after graduation was a big deal. I had lots of options. Lots of things I was looking for. Like the chance to do something important. Explore my potential. Then exceed it. Become the best version of myself.
Cool. Oh my god, he's gonna save a
Also
life.
helping others.
Oh, is that Dr. Disrespect? What the fuck?
Looking back, I made
Where
the
did he
right
get the
choice.
illegal immigrants at?
Now, I'm excited to see how far I'll go.
He's still... Okay. Did he blow up one of the caged beacon things?
Oh my god, it's gonna take me forever to mine this shit.
He got one. He's having a heart attack. Okay. Oh my god, he's doing it. Why did he do that? I don't know. Okay. Oh, because the cage is like that. You got it, he got it. Ooh, you're good, you're good.
Damage from there as well.
Oh my god. Ooh, you're good, you're good, you're good. He's got it. Oh my god. Wait, is that all of them? Or is there one more? Oh no, there's more. Oh my god. He got him, he got him, he got him. He's good, he's good. Oh, he uses golden apples. Good job.
They don't respawn, do they?
No, of course not, bro. Wait, where's he going? Oh, this motherfucker really...
I kind of go to the side, right edge right here and mine.
Okay.
Did I bring enough fucking loot? Or blocks? Plus these towers, some of these towers are huge. the tethers all down? Wait, you have tethers?
Jesus Christ.
This one. Oh, the fucking giant one.
Lauren and Darius DMing. Jesus.
Fuck!
What is he doing? Getting building materials, bro.
Is it cage? I wonder if it's not even cage. If it's not even cage, I think I can get a perch. I can put an archer's nest. I swear to God.
Yeah, guys, the game is Minecraft, okay? What do you think he's doing?
I can't render it. I have to go up. Move, you fuck!
Okay, here we go. Wait, is it already built up to here? Did he fall off before, or he tried? Okay. No, water! He's good.
I can't go up. He's gonna knock me down every time.
Okay.
Holy shit!
He's good. Easy.
Can you kill him before he gets to it? I can build an archer's staircase. I can build a big staircase leading up it.
He needs to build a pyramid, guys. Oh my god. Okay, we'll revisit this in a minute. I'm sorry, but this headline is just fucking crazy. Wait, first of all, where are my rich people at? Why not just take the train? Also, is that first class? Such amount of the people. Is this a first class seat? It doesn't look like it. So, can you tell for sure from this? I feel like he's too close to the wall for it to be first class. Like, I feel like they're usually a lot wider, but... Elaborate plot to use DC homeless people as mercenaries to invade island off Haiti lands outlands 2 men in jail. The 2 allegedly wanted to carry out violent rape fantasies after taking over Gonave Island. Washington, D.C. Homeless people and an international invasion. Oh, wait, Washington. DC homeless people, an international invasion, kidnapping, and murder. These were the center of a plot prosecutors say was thought out by two Texas men, landing them in jail and facing life in prison. Gavin Rivers Weisenberg, 21, and Tanner Christopher Thomas, 20. Were indicted by a grand jury in Texas's Eastern District on Thursday, and court documents paint a picture of the elaborate plot the two planned for almost a year to take over an island off of Haiti and fulfill violent rape fantasies. The plan went as follows. Weisenberg and Thomas allegedly wanted to recruit and hire homeless people in the D.C. area to work as mercenaries to carry out a coup d'etat on Gonave Island. Once they got to the island, they wanted to murder all of the men and turn the women and children into sex slaves, court documents say. They planned to buy a sailboat, guns, and ammunition to use in the coup. In order to make their scheme a reality, the two learned Haitian Creole. Is it Creole? Thomas enlisted in the Air Force and messaged Weisenberg on social media to tell him it would help further the plan. When he was assigned to Ramstein Air Base in Germany for his initial station, he had himself reassigned to Joint Base Andrews so that he could stay in the U.S. and be nearer to D.C., so that he could try to recruit people experiencing homelessness nearby to be part of their army, according to court documents. Meanwhile, Weisenberg enrolled in the North Texas Fire Academy to train in command and control protocols, skills he would need, court documents say, for the armed coup. He failed out of the school 6 months later. 2 weeks after being dismissed from the school, he flew to Thailand. There, he planned to enroll in a sailing school to learn how to use the boat they planned to buy to get to Gonave Island, court documents say, but the school was too expensive and he did not end up enrolling. Both of them also apparently made specific operational and logistical plans, court documents say. At some point in the process, they also allegedly coerced a minor to be in child pornography that they filmed. Why? This week, Weisenberg and Thomas were charged federally with conspiracy to murder, maim, or kidnap in a foreign country and production of child pornography. If convicted of the first charge, they face up to life in prison, and if convicted of the second charge, they face between 15 and 30 years in prison. Gonave Island is controlled by Haiti and is the largest island off the country with population estimates between 85,000 and 100,000 residents. Wait, did he blow up the thing?
Well, I can't even see it from here, man. Oh!
He's mastered Enderman combat. Look at him. He's got him. Easy. Oh, he's running out of pork chops, though. Uh-oh. Does he have more food in his inventory? Oh, shit. He's going to run out of food. You're fine. You're fine. You're good. You're good. Wait, what's he doing? He
Can't even see it now. Wait, is it down? Wait, I think I hit it.
Okay.
Oh my god, I sniped it! Come on, motherfucker!
Oh my god, he's doing it.
Come on. $70 arrows?
Easy. He's got it. Oh, wait. Why are you counting down? I thought he said 70. Did he say 17? I heard 70. Okay. It's retard in chat.
They're fucking urchins.
He's got 10 chops. He's good. Bro, you're never hitting this guy. Why? Oh, you got him once. Twice. Oh, he's trying to land. Can you shoot him in the face while he's landed? Or no? Can you not shoot him at all while he's landed? No? Yes, you can. No? No? You can hit it. You have to melee. Oh, he doesn't know that, maybe. Or he doesn't want to risk it. Uh-oh. Woo. Okay.
Nice. Keeps flying over this fucking tower, though.
Wait. Is that a beacon that's alive over there? Or what do you call them? I don't know if they're beacons or tethers or what. No? Okay. And crystal. Oh! Oh! Oh.
What? He went through that building.
Can you still go into the end and the dragon spawns just like sweeps you off the entire world? Is that like a thing that still happens, or does it not do that anymore?
Almost halfway. Let's go. What a shot!
Careful.
Only got 39 arrows left.
Uh-oh. That's actually, he's not on a good track right now. He needs to hit more of his shots. Because he's used almost half his arrows and he doesn't even have it at half HP. Just barely.
Oh my god, we're making them fucking count.
Okay, okay, okay. Oh, he's fine. Okay. 8 chops left. He's good.
What a shot!
Okay. 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 Careful. How many arrows do you have left? Oh man. Who's keeping track? I think he's gonna run out. He has to. Uh-oh. Ooh, I think he's gonna run out.
18 arrows. Oh!
Uh-oh. He has to learn how to melee it or whatever. There's no way. Maybe if he hits every single shot, it'll kill him?
No! We're making his tail here.
Oh, okay. If he figures out the sword.
No!
Oh. Oh no! Triple ender aggro. Oh no! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, he's good. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's got it. He's got it. Easy, 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 easy. He's got it. He's got it. He's got it. Oh. Oh no! No, he's aggro more! Stop! Oh! He's got it. Oh! Okay, okay. Chop, eat it.
Oh my god.
God gamer, God gamer, God gamer, God gamer, God gamer, God gamer.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, he still had to use his apple? He almost cleared the area. Wait, do Endermen not respawn here? They must, right? Uh-oh. They do respawn.
That's shot!
Uh-oh. He's going for it. Oh my god, he's going for a tail hit. He's going for it. Oh. 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 Oh, he learned a melee. Oh my god. Hello? Wait, why is he running? Am I missing something? What? Fake drama. He's building fake drama. Oh. Oh! No! Oh!
Oh my god.
Easy. He's fine. 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 Not even close! He's good. 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 Wait, did one of his armor pieces just break? Did I just hear that? Oh, no, he's good.
Holy shit!
Oh, the shield broke. Wait. Oh, did he put on a new shield? Oh, maybe, okay. What is it, the golden apples? He's saving it for phase 2.
Please just land! Land! Land!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Come on!
Wow, what a king.
Done?
What a god.
What'd I fucking say? What'd I say? What did I say? I said I get back, I get it back in fucking blood, bitch! I put my size 17 shoe right on his skull!
Nice, okay. What is this? Keep your receipts. Tech firms told to prepare for possible tariff refunds. What? Now we're going to refund parts of tariffs? Or... Okay.
Now I'm in New York.
Oh, if the Supreme Court overturns it.
Live from Washington, D.C. That's what we just watched. Now I'm in New York City. We were watching that press conference. I think J.D. Vance is jealous. I think the president wants to use him as a running mate. They really got along fantastic. Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade, lucky enough to fill in for Will Kane. You just saw it, President Trump and New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. So there you go, live from Washington.
Judge dismisses charges against two people accused of ramming vehicle of federal agents conducting Chicago immigration sweeps. The DOJ asked the judge to drop the charges. Uh-oh. This is the lady they accused of ramming them with her car. She was the one who got shot 5 times. Parente told reporters that Martinez didn't deserve to be shot, and they're going to work on getting her justice, but for now are thankful that the prosecutors did the right thing. Are these real memes, or is this, like, exaggerated? Usha Vance minus a wedding ring yesterday at Camp Lejeune. Does she, like, sometimes not wear one, or... Oh, my God. Vance is getting with the Kirkster. With the Kirkster's wife, Miss Kirk. Lower in the thread, he says she is always wearing it. Who, the Adam Parkomenko guy? Your interest in her jewelry is weird, bro. So mad. I hate this worm. The Ben Shapiro.
Vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Okay, so this pissed off President Trump, I think kind of justifiably, because the implication is that President Trump is routinely giving illegal orders, which of course is not true. Well, that then caused the President of the United States to put out a statement on Truth Social in which he said that these lawmakers were guilty of what he called, quote, seditious behavior punishable by death. Which, I mean...
Well, I mean, strictly speaking, like... I mean, what Trump is saying, strictly speaking, is true. And even though the lawmakers didn't actually tell anybody to violate any lawful orders, I mean, like, they kind of implied that Trump was giving unlawful orders, so that would mean that they were implying that they should ignore unlawful orders because the lawful orders are, they think they're unlawful. It's like, what? Like, all of the charity in the universe given to Trump, nothing to anybody. It's like such a stupid fucking double standard.
Is that true? No. I mean, no. There's not. Which, I mean, is that true? No. I mean, no. There's not a court in America that could convict them of seditious behavior punishable by death. Right? That is actually not seditious behavior punishable by death. You may say that it is seditious behavior, but saying it's punishable by death means like a legal violation. They would have to go to trial. You'd have to make the claim that they were actually inciting treason against the government. Hey, by the way.
Oh, good job. Never mind. Wow, he sees the writing on the walls. Or the swastika on the walls, I guess.
Unlawfully failing to follow an order is not, in fact, punishable by death, even in the United States military. He wrote, quote, each one of these traitors to our country should be arrested and put on trial. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. An example must be set. Now, here's the thing about President Trump. We're all used to this by now. Are we going back to 2017 when everybody just went nuts with their hair on fire about the crap that he was putting on, at that time, X, or what was called Twitter at the time? Like, we've done this before. These sort of bizarre news cycles where Trump says something that is uncalibrated, to say the least, and then everybody runs around like a chicken with their head cut off.
Uncalibrated.
Can we just point out, Trump is not actual. I understand that now we're doing the reverse, right? Democrats are going to read that comment. They're going to say, he is literally calling for them to be arrested and put on trial and executed. And if you read the language, that is literally what he is calling for. And then there's the reality, which is Trump is not going to do any of that stuff, which we all know, obviously. But Caroline Leavitt was
Laura Loomer has been raging about Mamdani. Oh, I think we have seen this a long time ago. His COVID-19 freak out.
And I don't care what fucking party you are, and I don't care if you're a fucking Democrat or Republican, if you fucking sit up there and there's a fucking pandemic going on, and you're deciding what to fucking do based on jack shit, and you're not listening to science, and you're just a crazy person ranting and raving, using your whims to decide what to do. I don't care what the fuck you say you're doing. That is bullshit, and that's gonna, and I will never support that. I don't care whether you're a Democrat or you're a Republican. You have a jackass who knows nothing, who's basing his decisions on nothing. It's not about the policies, it's how he's choosing the policies. And he is choosing these policies based on jack shit.
Jesus. Oh, 60 minutes. That's a lot of minutes. Thank you, House MD channel. Stable Ronaldo just lost $2,000 in under 2 minutes after playing blackjack for the first time at a casino in Vegas.
Well, let's start with 200. 200. 5 against a 3. I'm a hit. Yeah, hit.
I need a hand signal.
What's the hand signal? It's my first time. Hit.
9.
Hit.
17.
Stand. 13. Oh, of course. Okay.
Got him.
Get you.
If you're not sure, you can always ask. I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you what the book says.
All right. I'm gonna do another 200. Let's just do it smart. Yeah. King. Oh man, that's a stand.
19, easy.
10. Oh, okay. You got another 20. Okay. That's how they get you usually. All right, let's do another 200. Why not? Another 200. 7, 9. I got a hit. Hit.
19.
Oh, he's got that one. Easy.
Oh, another 20. That's how they get you. Okay. I'll do 200 more. Yeah, let's do 200 more. Oh, would you look at that? I have an
18
against a 10. They have a 10 again. I'm going to stand this one.
Easy, easy. He's got this one.
Oh, a 19. They beat me by 1. Okay.
Try 2 hands if it's not what you
I'll try 2 hands. You're right. 400. Yes.
Wait, did she suggest that?
Oh, I'll try 2 hands. This one. Let's see what they get. They get. Oh, a 19. They beat me by 1. Okay.
Try 2 hands if it's not what you
I'll try 2 hands. You're right. 400, yes. That's good. Oh, I stole you. What did you get? What did you end up getting? Oh, you got the 10 somehow again.
Oh my goodness, no.
Does he have two mics set up for this IRL stream? Is this in stereo?
That didn't work either.
Oh, okay, so you told me to do 2 hands, and and you get a blackjack.
I recommend it.
Nice. Crazy.
Of course, yeah, of course. Let's do 500. Let's do 500.
She's wrecking him.
Let's go! A 2 and a 10. What'd you get? Another 10? Oh, another blackjack. Okay. Let's do.
The camera mic is stereo. Doesn't that mean there have to be 2 mics?
Just let you know what they're saying. Let's go! I lost. 100.
Wait.
Stand. 14. Oh my god.
I can't believe what I just watched in the last.
Jesus, don't buy a lottery ticket.
Well, like I said, someone emailed us and we took our time vetting this tip. We vetted it across multiple government agencies.
Multiple?
And to really the highest levels of government. So this is legit. I've printed it out and I'm going to read around some parts, removing some parts to provide this individual, who, by the way, I have no idea who this is, but to give him and her even some more coverage. They're taking a tremendous risk. So I'm just going to read this to you guys. Candace, I'm aware that you suspect the government and other entities are involved in the events leading up to and on September 10th. You might have been wondering why SUBTT made so many visits to Wilmington, Delaware, out of all places, and I can personally answer that. The information I'm giving you will implicate the FBI and various other government agencies all at the same time. I am entirely confident in stating that the plane and those vehicles are connected to 920 North King Street, which is at a place that is marketed also as 1 Rodney Square. And here's where it gets big. In June of 1997, the Department of Justice's own directory lists, quote, Wilmington Residence Office, 1 Rodney Square, Suite 404, 920 King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. That is your line to know that it is a federal resident office, 920 North King Street. And at the same address, the United States Secret Service, 920 North King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. It's the building that Snowden leaked. Find one that makes it look brown and then compare it to 920 North King Street in Wilmington. It looks exactly like a mini version of the thing. Back to 920 North King Street, 920 North King Street. That 920 North King Street is also the FBI. Federal SUVs move from that airport to 920 North King Street. 920 North King Street has been a federal residence office since at least 1997, and today it houses the DEA, the FBI, and the United States Secret Service, all at the same address. Wilmington is undeniably a terminal point, and the only logical reason points to 920 North King Street. I read this, checked it, verified it. 1 Rodney Square, 920 King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. I am passing this to you because you are honest enough to see this for what it is.
No!
So,
verified it, by the way.
Like I said, someone emailed us.
Candace Owens appears to have been pranked on air by a tip. In yesterday's episode, Candace read out an email from someone claiming to have inside knowledge about why her Egyptian plane landed in Delaware. The tip said all directions point to the address, 1 Rodney Square, 920 North King Street, Wilmington, DE, Delaware, 19801, which just happens to be the address of Candace Owens' lawyer. But she verified it with multiple government agencies. Well, hold on. You guys are just assuming that, like, this isn't true. But what if her lawyer is in on it? That's just how deep the rabbit hole goes. True.
This is my book club. Okay. The one safe place is my book club. Okay. I'm like, we're real, like, you know, we're ratchet in the book club. I say whatever, but they clipped it. This is Nathan Livingstone. This guy, Milk Bar TV. I was like, you're getting hit with a copyright strike, my friend. Okay. Proud of myself. Hit him with a copyright strike. They sent undercover operatives to sign up for my private book club that I kept on Tuesday. And then they took out a clip of that book club, from that book club, and accused me of accusing Erica of murdering her husband. I mean, they manufactured that claim out of thin air. And then they made it go viral. They sent it out to all the right people. Steven Crowder, right? Everyone suddenly making videos saying that because I said he was betrayed by everyone, obviously what I meant was Erica Kirk murdered her husband. And this was all happening because I mentioned the Egyptian plane. I am certain of it. The one safe place is my book club.
Jesus. She's been infiltrated.
Of the year. We changed presidents at the beginning of the year.
We did.
And the guy who moved into the White House said that he was going to fix it. Several times he said it would be easy.
Absolutely.
Has he fixed it?
Absolutely not. I'm definitely waiting for him to fix it.
Jones is a 3-time Trump voter, but she says he has simply failed to keep his promise to lower the cost of living.
I'm very let down by that. Very, very let down because I feel like it's only gotten worse.
That's crazy.
You're not
Uh-oh.
like
That's
a
my slap.
retard. You're not going to charge any of them for sedition. You're not going to hang anybody. So why even say it? If you're going to say this, again, Lyndon Johnson, okay? A lot of people say he was involved with JFK getting killed, all right? You know what he said?
What?
Only a fool tells a man what he's going to do before he does it.
Wow.
And I thought to myself, maybe we had a real one in the White House whenever we had those Iran bombings. Whenever Trump came out and said it already happened. And I said, okay, all right, maybe we got a real one in here. He was a psychopath? Exactly, that's what I wanted. That was my whole point. What do you think? You need somebody like that. You want to have somebody like that on your side? I do. Absolutely. I want to have somebody that's fucking nuts. I want to have somebody that's willing to do anything, man. Absolutely. Because if you don't have that...
Willing to do anything. Takes every single order, Israel says. What the fuck is he talking about?
You're going to lose to the people that do. I want to have...
He'll do anything. Another $2 billion to Israel, please.
A extremely high-functioning person who's basically a psycho. Yeah, absolutely. Because
he'll do fucking anything. Attacks another one of Israel's sworn enemies.
if you don't, you're going to get run over by the people that are. Dick Cheney? No, he's just trying to make money. That bald-ass bitch shot his fucking friend. He shot his fucking friend when they were hunting. He didn't know a damn thing. And so, no, we want a walking nuke. Yeah, exactly. You got to have a crazy motherfucker on your side. Yes. We got plenty more time to see Psycho. We got 3 years. No, we got 8 years before this. And he hasn't done anything super crazy. And so Hillary Clinton still never even got arrested, man. Years? No, we got 8 years before this. And yeah, exactly. You got to have a crazy motherfucker on your side. Yes. We got plenty more time to see Psycho. We got 3 years. No, we got 8 years before this. And he hasn't done anything super crazy. And so Hillary Clinton still never even got arrested, man. I'm not about it at all. So yeah, it's disappointing because this is the stuff that Democrats will bring up indefinitely about Republicans pushing violence, and they won't be wrong. That's the problem. Is they'll misinterpret and misrepresent 50 things, but they'll be right about this one thing, like they were with January 6th, for example, and it makes Republicans and conservatives look like really violent retards. And again, it's because of Trump. The majority of these bad fuck up things that have happened are because of Trump. Trump did these, and I find it to be extremely frustrating. I'll tell you that. So yeah, the reason why she wasn't arrested is there's no space for lizards, no space for
casting his lot in with the Owens Fuentes crowd.
Look at this number, 40.
I hate this motherfucker because he's always giving me bad news, okay? I don't know who this guy is. He's like that New York Times needle, but always worse. Can we get some good news? I don't know who this guy is. Fuck this guy.
Trump's net approval rating with independents. Back in January, he was close to even. He was at -4 points. Not great, but not terrible. Look at this number, 43
That's
points.
good. We take that.
Underwater with independents in the most recent average of these polls. When you have 43 points underwater with independents, you know you're doing terribly. You can't win with this. If this holds for next year's midterm election, wave adios amigos, goodbye. See you later to that House Republican majority and that Senate Republican majority very much in danger as well. When you take a look at the Pew Research validated voter survey going back to last year, he was basically even among independents with Kamala Harris. Now he is 43 points underwater. Whatever he is doing with independents, it ain't working. They despise him at this point.
That is just a colossal drop.
Oh, my God. It's a 40-point move.
Okay, that's a...
Independents. Trump's net approval rating with independents.
Listen again.
Back in January, he was close to even. He was at -4 points. Not great, but not terrible. Look at this number. 3 points underwater with independents in the most recent average of these polls. When you are 43 points underwater with independents, you know you're doing terribly. You can't win with this. If this holds for next year's midterm election, wave adios, amigos. Goodbye. See you later.
More evidence that the Trump-Witkoff peace plan for Ukraine came straight from the Russians. It uses Russian syntax. The third point of the 28-point plan reads, it is expected that Russia will not invade. It is expected is a clunky, passive construction in English. The Russian version makes more sense and is a familiar verb form. That's kind of true. I don't think you would ever put this in like an agreement either, right? You will not do this, or we agree not to do this. I don't think you would ever make negotiation and be like, it is expected that you will, like, that is kind of, I don't know if you would use this for in ordinary English treaties or whatever, but other Russianisms that appear to have crept into the text include some words, ambiguities, and to enshrine. The White House has acknowledged Kirill Dmitriev, Vladimir Putin's envoy, wrote the proposal together with Donald Trump's special representative Steve Witkoff. The pair hammered out the text during a meeting in Miami. What? Where? Oh, shall might be as well. Russia shall not invade, or Russia, yeah. Ukraine and its European partners were excluded from the drafting process. Wow. Bro. I watched this morning.
Whatever his name was?
Charlie Kirk, ma'am?
Yeah, him is horrible. Horrible.
Charlie Kirk is horrible?
Yes, I'm glad he's not here.
You're glad he's dead?
Yes.
Why would you say something like that, ma'am?
Because he was horrible on the campuses, the college campuses. Horrible person.
You know what? I do the exact same thing.
Well,
would you be glad if I would die?
Maybe. I'd have to think about it.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Your friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
This woman kills it.
What?
Of
You
yourself.
should be ashamed of yourself.
Your friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
I think we need to. What?
All right. It is meme time, maybe? I don't know if I care. Do I care? We might care. Content warning. Sexual assault, sexual harassment, grooming, abusive. While in the community, Shay has committed reprehensible acts, while including grooming multiple fans and assaulting their now ex-partner. They are an active danger to the community. Please read. What is this? Who are these people? Undertale leader, board, moderator, / strat finder, / former runner, tournament organizer, math enthusiast. That's the account posting this. Delta slop? Delta ruin? This can't be right. Hold on. What the 262 pages? We, a collective group of Shay's victims and former friends, accuse Shay of actions including, but not limited to, sexual assault, sexual harassment, grooming, orbiting fans until they're of legal age, sexual coercion, and abuse. We are releasing this document because we feel that Shay's actions pose a present and extreme safety risk to the community, such that people need to be aware to protect themselves. In this document, you will find a collection of our stories, statements, and supporting evidence to these accusations. This is like a fucking UN report. Oh, shit. Shea himself has already admitted to the actions detailed in the testimonies from Anonymous Number 1, Azureth, Anonymous Number 3, and Willie J. to the victims themselves in private. This document contains testimonies of events that have taken place as recently as the past week and traumatic events that the victims are processing for the first time. While we recognize the importance of timelines and have done our best to compile this document quickly, we have chosen to prioritize the safety of the victims such that they can process what was done to them without the needless cruelty of forcing them to tell their stories to us, let alone to the public before they were ready. Frankly, even just the sheer amount of corroborating accounts that were shared with us just over the past few days made it impossible to release a statement that would be and remain sufficiently comprehensive any sooner. We hope you can understand that no amount of pressure to make a statement was going to force us to jeopardize the well-being of the victims, and that anything but the full truth would be unfairly reductive to those of us who wish to have our stories heard. We are not a professional PR firm. We are a group of people who have been deeply hurt, taken advantage of, abused, and betrayed. We are people with private lives that now have to contend with sharing our negative experiences out to the public because Shea's inappropriate patterns of behavior have continued and worsened far beyond what constitutes drama. We implore you to read this document in full, all 262 pages of it, and humbly ask for your patience and empathy as we bare our hearts to you. Yeah, let's get some tunes. Additional context needed to understand the context document can be found below. People who have chosen to publish their testimonies anonymously have had arbitrary names, colors, and numbers assigned. These are consistent throughout all text and screenshots. Many of these statements will mention hashtag trusted or hashtag event Discord channel. This refers to the channels in Shea's server, Frog Family, that only those with the idiot or moderator roles have access to. The role idiot was typically given only to close friends of Shea or those who were close with many in the group. It's important to note that much of the behavior described in this document has been brought to Shea's attention repeatedly. The information gathered was collected in pieces from multiple people, who all initially believed these were isolated incidents. Though this will be obvious based on the content shared here, Shea has had no part in writing this document and has not seen the vast majority of its contents prior to it being shared with the general public. Oh, man. Star smiley. Trigger warning. This document contains descriptions of sexual assault. Not Undertale. Well, I thought this was a Deltarune drama, not Undertale, no? So it's the Deltarune soundtrack. I've been Shea's partner for the last 5 to 6 years. Oh, no. There's an important part of this relationship you need to understand going into all this. I identify as asexual. No. Oh, boy. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And I'm not interested in doing anything sexual with anyone. Shea was aware of this and generally respected that throughout the relationship. I understood that they needed a sexual outlet and agreed that they could have sexual contact with others. I did not request that they tell me who it was with or when it happened, but I will go into how it was handled poorly. Wow. At the beginning of November 2025, so what, 5 years into the relationship, 6 years into the relationship, Shea and I were lounging on our bed in the main bedroom. We started cuddling, and suddenly, they laid a hand on my crotch and started rubbing it without asking. This has never happened before, and I froze. Freeze response. You probably got CPTSD from that. They did it for a minute or so before saying, "So you really don't feel anything, huh? That's crazy," before laughing and pulling away. I did not give consent for them to do this, which makes it sexual assault. I am also asexual, and I felt disrespected in my identity that they felt they had to test whether I was asexual or not. As I mentioned previously, I agreed that they could have sexual contact with others, and did not specify that they had to tell me when it happened or who it was with. I did not expect them to be having this behavior with nearly 20 people nearly constantly throughout the entire relationship. What does it matter? You literally just said... Furthermore, they have reassured others that they did in fact ask for my permission for those specific encounters to happen, which they did not. They were going off the original agreement, which was years old at this point. These people were led to believe Shay was telling me about this when it happened, and have said that it would not have participated if they knew I didn't know. They would also intentionally invite people over while I was away from the house for the purpose of acting sexually with them, and again, not tell me what happened while I was away. Isn't that what the agreement was? He didn't update his sex contract with his asexual girlfriend? Oh no. Oh no. I want to note that when I left the house with Shay to go back to my parents, I did so in secret. I was afraid they would try to prevent me from leaving. They later called my mom and confirmed that they would have tried to stop me from leaving if they knew. Who was they? Wait, what? I left the house with Shay. Oh, like Shay's house. I thought, so not, they're not saying that like her and Shay left the house, but they left the house that had Shay in it to go back to his parents. Okay. Or her parents. Shay's they? Jesus, okay. Of course they are. The last bit of this section is that we actually broke up briefly in April 2020. They were flirting with two of my friends, and as good friends, they came to me and told me. Shay promptly broke up with me and got with another person, which lasted for a few months, before coming back and saying they wanted to try a relationship again. That should have been my first red flag. The rest of this document is relatively minor in comparison to these instances. Oh, the rest of it, what? Sorry. Okay. For our financial situation, they made about $250K per year, while I made about $38K. Despite this, they would routinely ask me to foot the bill for our GDQ trips, which was about $1,500 for the hotel room for the week. Only once or twice did they ever split the bill with me for the past 5 years. Why? Did you ask them or did you talk about it, or? Another important aspect of our relationship is that I am severely depressed and struggle with suicidal thoughts, of course. I would often vent on my alt account about these thoughts. Shay usually never reached out to me regarding these instances privately and rarely commented on these posts. I do not know if they just did not see them or were actively avoiding addressing them. You may ask why I didn't vent to Shay directly, but as part of my depression, I struggled with reaching out to people one-on-one about these issues, not wanting to feel like a burden. The lack of care shown did not help. I can't believe that you didn't reach out to me about my suicidal feelings that I was posting on my secret Twitter account that I never told you about. Something noteworthy while they were at GDQs is that while we were hanging out alone, they would often suddenly go, "I'm going to hang out with X, see you later," without inviting me. I'd understand if I didn't know the person, but this was usually with mutual friend groups, who I'd ask an hour later if I can join them. There were times I'd go to sleep, not knowing where they were or who they were with, Shay. As far as our living situation went, issues arose almost immediately. I quickly became the person to do everything around the house: laundry, grocery shopping, taking care of the garbage, dishwashing, and general cleaning. Oh, they're doing the thing! Wait, who was the last person the girl who named all the chores? General cleaning. Isn't that taking care of the garbage, dishwashing? Like, the only thing they did themselves was vacuuming. What? Which was only once during the entire 2.5 months I was there. The music person? Brad Taste's girlfriend, that's it. During the times we ate together, we usually did not talk. They were too busy on their phone. I chalked it up to being an extremely busy person, but considering how often they were interacting sexually with people, the chances are high that they were doing it instead. Why are you just venting every fucking relationship problem? What? I should note that they seem to have a severe social media addiction. They were constantly on their phone or computer. I remember a few instances of them asking about eating, and then they'd stay glued to their phone for 2 hours. I'd remind them a few times they were getting food, just to get a, yeah, 1 second, and another half hour of scrolling. After we ate, they generally went to their office, even if they were not streaming that day, until 2 a.m. They would come to bed and generally immediately get on their laptop to continue scrolling before going to sleep. It's very rare we actually interact with each other throughout the day. Another minor thing I want to note is that they left their trash laying around. They would be up to 10 empty cans. There would be up to 10 empty cans of soda sitting on the computer, along with boxes of empty soda containers. I thought you were in charge of general cleaning. How did that many cans build up? Was it in one day? What? This is so retarded. Crush this guy's balls. True. They would also tend to leave glasses and silverware sitting around, despite us having a dishwasher. The glasses would be covering the counter and sink. When I would go away and come back after a few days, there was usually silverware with crusted food sitting in the sink. I had to be the one to put it in the dishwasher, despite never actually using one before. I originally cleaned them by hand before learning how to use it. The last thing I wanted to mention is related to financial decisions. I have a 2011 Sentra, and they had a 3-year-old Camaro. Despite this, they traded in the Camaro and then spent $100K on a Corvette. Damn, how expensive was their Corvette that they traded in a Camaro and had to put $100K in it? What? I recently got into an accident and busted the front of my car. They stated that they wanted to wait on getting me a new car since they had just bought their Corvette. They didn't even buy you a new car immediately? Oh my God. Oh my God. On top of this, it appears that they were regularly helping out friends financially, such as flying them to GDQ, helping them with groceries, etc. While I'm glad they did, it's notable that they usually didn't offer to help me in any way with my finances, especially in the case with my car, which had obvious damages, but when was potentially a danger to drive. What does that even mean? Potentially a danger to drive? Did the bumper fall off? Was it just a scuff? Or they can't even say for sure it was a danger to drive. It shows a consistent pattern of behavior that routinely disrespects and invalidates me. I thought some of this behavior as endearing through rose-tinted glasses, but putting all of this together and hearing about the experiences of my friends, I can no longer turn a blind eye to the fact that they did not seem to care about me in the same way that I did them. Oh my God. Hold on. I gotta shit talk. One second. Get some 5 laughing emojis and let's fucking go! I will admit, because of this and the previous breakup, I had a strong fear that they would leave me. Oh no. I loved them dearly and did not know what I would do if they left me. I lived with them after all. For free, by the way. I assumed a lot of it was based on me being insecure rather than the problems they were causing, and forced myself to accept these aspects and behaviors from them. That is why I did not say anything or stand up for myself, although I really should have. All of this is very complicated for me. As I'm writing this, I'm still not sure the situation is fully set in for me. Someone I thought I'd spend the rest of my life with is suddenly revealed to be doing terrible things to the people I love. Okay. Wow. All right. The comments on the latest vid. Wait, is this the person?
You've probably been told at some point that Undertale and Deltarune are heavily inspired.
Shay, that's them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. For a game about morals, you learned nothing. Okay. Note, the timestamps are in GMT because I put this together while on vacation in England. This is 6 hours ahead of my usual time zone. This was rushed out because of how stressful it was to try putting this together, all while the public on Twitter, Blue Sky, Discord was speculating and harassing other victims in the interest of chasing the drama instead of respecting our safety and well-being. Okay. I'm Aspen/Aspenect. I was friends with Shay for a few years starting in early 2022. To contextualize my age throughout the rest of this document, I was born late November 2004, so I was a few months into being 17 at this point. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. At the time, I was significantly less experienced with dealing with my anxiety and struggle with my mental health. And at the time, Shay was one of the people that I would talk to about these things. At the time, they were very willing to converse and support me, talking me through a breakdown on multiple occasions. At times, I would give compliments, calling them cute primarily, but things in that vein. They reciprocated these thoughts in a way that was, in hindsight, not appropriate given my age, 17, and theirs, 22! Unbelievable. Fun fact, you're cute. Smiley face. Takes one to know one? It's basically rape. Shut. No, I don't think I will. You bitch. Hope you're having a good night. Also, I'm a very complimenting person, so prepare yourself. The real kicker of this conversation is when I was talking about worrying about not passing while wearing a dress, and they took what was meant to be a comment about how I was insecure about my shoulders to be about my gawk? Entirely unprompted. Is that girl cock? How did I never know about the slang term? Oh my god. Gawk? Okay. LOL, yeah, I like skirts. Dresses kind of scare me. I unfortunately can't really pass in a dress. I mean, I think you pass just fine enough without anything special. Unfortunately, dresses kind of expose the more giveaway traits. What? People can appreciate some gawk? Well, I mean, I guess it depends on... Wait. Why would you assume that a dress giving away traits necessarily means your shoulder? You can wear dresses. There are dresses that cover your shoulders. What? What? That wasn't what I meant, but that too, I guess. What else was that supposed to be referring to, LOL? I was thinking about my shoulders, LOL. Maybe they mean wide shoulders? Well, sure, that's... Maybe I'm just mind rotted? I don't know. That's not where my brain would go, whatever. Later in the same conversation, they commented on my NFTs, which as far as myself or anyone else can figure out, is nice fucking tits. And that I look cute, and that my then partner is VVV lucky. To a certain extent, you could argue this is reassurance, but the comments about my penis and breasts are unsavory at best. I mean, I'm looking at that first photo you sent me, and nothing about that screams, these shoulders do not look like a woman's, and that has bare shoulders. Not sure how long you've been on HRT, but I mean, in my opinion, I think you already passed really well. I don't know how anybody would look at the picture, think otherwise. LOL, you even got some NFTs in there. What, think I couldn't handle it? I mean, you do look really cute in this. Like I said, your partner is VVV lucky. What was their response to this? Hold on. Try not to get one guide. If your proportions are fucked and you have really bad measurements, certain outfits will make you stand out really poorly. Yes. No fucking shit. I don't know why you are typing that comment in chat. I don't know if that has anything to do with what we're talking about here, but thank you. Okay. That's okay. These are the most innocuous, flirty messages I've ever seen. It's hard to say without seeing more messages. It's a hard conversation, I guess, subject matter, because like if you're trying to reassure someone they're passing, like secondary sexual characteristics are a thing that are probably going to come up, like especially boobs. So like it's hard to I need to see more, like NFTs for nice fucking I've never even seen this abbreviation where there's no like emojis or anything, so these look like your DMs. Oof, you are 1,000,000,000,000% a virgin if you think these look anything like my DMs. My DMs are 1,000,000,000 times flirtier. My DMs would be like, how the fuck do you think you don't pass? Like I would bust all over those big fucking titties. 1,000,000%, 50 million drool emojis. This is like barely flirting. This is I would argue this is ambiguous as fuck. She's 17? Yeah, if I was 17, I meant. If I was talking to another adult. This could be a green flag or it could be a red flag, depending on how it comes up. But generally, referencing partners is usually a green flag, depending on the prior conversation, because it means that the person is acknowledging your relationship. They're not uncomfortable or upset talking about your partner, which usually means they're not trying to split you off of them and they don't have weird feelings about them. You do look really cute in this. Like I said, your partner is very lucky, but nothing direct here, but a couple instances of them being a bit too concerned about being canceled in a way that seems to be foreshadowing something. What? If I made that joke, is my platform big enough to get canceled for queerbaiting or whatever, or do I have to get 1 million subscribers first? Oh no, don't compliment me anything but that, haha. I feed out compliments lately. Honestly, I'm very confident in myself, but it's okay. I'll use my power responsibly. Additionally, very clear early on that they were willing to objectify their friends and fans so far as they say they revel in their simps. Why would they deny it? I'm fucking hot. So true. Why do you think I have so many simps? Yawning face? Charisma? Sure. Not that I mind having simps, of course. I mean, I sort of revel in it at this point. Wait, what part of this is objectifying their friends and fans? Or is there more? What? The rape thread is on the next page, bro. Keep going. Don't worry, we're getting there. On June 26, 2022, during SGDQ, which we were both attending, they sent a suggestive image of them shirtless. To the best of my ability to discern the context, this was while we were sitting on a bed next to each other in the same room IRL. But regardless of context, weird thing to send a 17-year-old. Image not attached for privacy reasons, and for your sake reading this, there was no context to this being sent. It was in the middle of a series of messages that were just spamming funny Discord stickers at each other. As I approached 18 years old, they started complimenting me and calling me cute more and more. The worst of this is on Snapchat, which I unfortunately can't supply more than this screenshot I had in my camera roll, because I don't have Snapchat anymore, but these are all as I was approaching 18 years old at the end of November. Cute. Good morning, cutie. You look great. You look so good. OML, what is that, on my life? Sheesh, thank you. Cute. These are definitely more flirty. But unless he says, or they, whatever the fuck, say these things to like all of their friends, maybe? I guess I'd have to see more back and forth. But these look more flirty. But after I turned 18, their demeanor towards me immediately changed to be significantly more overtly flirtatious. I hope you're doing well. I am. I'm glad. Kitty face. You deserve it. Cutie. Oh, so adorable. I want a head pat. Good boy. Uh-oh. Now we're in the... Oh, well, I guess they're 18 now, but... Oh, no, wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait. I'm sorry. I read these backwards. Wait, that's the other person typing. Or wait. Am I wrong? Wait. I just mindfucked myself. Wait. After I turned 18, their demeanor towards me immediately changed to be significantly more overtly flirtatious. I'm sorry. Aspen is the one who's the victim, right? They said? They're being significantly more flirtatious? So I would have to see more DMs, but this, not to be mean, I would say kind of looks like a letdown, or they're just not like just putting like just the emote thing is like. Oh, actually, it is. No, actually, it is. I'm sorry. I just saw through the matrix. I bet that they weren't talking for a while, because that's what this message looks like. Hope you're doing well. Like, that's like a catch-up message. And they're like, I am. Ooh, no follow-up. Nothing else. I'm glad. You deserve it. Single emoji response. Cutie. Another emoji response. No counter compliment. So adorable. I want a head pat. Another set of emoji responses. Nothing reciprocated. Good boy. 4 emoji response. Okay. Additionally, within the same conversation, they accepted my advancement to talking about kissing platonically. But more importantly, this was the first time we talked about Star Smiley, their then partner, boundaries about flirting with and being sexual with other people. They were, for several years, in a monogamous relationship in which they stated that Star said she was okay with them to engage in these relations with other people, but she later clarified they never communicated properly about this. Next time I see you, I'm going to give you a huge hug. That would be nice. And I don't know what you're comfy with, but you've mentioned platonic kissing, I think. I did mention that. Hi, I love platonic kissing. Good to know. Oh, this person is so autistic, bro. Did Shay end up doing anything to this person? The Shay person is communicating a lot of disinterest. This is a not interested response. Oh, God. I love platonic kissing. Good to know. Oh, no. Explain what kissing platonically means. It means that you're trying to hit on somebody, but you don't want to put yourself all the way out there to be too vulnerable. So it's something that, like, if the other person doesn't reciprocate, you can still kind of, like, recover your ego. That's what it means. Remember, this person is asexual. Who? Aspen is not asexual. That was their other person. This is a different girl. Right? Or, I'm sorry, not girl. Holy shit, my bad. Guy. It's female to male? Or was it male to female? No, they were talking about their boobs. Girl. Aspen is a girl. There's a male to female trans woman. Okay. And Shay is a they, them. You know what? We should just call everybody AFABs and AMABs, okay? Okay. Their demeanor towards me immediately changed to be significantly more overtly flirtatious. Oh, dude, this is painful to read. Oh my god. Hold on, I'm sorry. This is just... Aspen is the god capper. Yeah, I got it. Why would they post this? Do you know how when they say like what 2 developers can do in 2 days, 10 developers can do in 10 days? The joke being that when you throw more people on a project, they'll fucking slow each other down. Like, one woman with 100 IQ put together with 10 other women with 100 IQ will produce subject matter like that of a 60 IQ person, okay? It's they gaslit each other. Why do we hear Deltarune music? Because this is a Deltarune rapist, Shay is. That's what we're watching right now. This is the second rape we just went over. Look at this real quick. Trust. Wait, what? We're just... Who cares? We're not even... Don't spoil! True, Falcon. Fuck. Remind me to steal that later. I'm meme jacking that. Okay. Wait, where are we at? Good to know. I'm down for a lot more platonically than most people are. Take that as you will. I'm only recently exploring platonic affection, so I think I'll just say, oh no, the reject. Ah! What? That's so valid. I also want to make sure I'm respecting both you and Star's boundaries. I take it she's okay with you doing these things? Yep, good. That feels like it should be a given, but you'd be surprised how many people don't take that into consideration. LOL, yeah, no, I asked her about it, of course. Good, good. It honestly astounds me how often people like this easily violate things that should be respected at the most basic level in relationships. Like, respecting your partner's boundaries is fucking important. Screenshot dated November 18th, 2025. This. I mentioned it a bit in the Discord, but while I gave general permission to do stuff with others, they never told me who they were doing it with or when. I guess you two had something based on bits and pieces. What? How is this? There are numerous flirtatious conversations like above from shortly after I turned 18 that I will skip over for brevity. Bruh, this is you flirting and them not giving a fuck. Are you okay? Holy shit. I'll note that starting here until around October 2025, they only reached out or engaged in conversations with me when they were horny. Every other conversation is dry at best, or in some cases, just didn't even get a reply. This isn't a pattern that I noticed at the events at SGDQ 2025 that I will cover later, but it's worth noting. On one occasion, where we were talking, they told me to come lay on their lap, and given my exhaustion at the time, I said I would probably fall asleep. They made a comment about hoping I don't do anything silly while I slept. I can't think of any other way to read this than as a threat. Fuck, that was the wrong one. I'm sorry. Come here and lay on my lap for a while. Kitty smiley face. Please, I'm gonna fall asleep when you probably, because that's up. That's okay. Hope you don't do anything silly while you're asleep. Kitty face. Okay, these are more flirty. But I wonder what happened in the... Because it's been a year since these messages. Later in the same conversation, I established that I was feeling sex repulsed. And that's why I was deflecting their advances. And again, expressed worry for Star's boundaries, to which they reassured me it was okay. That's gay. Hi, sorry, I'm like vaguely ace-leaning at the moment. Ace-leaning at the moment! These sentences. I am ace-leaning at the... I'm asexual. That's ace is asexual. I'm asexually... Why don't I just say, like, I'm not horny right now. I'm ace-leaning at the moment, and I also don't know where your boundaries are, so I'm being silly instead of engaging. Haha, that's fine. You're a close friend, so I'd be okay with that stuff from you. But yeah, I mean, if you're ace-leaning, then whatever you're comfy with, friend, I appreciate you being considerate. I just don't really know what that stuff you're comfy with and where your boundaries are, especially with Star. I am not trying to get in the way of a happy relationship. Oh, ha ha ha. She's okay with me being sexual with friends, don't worry. Hold on. My brain is in the Matrix. I've been through... I can see everything, what's happening. You understand what's happening here, right? This Aspen person, they either want to super bang or they want to date, and they're not engaging because they don't know where the person's boundaries are. And then this Shay is like, you know, oh, it's fine. But also, if you're ace-leaning, then we're cool, right? Now, if somebody's saying I'm not horny or I'm asexual, whatever the fuck right now, then saying that like, oh, whatever you're coming with is fine, no worries. That's the end of that. But the fact that the Aspen person is poking more... I don't know what that stuff you're comfy with is and where you are with your boundaries. Why would you even ask this as a follow-up? There's no reason to do this, especially with Star, unless you want some kind of, I don't know if they were gunning for a relationship or something or what else is going on. But like, there's no reason to ask this follow-up here unless they're trying to, you know, they're very interested. Yeah. That's what's going on there. I was very clear how important communication about things like this was for me. Oh my God. We'd never talked about anything past like cuddling and stuff. This communication is very important. So true. When I expressed discomfort that they were posting suggestive/nude images untagged on their private Twitter account, they responded worried about the reach of their posts, again on a private account, and rather suggested that they remove me from their circle. I was clear that I used my private Twitter account to follow my friends' accounts, and that seeing sexual things was by far the outlier, and they still pushed that I should just be removed, or that I should make a separate account for that, to which I did, despite not really wanting to do that, given my asexuality. Why? I don't like your Twitter posts. Lil bro, gotta censor your Twitter posts. I am in class. Why are you checking your private Twitter in class? Censoring posts kills engagement. I don't like doing it. Fair enough. I was gonna reply one of my posts earlier. I feel like I've said this before. It's kind of annoying, not gonna lie. That's fair. Like, if you don't want to follow that, I can remove you from the circle, but like, it's something you willingly asked for on that account. I feel like it's strange to complain about checking something you know is suggestive as hell in a public space. I mean, it's also just the account that I use to see my friends' posts. Those posts are, like, by far the outlier. So? And sometimes, I just want to see my friends' posts without getting nudes jump scared. IDK. Okay, then, do you want to follow on that account or not, then? I mean, that account also just has regular posts, does it not? And, like, I do want to see those posts. I would just rather choose before seeing the images. I don't know. I mean, the circle's silly. There's no regular posts in there. All the regular posts are just regular posts. I mean, yeah, it's just the problem of, like, I want to see the post, but it's also, like, do you have a different account you want to use, then? I don't have another account, lol. I have my main and my prive, and another account that I never open. Don't you literally follow porn accounts on your prive? No, LeMayo. I swear, I remember you showing me your timeline was full of that stuff. Maybe I'm misremembering. Sometimes my main gets bad because I follow a lot of artists, and it's like, you know, sometimes artists get silly. Either way, it kills engagement, so no, I'm not putting a spoiler tag on it. That's fair, I guess. I don't really see how that would affect engagement. Oh, I think if you put spoiler tags or whatever on stuff and it marks it as whatever, you get, yeah, it'll nuke your... oh, especially in 2023, I bet. Or why engagement is such a big deal. But I guess I just have a different perspective. Like, the people who follow you are going to see it regardless. That's not even necessarily true. Because I want people to see them? I mean, it's the whole reason it's there, LeMayo. Actually, completely untrue, LOL. That's true. They also proceeded to say I was being condescending for this concern, citing their experience with content creation as if that excuses it. Okay, if this is how this conversation is going to be, I really don't want to have it. I'm already kind of annoyed, and it's just making it worse. Good luck on the rest of your classes. Not all you need to worry about it anyway. Circle is dead in like a week anyway. I mean, like, I would say that, like, I don't know how old this Shay person is, but I feel like this conversation was relatively mature on their end. Like, this person, Aspen, expressed a problem. Shay said they're not going to accommodate them for this particular thing in terms of changing how they post. They offered to invite a different account into the circle or whatever. But Aspen refuses anything that isn't just don't post this content. And then when Shay feels like the conversation's not productive, they say, you know, I feel like this isn't going anywhere. I'm a little bit annoyed. Good luck with it. They don't like shit on them. Good luck with the rest of your classes. Like, sorry, wanted to understand your perspective. No, you didn't. You didn't want to understand their perspective. You just wanted them to change their behavior. You wanted them to accommodate you. That was it. It's just annoyingly condescending, like, I do content creation and social media stuff for a living. I know what I'm talking about. I mean, like, they don't even have to say that. Everybody that posts on Twitter knew that this was true and knows it's true. If you mark stuff like adult only, I don't know if there's an adult only on Twitter, but if you mark stuff like spoiler, it's going to kill the engagement. And for them to just say, oh, well, no, that's not true. The people who follow you are going to see it regardless. But like, that's just not even true. That's not how Twitter necessarily works. But in this conversation, they were making more advances that I was comfortable with, more advances than I was comfortable with. And I tried diverting the conversation and diffusing it, but they kept pushing their sexual fantasies on me in the moment. A decent portion of our conversations during this time were somewhat similar to this, with me eventually giving into their pressure. I will not continue posting more screenshots conversations like this, but it is a couple thousand messages over dozens of conversations. Fair, I wasn't sure if she was coming, flirty face. Cute. If we can, I want to cuddle for a while at some point, pleading face. Comfy bed. 100%. Bored right now. Wish someone was giving me head, to be honest. Cuddles after this? ... Yeah? Pleading face. Use your words. I want to cuddle. Anything else? Mainly cuddle. That implies something else silly. Okay, so now Aspen is not really showing sexual interest. Shay is trying to get there, but we probably should have picked up this person's not. But like, this isn't rapey. I would just say this is like, I don't even like using the word pushy because people instantly assume pushy means rape. But it's like, I would say this is like if I wasn't in a charge contest, it's kind of a little pushy. They're trying. Discord rape. In SGDQ 2024, they were interested in hanging out with me with many DMs like the ones below, wanting to hang out. We cuddled while there were a number of people in the room, including but not limited to Star being in the bed at the same time. Given the context of what happened in the same situation when I was alone with Shay the next year, I wholeheartedly believe their presence saved me from being assaulted here. Hey gamer, when do you get here? I'm here, sorry I forgot to mention. Got dragged to the mall right away. Haha, no worries, I'm out at the moment. Kitty face. Are you still out? All my friends are watching a run right now, and I... CST can't? They typoed. I'm in the broadcast room. Wanted to see the PB run. Heads up, I'm in the hotel for the foreseeable future. Did you want to hang out? Yeah, when are you available? I'm in the middle of a bunch of people who hate planning. Sob. You just want to hang out? I'm in my room. We did the same later that day, and I similarly suspect the constant presence of other people in the room was the only thing saving me. Are we doing hypothetical rape right now? What are we talking about? I wouldn't mind more if you get free time, but I don't want to derail you. More what? More cuddles or more? Are you busy? Not at all. Is that an invitation? Yep. I'll head up then. Foreshadowing a similar way they treated me at the next GDQ, they did not talk to me or respond to any of my DMs that were not related to me coming and hanging out with them in person. In this conversation, I very explicitly told them I wasn't horny, and they still tried to make an advancement. You're so gay. Sorry, I'm just kind of not in a horny mood right now. Don't you mean you're kind of asexual leaning? Damn. I can fix that. What? Bonk. Good one. And for the main event, SGDQ 2025, they seemed excited to see me in anticipation, and I was excited to see them. They continued to try to get me to come hang out. All the while, I was unaware it would be one-to-one. I assumed that friends, or at least Star, would be around in their room. What I did not know at the time was that they did this purely with the intent of having sex with me. GDQ today, excited to see you. Heart face! I'm here. Let me know sometime if you're free to say hi. I'm in the lobby for now. I just woke up. Good morning, cutie. I think I'm leaving soon for breakfast, but I'll catch you in a bit. Ah. If you're free right now, actually, I could head up. I just helped Sherry bring stuff up to his room. Or down, actually. Never mind, I lied. I gotta go right now. I'll catch you later. Okay. I'm back now. Come up. Okay. I need to steal a card from someone. When I went up to the room under the pretense of hanging out, they sexually assaulted me! They made advancements and pushed me to do things I was not comfortable with, but I did not feel safe saying no, given the context, the power they had over me, and the fact that I was alone with them. At the time, I was vulnerable, given unrelated things in my personal life, and it led me to not realize what had happened until I looked back on it a few days later. For the rest of the event, they barely responded to me. I sent around a dozen messages, and they gave one single cat face and an LOL, ignoring almost everything I said to them, all the while acting like nothing happened when we were around each other in person. The next time they messaged me was to bring up what happened in person again, and while I tried deflecting, they were insistent on it. The other day I was thinking about what we did at GDQ. That was nice. Kitty face. How are you? Also, I never got this ping. I did get it figured out, haha, eventually. I'm doing all right. Finished college and chillin' a bit before I go to England. Ooh. I hope this was fun for you, by the way, haha. Also, congrats on finishing college. That's huge. Thanks. Big weight off. Damn, these two go back and forth between... they're like being hot and cold for each other. Oh, no. Now the Shay person is wanting something from this person. This person doesn't care. Jesus. Oh, no. I was incredibly uncomfortable around them at the time and left it at saying I wasn't interested and that I was feeling sex repulsed. Is this like a new term thing? Sex repulsed or whatever? I was in a particularly deep sex repulsion bout that was caused by what happened at GDQ. Are you not responding to this for a reason? Or, yeah, I'm just not interested, sorry. What do you mean by that? Just like general or right now, lol. Bit of both. Really not interested right now. I'm sorry, I've been very sex repulsed recently. Oof, they're trying to push harder. Later in that conversation, they tried prompting at me about AGDQ. Yeah, you're going to be at AGDQ? I really like cuddling with you. It was so nice. Nope, def can't afford it. No. Around this time, we started having actual conversations occasionally, which I can only suspect was because around this time, people were starting to come up privately with stories about Shay that they became aware of. Eventually, I reached out about my experience with them after I'd already shared part of my story with relevant people. I hoped at the time that this was them genuinely making an effort to make good on their mistakes and be a better friend, but now I know that it was simply them trying to cover their tracks and save face. Their apology seemed genuine, and I bit. Hey, sorry I've been awkward and not responding. I've been struggling a lot with things and haven't known how to handle it. Hold on. Just check real quick. Okay. 2025. To put it bluntly, reflecting ever since GDQ, I felt incredibly hurt and used by you over the past couple of years. I began feeling this way at GDQ, but upon reading back through our DMs, it was very clear that you only ever talked to me in more than a couple very dry messages when you wanted to use me for sex. Reflecting on GDQ this year and last year made it clearer. You talked to me when you wanted to cuddle or have sex, but ghosted me the rest of the time. Ghosted? It's made me feel terrible about myself and about the fact that I've considered you a friend for years, just for interactions to boil down to this trend of you only caring about messaging me when you're horny. I don't think it would be accurate to call our relationship over the past couple of years a friendship. And if our friendship is something you care about, you're going to have to learn to be a good friend. Hey, thank you for being honest about this. I want to apologize and also validate what you're feeling. Oh, validating feelings. Oh, what a agender king. I don't know what they'd call him. Because I was starting to feel the same way and it made me feel incredibly icky. The truth of the matter is that I enjoy talking to you and enjoy hanging out with you. I never intended to ghost you or do anything of the sort. I just really, really struggle to keep up with the amount of social things happening in an event like that. I do care about our friendship. I promise that I do. And I want to prove that I do. And I want to just talk about more stuff and hang out more in general. But I'm sorry how I made you feel. I've been feeling that way for several others as well. Feeling used. And I think it'd be a dangerous outcome of having sexual interactions in a friendship like that. The bottom line is I care about you and I want to hang out more. Promise that I will do better. And again, thank you for being honest with me. So I think it's you personally, nothing about how I view you. I just completely shut down and forget to respond to things and my social battery is low. I've been trying more recently, reach out. Can we try again? I want to know how your UK trip has been going. You're still there, right? In the month or so following, there were a few conversations we had that felt real for the first time in years, even them reaching out after I'd posted on my private Twitter during a breakdown. Also, I saw your other tweet. I hope you're feeling better. Please don't do anything bad to yourself. But in the past few days, while learning about other stories and the recency with which they were continuing to abuse and take advantage of people, it was clear that this was never anything more than an attempt to save face. By the way, warning for influencers and whatever other YouTubers or public people. If people reach out like this ever looking for apologies or any bullshit like this, or they say that something was miscommunicated, just block and move on. It is never, ever, ever worth trying to apologize or say anything even remotely looking like that because they will always use it against you. Demons like this never give a fuck about, I say rehabilitation, but it's not even like the Shapers. I don't think even did anything that wrong. But like, they're especially if, which I can only suspect was about this time, people starting to early stories. If they were already communicating with other people too, they're literally just looking to farm. You know, they're probably already talking to their group of friends, trying to figure out like how they can farm. That would be my guess. But I don't know. Maybe they weren't already at that point. But I don't think it's worth it. Fuck all that bullshit. Shay, if you're reading this, and I sure hope you are, you repeatedly pushed me to my limits and you broke me down into nothing while I trusted you and forgave you over and over, time and time again. You took my endless kindness and used it to take advantage of me and my friends. You and your actions are deplorable, and I hope you never show your face around here ever again because you will never be welcomed back. Damn. Okay, I'm not reading all this. This is fucking retarded. Click the sub-tabs of this tab for anonymous number 1 testimony. What the fuck? Sub-tabs. What actually happened between anonymous and Shay? Opening and disclaimers. How has this affected me? The physical and emotional consequences of the situation. Okay, so where did this start? Why was I afraid to speak up? Shay and other people's hair. Did anything weird happen and trusted? So what was the most recent example of Shade's behavior? How did I find out other people went through this too? What the fuck are we doing here? Hey, Anonymous One here. I'm sorry to just come to this for the people who are most likely sick of hearing about everything related to the situation. Ideally, Shay's accountability statement would have been the last time you guys would ever hear about. I originally was going to wait until later to explain how this entire situation made me feel, but since starting this document, I've had a second mental health crisis moment. What are these statements? That was greatly attributed to this entire fiasco. I've had 2 fits of hyperventilation, 3 now as of November 16th, since Shay released their most recent statement. I'm currently writing this on the 6th of November 2025, so it has been 2 days. I actually woke up to that statement being posted in the early hours of the 5th. They didn't even give a warning with no warning? Hold on. I have genuinely never felt so much violent stress, such painful and scary anxiety. I've been through a lot in my life, but this has come to be one of the most gut-churning and physically taxing situations I've ever been through, which says a lot. I am not the type of person to buckle physically under stress. It's usually all in my head. Well, I mean, isn't all stress? isn't that kind of how that works? But the digestive issues, the nausea, the hyperventilation, so bad both of my hands have tingled and my hearing has dulled. Did you skip the actual statement on what happened? No, I think we're getting there. They have to build up the emotional gravity first. Both my hands have tingled and my hearing has dulled. Wait, I need my thing. Hold on. Fuck, just kidding. I'll suffer. Wait, confirmation on this Shay being the one who basically released one of the manifestos about pirate software? Wait, did they? Is this one of those people about the furry stuff or something? No way, right? People are saying holy shit, but I don't even know if that's true. Okay, my hearing has dulled, the esophagus pain from crying so hard, the nasal and eye irritation, the heart palpitations. I've struggled to eat, struggled to get sleep with pangs of anxiety that would wake me up as soon as I started to drift off like my body was in fight or flight. I've had arguments with my family and my personal life happen at the same time as this ongoing situation multiple times. It has been intense, and I'm surprised I'm not in the hospital for physical or mental complications. Holy shit. What did this must be like a multi-torture rape situation. Oh my God, Shay must have fucked this person brutally up. Oh my God, all right. Well, this will be the last one. I gotta see this one, okay? Jesus, oh my God. Mentally, I felt worthless. At times, I haven't felt like a person anymore. There have been so many times I felt disgusted with my body, disgusted I was born in the body I was, because maybe things would have been different had I not been perceived the way it feels I was. Maybe if I was born a man and identified as a man, or overtly masculine at the same time, this would have never happened. Is this a male to female, or is this just a woman, or is this... Or I don't even know what I'm... Okay. I don't know. Sorry. Hold on. I shouldn't laugh because this might be a serious one, okay? Several times I have wished I wasn't Arrow Ace, so none of this bothered me. Wait, what does that mean? I don't even know that abbreviation. Hold on. We've learned 2 words. Okay. Arrow Ace. What is that? It's a term for individuals who are both aromantic and asexual. Wow. Okay. Man, they're really just... So none of this bothered me. Not that it would make it right. Thanks to my OCD. Oh, we have OCD too. I've also been unable to focus on anything other than this. It's in my mind intrusively, constantly. Speaking normally with friends, spending time with them has been 10 times harder as a result. Shay has made me feel subhuman. I want to take a moment to thank every person who has had to listen to me cry and sob in voice calls with them. You guys know who you are, and I love you so much for being there for me at my very lowest. Because it was truly at my lowest, without my friends, I wouldn't be here. I relive this suffering every single time I talk about it. Writing this document is actively making me suffer, so I hope you're happy, Shay. Because of your incompetence, I'm having to do the thing you're supposed to do, which I asked you to do months ago. I can't move on until the score is settled, so I will settle it myself. I'm actually proud of myself for still being here and persevering. I have wanted to give up so many fucking times because I feel nothing will get better and that Shay will never tell the full truth. But I have to keep going for the sake of other people and to make sure this never happens again. I'm still going and you cannot stop me from fighting for myself and others. Oh my God, what a hero. Whew. Okay, so where did this start? Me and Shay became friends as a result of me being an active member in their community, as a fan most prominently during 2023. Hold on. They messaged me for the first time directly on March 11th, 2023 to thank me for the art I made them. I was 17 years old. We quickly grew a friendship through interactions both in DMs and in Gen Chat, as well as through the fact that I was making fan art for them every so often. I was added to Trusted on the 27th of June, 2023, a bit under a month before I turned 18. Shay behaved properly while I was underage, as far as I'm aware, but soon after turning 18, my birthday being August 15th, which they in DMs wished me happy birthday and joked about minors DNI in bio. Do not instruct. What does DNI mean? Do not message? What is I don't know what DNI means. Do not interact. Was when they began to use terms like good boy to describe and praise me. Shay was 24. It was on New Year's Eve of 2023, the 31st of December, after I had vented to Shay about me and my mother's relationship and how troubled said relationship was, that Shay suddenly started speaking to me about their ass. Their message was in direct relation to me offering to listen to them vent, and they proceeded to send a screenshot of someone's Twitter header. This header consisted of Shay's GDQ bed ass picture. They told me that I used my platform to force my friend to make this her banner for the entire year. I started to respond to this playfully, saying dumb shit like, "God damn, you got dumpy." I was aware this was stupid to say. It's not really something I like to joke about often, but it felt right in the moment, given how playful Shay can be. I wanted to be friends with them, so I wanted to match the energy. This though, ended up with Shay saying, "Are you saying you want to have a fat ass?" And my response, "That implies I don't have a fat ass already." This is where proof was asked by Shay. Oh my fucking God. Additional context for this public version of the doc. This specific nickname is a play on words related to Anonymous One's name. We are not redacting the entire section because it adds important context to the situation. I don't know why Shay focused on the nickname Name Ass for this segment. For those unaware, Name Ass was a nickname I gave myself in Shay's sub-only Minecraft server, using a sign next to my bed in-game. I would tell my friends at the time, people I'd known for longer than Shay and can testify themselves, not to call me that name as part of the joke. It was always, "Don't call me Name Ass" in 2023, and I know that for certain. I must note, however, that in recent years, so post-2023, I definitely started joking more openly about the name. Now, I cannot prove that this conversation didn't happen in 2023. It's extremely hard to prove a negative. But if it did happen, then the most likely reason Shay cannot find evidence for it is that it either happened in a voice call or in Twitch chat. I implore Shay to search the Frog family Discord for the word Name Ass to find it if they believe it to be true that it happened in a public chat. Once again, completely possible it happened offhandedly in a Twitch chat or a VC, but considering context, quite strange it would be the focus point Shay used instead of the actual reason the conversation started. Shay goaded the conversation on after I explained, and they joked about my body. This went on until I finally said that I did have a photo they could show what I meant using the angle it was taken from. Of their ass? This image was of me in my Omori hoodie, something I had posted elsewhere. I think I actually posted it in a Frog Family's photo channel. They didn't know this yet, though, and I gave them an out since I was confused and unsure on if I should actually post the image or not. Deep down, I wanted them to tell me not to, so I didn't have to. I had even asked my own mother what I should do in this situation when I'm unsure about sending something with this context around it. She didn't encourage me to not to, so I felt like I had to. I wanted Shay to like me, and I wanted them to be happy. So when they saw my hesitance responding to my "but" with a "but what?", I felt even more inclined to send it. They are lucky I didn't send anything sexually suggestive. They were completely irresponsible. I was young. It was 4 months after I turned 18. They were 17 and 16 months. Unbelievable. To add salt to the wound, they blamed me for the conversation even starting. I called this out as projection, jokingly, because to some extent, I think it was. They teased me, asking me what I was going to do about it. I joked about chasing them around at GDQ someday, something I found funny to do with my tall friends. Picturing a height person chasing someone down a hallway sounds stupid as hell. And they told me they would hug me and pick me up. This or that was one of the many exceptions I made for Shay. Usually these things included more intimate or affectionate things, like calling me cute. I hated anyone calling me this, but I made exceptions for them specifically. It made me feel special. I felt important to them. The same goes for being picked up. I have openly discussed before how I would hate the idea of being picked up. It's something people used to do without my consent throughout my childhood because of my height, which resulted in me being spun around. What does that even mean? What? I have openly discussed before how I would hate the idea of being picked up. Okay, no, but it's entirely possible Shay didn't see it. It's the least of my concerns nonetheless, but thought it'd be important to note my own pattern of allowing Shay to do things I wouldn't allow others to do. Wouldn't that give them the indication that they're special or that they're more special? Especially if you're saying stuff like that, that would be my assumption. If someone is like, I don't normally let people smack my ass, but if you really want to, you can. And you're like, oh, cool. Then imagine later on, they're like, I even told you, I don't normally let people do that. I was like, okay, but you said, wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? Am I getting mind fucked right now? Holy gaslighting, Batman. I drew art for them for free when they asked, which they made into their profile picture for the month of October 2024. During a time when I had halted drawing for people when they asked, even when payment was given. Another example of an exception I made for them. I finished it the same day. Shay actually wasn't the nicest to me about the artwork, but apologized the next day after I confronted them about how it hurt my feelings. Power imbalance. Wow, Nadamic, thank you for the tier 5 summer. Power imbalance played big on my reactions to Shay doing these things. I was more hesitant to say no, too upset to confront. These are all things I have always struggled to put boundaries up for most of my life. Shay has always been in the back of my mind when making decisions relating to them. I felt I owed it to them with how often they told me how close we were and how much they trusted me. It was something they told me a lot, enough for it to be something I remember so much. This bracketed section was added after finishing the doc. Whilst reading back, I completely forgot to mention that this was not the only time Shay made this exact proof joke to me in relation to seeing my ass. In the early hours of the 27th of March, 2024, Shay started streaming Stardew Valley on their Shay2 account. In this stream chat, I remember mentioning the New Year's ass incident to them and tagged back to the joke I had made back then. Shay proceeds to respond proof again to me during the stream. I responded back, linking back to the proof I had sent. Oh yeah. And showed them an image of an LPS toy I had within reaching distance because I didn't want to take another photo. Shay never directly responded after this, and I know for a fact it was during the stream because I actively sent them Stardew Valley wiki information unprompted, implying I was sending this as a result of the stream, which again, Shay doesn't respond to in DMs. What is IPS? I have no idea. Littlest Pet Shop. Oh, LPS. I would be triggering their trauma if they ever found out. Shay and other people's hair. Uh-oh. Something I have learned against my will. Missed opportunity to say non-consensually. During the situations that Shay has a thing for long hair. December 2nd of 2024, Shay had spoken to me about how they had gotten a new hairdryer in which they told me, if that gives you ideas, tongue smiling face. At the time, I had no clue what that meant, so I paid it no mind. I had mentioned to them that I wanted to cut my hair shorter because it helps with my gender dysphoria. I think everyone knows I'm trans, LOL. And to my surprise, Shay responded with, your hair looks so amazing though, ... Like they didn't want me to cut it. This was confusing to me because Shay knows I'm trans. Again, literally everyone does. It's strange, but nothing heinous without the context that I know. To give them credit, they told me it was my own choice. That was fine, but the thing is, the context is that they have a thing for longer hair, and that seems to be known to people who have had intimate relations with them. It was news to me until like a month ago, and was pretty horrifying to find out. This is the exact same fear I had with my ex-boyfriend, that he was being subtle about something he had a kink over, and that our innocent and personal conversations were being used to satiate his desires. I was pretty fucking upset to find this out, and while it may not mean anything to most, it means a shit ton to me. No wonder Shay said, if that gives you ideas, tongue out smiley face. It all makes sense to me now. Additionally, after this happened, Shay offered to let me run my hands through their hair and then proceeded to cat post. Lovely. Other people can corroborate that Shay says similar things and does similar things with others, especially people they wish to be intimate or actively are intimate with. hold on, wait a second, just real quick. Has this person ever even met Shay in real life? Does anybody know? Oh, SDQ. Okay, maybe they did. Or GDQ. So when I first found it, Shay teased that I was a bottom for whatever reason. This prompted me to tease them back. Wow. Why do these people have no agency? You skipped? Did I skip GDQ or something? Did you forget the part where Shay assaulted them at GDQ? No, this is a different person. There's an anonymous number 1 or whatever. That other person was Aspen or whatever. There's a third person now. A third accusation. This is building 7 or whatever. What was the most recent example of Shay's behavior? Oh, this. This is embarrassing to admit, and I shouldn't have to admit this. But a big reason why I so quickly felt like I had to prove that I wasn't a bottom, and in turn, a top, with a sexual tweet I had made, is because the idea of being a bottom makes me afraid of being taken advantage of within the context of sex positions. The reasons are very personal to me because of my sexual trauma and how I've been treated my entire life. I feel small and powerless, and I struggle to say no in most situations. It's something I've been more actively doing, rejecting people outright and saying no when I'm not up to something or uncomfortable. I am so genuinely afraid of being manipulated into situations without my consent or being forced. It's a huge fear of mine, and it has been for years. Oh my God. Why haven't girls figured this out yet? You just have to say like, oh, like a guy's trying to rape me, like, bro, you can't rape me. I'm a top. What? And the guy's like, no, not a top. They're unrapeable. Well, I'm sorry, that's not true, because Lav was raped by that one guy when he said that that guy that forced her to have him eat her ass. So I guess you can still rape if you're a top. I don't know if that can. Wait, does eating ass count as a top or bottom thing? I don't know how that works. Other way around. He forced her to let him eat her ass. Whatever that means. Jesus Christ. Right? Depends on, or no, wait. Did she, oh no. He forced her to eat his ass. Whatever that means. Sorry, okay. My bad, I forgot. I don't know what that would count as. I'm lost. I got lost in the memes. I'm sorry. Wait, I skipped the trusted chat. Yeah, because this sounds stupid. What is this? I don't care. Eating ass equals both bottoms. Okay. It genuinely sucks that I have to explain this. None of you should have to know this much about me. I wouldn't be surprised if it makes you uncomfortable to read, because it should make you uncomfortable. The fact that I feel like I have to explain this to show the gravity of this situation and why this should never have happened to me. That tweet was made in a moment of comfortability with my sexuality, a moment where for once in my life I felt okay with the idea of doing something with someone in person, intimately and sexually. Shay ripped this comfort away from me. I have no reason to share this sort of thing with any, and I mean any and all of you, ever again. Back to the timeline of events. The time is 9:08 p.m. I took the screen cap to the DMs with Shay to show them proof. Funny how this is the third time we're doing the proof bit. Huh. Because I trusted them. What? This is the most retarded shit. Like, imagine some girl who's like, the only reason I blew that guy was because he said he'd never had a blowjob before. But guess what I figured out? He was fucking lying. I could especially tell after the 7th time I sucked him off because he still kept saying that he'd never had a blowjob before. And I realized after doing it 7 times, wait a second. You're lying to me. I bet you'd already had a blowjob before I can give you the first one. Because I trusted them, they responded shyly and teasingly with, hey, cat face. I need a meow for cat faces, which is a signature for them when they're trying to imply something involving them. Okay. Oh, that's Shay's drooling emoji, is the cat face. I instantly knew what they meant by this. But I hoped I was just making things up. I didn't want to assume that Shay wanted me to give them a hickey. It made me revolt at the thought. It disgusted me. I don't want sexual interactions with Shay. Why would they say that? Maybe I'm just overthinking it. So I just took it as a joke. I teased them. I called them a slur that we all reclaim teasingly in this group of friends. You would think they mean faggot, but they actually mean the N-word. I'm just kidding. I joked that they probably liked it, knowing them, because I had seen their reaction to being called it before. Bro, this is just flirting. You are a hardcore flirting. What are we doing here? They seemingly responded seriously, worsening the feeling. But I kept it light and playful as much as I could. We spoke for a couple more messages before the conversation dropped off at 9:56 p.m. Shay messages me again at 12:30 a.m., midnight, responding to what I said hours prior randomly to elaborate and share a photo of themselves alongside it. So the conversation reignites. I call them pretty, and they respond positively using the blushy emoji that they use constantly. I send a patting gif we regularly exchange for platonic nice reasons. This is something I usually did with emojis, but we did it with gifs. This was normal. Then Shay responds. Please. ... I sent another patting gif and called them a sopping, wet cat. An affectionate term I use to describe characters like character or, I don't know, anyone that gives that energy. I was keeping it light, like it should have been. At 12:39 a.m., 3 whole hours after I had sent that screen cap, Shay responds to it with, so when am I getting this though? P smiley open tongue face. I have to make this text big so I can get it through everyone's heads what was actually said. Shay, for whatever reason, continues to say this was a I don't know what that means, situation. It wasn't. It never was, and I don't know why they continue to make it out like it was. If you check the videos that should have been posted the other night, you can see for yourself that the attachment links to the hickey tweet. If they weren't posted, I will make sure they are actually posted this time, like I wanted initially. I'm saying this now so I don't forget later, but Shay has actively lied about this situation. Actively lied about the situation. Not passively, actively. Lied about the situation to people before making any of the accountability posts. They were callous in how they talked about it, like it was clownable. Luckily, the person this was sent to knew better than to trust what Shay was saying. Oh, it's like, God, I wish it was me. Gotcha. But who knows who else they said this to behind closed doors. The implication is they told multiple people based on them saying basically everyone I've spoken to. The most recent accountability post also lied about it too. Why are you incapable of speaking the truth? To directly quote, it was pretty explicitly written as, God, I need this. Was it really now? I don't know. It seems to me... Wait, what? It seems to me like you were expecting me to give you a hickey. Funny joke you got there. I laughed so hard. Honestly, it sounds more like a demand to me than a joke. Sorry, I'm getting carried away and speaking directly to Shay instead of you all. My apologies. It's the only way I can really express this now without speaking to them directly. I don't really want to do that after the last 2 confrontations we had. I'll speak on that later. I was confused, horrified. Shay had just confirmed the concern I had that I assumed was just me overthinking. I assumed I had misunderstood, so I asked for clarification on if they were talking about me or in general. Shay confirmed the sexual joke was aimed at me. It sounded pretty good to be given a hickey from me. The aromantic, asexual, who had never had sex, never done anything sexually intimate with anyone, who had never given a hickey. I've never even kissed someone with romantic or sexual intent. So they've kissed people just not with them. So I clarified again, thinking maybe they didn't realize I was being serious or that it was a sexual tweet. Wait, I am so sorry. Hold on. Can I ask a question? Because maybe I'm just retarded. What does it mean to be an aromantic, asexual top? Can somebody break that down for me? Hold on. I was confused, horrified. Oh, wait, we already got this. Shay doubled down twice, took none of the opportunities to shut down the joke they made. Sexual and platonic interactions aren't terribly different to Shay. It made me rethink every single interaction we had once months had passed. How much of what was said, what we did, was being taken sexually? If sexual and platonic aren't distant, what was our platonic friendship? Shay should make a response video saying, first of all, I want to say that consonants are sexual to me, and I cummed 4,000 times reading this person's statement about me. I'm just kidding. I declined. It hadn't sunk in yet how bad this was. Just like New Year's of 2023, I was ready to sweep this under the rug and take it to the grave with me. I felt the horror, yet chose to ignore it. I felt the horror, yet chose to ignore it because Shay wouldn't actually do that to me, right? I felt the horror. I think they realized their fuck up, telling me that they weren't into hickeys anyway. Sure, glad this was funny for you. I sent a head pat gif, unsure of how to deal with my feelings of disgust. I like how every unsure feeling they have is fucking flirting. Holy shit. This is like professional attention whoring. Oh my God. Shay continued speaking and speaking and speaking, saying they wanted head pats for real. I admitted to them finally that it was jarring to hear what they said. They apologized instantly, telling me they didn't mean it, conveniently acting like they were unsure if I was aroace. It's so interesting to me that back when I told them I knew information about their situation with another friend, they cited me being ace as a reason why it might be uncomfortable for me to learn about their sexual dynamic. So why is there such hesitance now? Is it because they potentially saw me expressing that I was unsure if I was aroace once in the #vent channel because I was trying to figure out what was going on with my sexuality? That's speculation on my part, but if that is the case, then why the actual fuck fuck would you take advantage of that? Every outcome, in my opinion, as to why Shay would do this all led to Shay not acting appropriately. They pushed against a boundary, pushed the limits of our friendship, and tested the waters to see if something stuck. Don't pull this shit with anyone again who you know is Arrow Ace. Don't pull the demanding sexual acts as a joke. Or don't pull the demanding sexual acts joke with them. With anyone. It's creepy and weird. It borders on sexual harassment. Shay said this was mostly a joke, and I told them not to worry. I feel bad for saying this, as it took time for me to wake up that this wasn't okay whatsoever. I pushed down my feelings to make them feel better about it. Then they told me, Anonymous One, I would never, ever, ever do anything that would make you uncomfortable. I know what they meant by this, really. They meant to say that they would never intend to make me feel uncomfortable. The cruel irony is, this was the most uncomfortable I had felt about talking to Shay since New Year's of 2023. I just chalked it up to an autism slip-up. We all have them, completely miscommunicating the situation entirely. It was a second big-time mistake they had made. This wasn't something other people went through, right? For additional context, since it sounds weird without it, I'm diagnosed autistic. Saying they had an autism slip-up isn't a slight. It's how Shay portrayed it to me themselves whenever explaining their actions to me. They regularly used missing cues and autism as an explanation for their actions. Okay, am I done with this? There's more? The final confrontation. What are these like footnote markings, like 39? What is this? Are there links to things in here or? True. What they really want is monogamous, committed relationships that are not transactional, but that's too uncool to admit. So they manufacture this insurmountability power dynamic with a YouTuber who's barely 5 years older than them and makes a bit more money. I am an asexual, aromantic person who can't maintain multiple friendships because it triggers my autism that also have platonic sexual interactions. So I prefer to have a single partner who respects my aromantic asexuality to allow me to comfortably share platonic sexual and romantic moments with them, so that we can just be happy together. Jesus fucking Christ. Find God. The first conversation. Okay, there's no way. Oh, wait, hold on, trauma. We got this. On August 22nd of 2025, I sent my very first and what I intended to be my last message to Shay. As I explained in the message, and as Shay has mentioned to several people without my permission, non-consensually, this awakening did also open my eyes to a running history of situations I had faced in my life that were related to sex or sexual situations. Yes, I realized I have sexual trauma. Is this sexual trauma without ever having had any sexual experiences? What the fuck? What? I'm not going to elaborate further on my why or what happened in my past that caused me to have this trauma. I've already said enough, and quite frankly, I'm disgusted that Shay has gone around telling people about this trauma spiral I went down. That was not their place to mention at all. Anyway, after I sent this message, I blocked Shay like I had warned them. Wait, what was I? At the time, I simply did not want to deal with the stress and anxiety of having to respond to their immediate reaction. I had already been through enough of that, even typing the message up. The last several weeks had been a never-ending hell to begin with. This boundary wouldn't last, though. August 27th, 2025. I unblocked and messaged to express my distaste with the fact that why are they unblocking and re-messaging? my Arrow Ace King Royalty Queen. August 27th, 2025, I unblocked them and messaged to express my distaste for the fact the profile picture they were using was a complete redraw of my Halloween witch art I had personally made for them at my request. The same art from October 2024. Now, I have my own feelings about the communication between me and Shay relating to permission being given to literally redraw my art almost exactly. But it's not something you should care about particularly. I'm just outlining the reason communication started up again. Shay apologized, so it's whatever. After the short conversation, Shay asked if we could talk. I told them I didn't want to. I had already stated to them I wasn't ready to unblock them. But to go on ahead, what the fuck, bro? This person is fucking retarded. He's like, I want to talk. And it's like, well, I don't. I'm not even ready to unblock you, even though I have. And I don't really want to talk to you. But go ahead and talk. I'm listening. Shay guilted me over the fact that I had sent my message and I'm sorry, hold on. I'm sorry. This is just so funny to me. Jesus fucking, what the fuck is happening? Hold on, Anne. Bloop. 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 Okay. Sorry. Shay guilted me over the fact that I had sent my message and blocked them. Guilted me. They should say non-consensually guilted me. Telling me how awful it was for them, how they had a difficult day, how it was late at night, how I should have given them the basic decency to let them talk to me. I felt so guilty, but I pushed through and defended myself. They responded and used the fact that I knew about their trauma against me. It made me feel like I was wrong for doing any of this, despite the fact that I had every right to. I had to do what I did for myself and my own trauma. To move on and heal is what I needed. And to talk to Shay and be exposed to the full brunt of their reaction was going to send me over the edge. One of our comforts had to be sacrificed, and I had sacrificed mine to Shay too many times. It had to be done. I told Shay they needed to be careful and to stop this behavior. At this very time, I was still under the impression that it was just me and the other person, and at most, maybe a third person. I'm unsure about that one. So I was trying to warn them in case it ever did become more people. Shay was defensive, saying that we'd been friends for years and how they wouldn't do this with a random person. Uh-oh, hold on. Ooh. I like how they're like plotting this out like it's fucking dramatic. For the record, you'll probably notice that I completely failed to mention what had happened on New Year's of 2023. You might be wondering why I never brought that up. We all are. We're waiting with bated breath, Queen. I don't know. To put it simply, I was already getting grilled for bringing up Shay's actions from months ago, let alone years ago. I knew I was already going to face consequences for bringing up the more recent incident, so I left the other out entirely. I shouldn't have left it out in hindsight, but at that moment, I was so goddamn afraid of what the response would be already that I wanted to limit how much it would hurt as much as possible for my own sake. But at the time, I doubted myself. Even after time had passed, I still doubted myself. Hell, I still kind of doubt myself. I still wonder, is it really that bad? Did I really make a big deal out of nothing? And is it so bad that during my therapist visit, my own therapist acknowledged how my language during my recountings sounded like I was unsure of myself before I'd even mentioned how much doubt I held for myself? Shay continues that they have continued to work on themselves over the past year, accidentally revealing this is something they know is a problem that needs fixing. They continue to paint it as a one-time mistake to me again, saying how much it hurt them, comparing what I said to something someone else would say about an abuser. Again, they talk about how badly it affects them, how it's a one-time mistake again. I'm not even going to explain. You've seen this all before. You've seen the same sort of self-loathing language and exclamation that it's a one-time slip-up. I powered through, trying to explain myself. It was exhausting, and it's exhausting to retell now. I'm sure it's exhausting to read, too. I'm sorry, but thank you for getting this far anyway. At this point, Shay started to bombard me with message after message, and I was starting to shut down. It was message after message, and it was all starting to blur together to me. Shay openly states to my face that they cannot truthfully and honestly look at the message I sent here, and say a large portion of it is their fault. Then proceed to call their mistake small, completely downplaying how damaging their actions were. Shay, then, are there 50, 50, 50. Are there like footnotes on any of this, or what? Do I get to see any of these things? There are footnotes at the end of a person's part of the doc. Oh, 57. Oh, these were it. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, there's no way that this is their footnotes. It's all the way. Oh, my God. Wait, what footnote was this? Hold on. Okay, 49 and 50 and 51. What were they downplaying? I got to see this. Hold on. Oh my God. Nice. And no responses from the other person. Nice. Okay. I told you I needed my space and to not contact me until further notice. That was your indicator. I think it's cruel to allude you into thinking a conversation is quicker than it actually would be. Lure you? Because what if it would have taken me months or years, Shay? Oh no, this is their message. Okay. This is bigger to me than just saying one slip up. Yes, objectively it was a mistake, but it was a mistake that had a huge impact on me and my comforts. It has made me reevaluate how I see and interact with sexual topics. I have made a lot of realization as to why it hurt as much as it did. And that is extremely hard to recognize and realize, that there is a much bigger problem that has caused me to feel this way. That me having sexual trauma, that being me having sexual trauma, it was a slip up, and I understand that. I won't hold it to you that you fucked up by making a joke that was out of line. But the impact and how hard it was, and how hard it was to me to confront you about this later, how difficult it has been to accept that what you said was wrong, and I need to be away from you to process and be okay to have a conversation, has been huge. What was the joke? I think he tweeted out something, and the guy joked that he was a bottom instead of a top or something, and this like fucking sent him into a death spiral. It has taken over my life for the last week. It has been difficult, and not all of that is your fault. But yes, the slip up you made played a huge part in it. I'm not going to burden you with what it does feel like, because again, you feel bad enough, and it'd be wrong to inflict that onto you with the details. Do we ever find out what the sexual trauma was? Was it just DMs, or... Hold on, no spoiler alert. Shay then mentioned someone joking about a Google Doc to my face, which, painful irony, I know. It honestly feels like they were taunting me with a reminder of their trauma, but this time, about this situation getting out to the public. It was not necessary to tell me this information whatsoever, but they continue nonetheless, telling me about how afraid they were of their life being ruined by falsehoods. I'm not going to deny Shay has serious trauma involving the idea of being canceled or publicly called out. What the fuck? That would be stupid. They're a content creator and it happens all the time to others, whether it's false or not. But they definitely weaponize this trauma against me, whether they intended to or not. To talk about being called out in public during a conversation I was having with them in private, whilst I was coming to express my discomfort and concern over the fact that Shay did this thing to me, was wildly inappropriate. What? I think Shay's extremely aware of that now. Shay respected my wishes, yet asked me to keep them unblocked. Jesus. To guilt me into keeping access open to direct contact after getting me to talk to them about something I wasn't ready to because they don't want to be in isolation is genuinely extremely selfish, terrible behavior. Bro, holy shit. The name drop and why Shay was banned. I actually ended up reblocking them soon after. They didn't know this until right now. Sorry! The first accountability post. This is the... Oh my god, bruh. I acknowledged that I had seen what they said and actively told them that they had my full consent to give as much detail as possible about the situation if they want to be 100% honest. It's something that to this day they failed to do. I'm giving you consent to tell the truth, and they refused to do it, so they non-consensually ignored my consent about how to make him... Okay. Shay then talks with me about something they've asked me not to share. I will respect that, but they pretty much almost trauma dumped to me about their past. What does it mean to almost trauma dump? I hope this document has finally shown you what type of person Shay is. Shay's fucking retarded for talking to these people. That's what the type of... Now, you can make your own decision off all the facts and my own perspective. I'm genuinely sorry you have had to sit through over 13,000 words of this abysmal dog shit. Genuinely, thank you for taking the time to do so. It means the world. There is still an entire tab dedicated to the patterns of behavior that I implore you to sift through. Do not message me if we don't know each other. Thank you. Before I go, I'd love to thank all of the people who've supported me throughout this entire thing. This situation has been hell, and without all of you, I wouldn't have gotten where I am now writing this. Thank you to those who have had to listen to me cry in voice calls, and especially the people who had to listen to me hyperventilate too. You know who you are. Can you imagine a person like this working a normal job? Jesus. Uh-oh. Please take it from me that if you are young, vulnerable, and or especially if you are under 18, be careful online. I cannot stop you, but I strongly urge you to not contact popular internet personalities or celebrities. This situation has ruined my life for the past several months. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. I'm good. All the times they called me good boy. Oh no. Jesus Christ. This is fucking horrible. I like how the guy's like reciprocating the whole time. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Why do we need to publish the Jesus? God, dude, women love doing this. I think it's based. I love a fucking queen that just fucking posts everything. Hell yeah. Post that revenge porn. Queen, yes. Wait, did they even make any accusations? Hold on. Hi, I'm Ray, aka Fallout fan, and I've been a member of Shay's community and a close friend of theirs since 2022. Over the course of our friendship, I had multiple consensual sexual encounters with them in DMs. What are we doing? Okay. Their leaked sexual interactions. Worst E6 ever. Literally had to pretend my Wi-Fi cut out and go offline mode.
It's cause, Shut your...
Stop! I don't need to listen to this. Jesus Christ. Which eventually escalated to me. Wait, have you seen this? No. Fuck. We're balls deep in this right now. Okay. Which eventually escalated to me visiting them in person this past June, where we engaged in physical sexual activity. As is the case with others in this document, I was assured by Shay that their girlfriend was aware of the fact that they engaged in sexual behavior with their friends, and I was understandably horrified when I found out that she did not. Well, but, okay. I was particularly horrified to learn that a tweet of mine on my private account was then was what alerted her to the fact that I was having sex with Shay. If I had known the extent she was being kept in the dark, I would not have continued to get... Well, but she said so. She literally said they weren't going to talk about it. What the fuck? I will reiterate that these exchanges were fully consensual, but there is one particular aspect that I am finding increasingly uncomfortable, especially in retrospect. Their attitude towards my gender and my body, especially during sex. For context, I am gender fluid, and my pronouns have fluctuated over time. My most preferred pronouns were they, them, throughout the entire course of my friendship with Shay. Once, while we were sexting, I mentioned top surgery offhandedly, saying, I don't know if I'll ever commit to full top surgery, but before I do, I need to be tit-fucked at least once. As the roleplay continued, they said, why would you ever get rid of these? They help you fulfill your purpose. Oh, are you fucking serious? Did he actually? What the fuck? What the fuck? Are you fucking serious? After we finished, they joked about breaking my gender, which I took as just that, a joke. I said, I'm good. Thumbs up. They joke about breaking my gender, which I took as just that, a joke. As time went on, they started using feminine terms and she, her for me, despite my pronouns at the time being they/he. And preferring mixed gender terms. At one point during a roleplay session, they forced me to change my pronouns on Discord to she, her. Again, my pronouns were they, he at the time, and rewarded me with a video clip of themselves. As the sexting continued, they made reference to my desire for top surgery again, saying, they're mine and you're not allowed to get rid of them. Angel face halo thing. I had originally thought this was all part of the scene and that they didn't truly want to control my gender, my body, or my pronouns, but none of that was explicitly clarified by them. And in line with my assumptions, I changed my pronouns back to they, he the next morning. However, this behavior continued on and off throughout our friendship, with them continuing to try to control my pronouns and gender, ranging from getting me to change my pronouns in my bio again to flat out referring to me as a girl and with she, her pronouns. I had even changed my pronouns in bio often enough that my other friends were confused as to whether I actually used she, her pronouns or not. And more often than not, I did not. More often than not, I did not. They just wanted me to. Isn't life so much easier when I just choose your pronouns and gender? I like how it's just... mixed gendered terms and pronouns and I will melt. Bro, why? And she just, I like how she just, I love that like women just like post shit like this. It's so fucking based and awesome and amazing. And I can't say anything right now about this because it'll be in my lawsuit docs. Good for you. Queen. What a, or king, queen, they, queen, king. I am an EP girl in a wakey world. Wow. That was just... Okay, I'm done. I can't do any more of this. Pages 162, 177, and 262 are worth checking out. Why? Page 162. Azurith's statement. I'm writing this today to clear up some things. Do what you will with this information. Please feel free to contact me. I've known Shay for a long time during the 2021 and eventually becoming close to him around late 2023. The relevant story here starts in June 2024. At this time, I was reeling from a messy breakup with a partner, whom I've been advised many times was abusive to me. They were harassing me for what the fuck is this? Are we outsourcing our fucking abuse recognition? They were harassing me for a solid month or two after I broke it off. I was far too nice to just cut them off, so I kept pussyfooting around, hoping they would get off my ass. Shay was completely aware of the breakup, knowing both of us well. From the breakup on, Shay was continuously flirty with me. In one of our first conversations, I expressed that I was okay with it as long as it was kept platonic, and specifically if Shay doesn't get risque. When asked what my line was, I replied conservatively, anything more than a kiss on the cheek, you know? At one point soon afterward, I asked Shay for advice on matters regarding the aforementioned ex, and they proceeded to scold the individual in question lightly. So they were both at SGDQ at the time. They got rather touchy and cuddly with me as I was dealing with this. I'm not going to say that I didn't consent at the time, but their behavior was quite a bit more forward than it should have been. They were actively guiding me to put my head in their lap, and a few days later, they would explicitly state it as such for them, feel up my ass. This was very soon after I'd outright stated my line for acceptable behavior. It was quite clear that this action was over the line, given an observed pattern behavior that's come to light recently. It leaves a really bad taste in my mouth. They were being so physically affectionate and flirtatious at the time. I was only 18 and incredibly emotionally raw and vulnerable at that point in my life. In our first conversation after GDQ, Shay called me hot. Sorry, wrong one. And I had a nice butt, and also immediately stated again they were okay with sexual activities with friends. I responded with disinterest. She discomfort with sexual acts. I also dislike for being called hot. From then on out, okay, what's 162, 177? Shay and I were laying in the spare bed next to each other. I was doom scrolling on TikTok while Shay started to inch closer to me. I inched away, wanting my personal space. I'm rarely okay with platonic cuddles, and especially so as I had it. You want to... I don't even know if this is a hot take, because there's so many fucking layers of autism, fucking of everything. These people are all mentally ill as fuck. Polyamorous relationships where you are fucking multiple people, in my opinion, is more likely to be successful than a whole community of people that engage in platonic cuddling and platonic kissing. What the fuck does that even mean? You are setting yourself up for so many fucking layers of failure. What the fuck are you even... It's like, this is the most retarded fucking shit I have, like, ever heard of in my entire fucking life. This is so... Like, yeah, like, at what point of... Like, what it... And these people are all like aromantic, asexual, platonically, like what? I don't even know. It's just the most retarded shit. They're trying to keep my comments. I turn my back to Shay, sort of a non-verbal, hey, I want my distance. I didn't want to speak up and cause a scene. Turning my back to them was instead seen as an invitation of some sort because Shay then curled up behind me, spooning me. To make this even worse, I could feel their dick on my leg. I sat there, terrified of what they would do next. They ignored every single sign that I was uncomfortable. They didn't see that this was freaking me out. I sat there, horrified, thinking, are they going to grope me? Are they going to start grinding on me? What should I do? What the fuck do I do? After a minute or two, I got my bearings and got up and decided I had no choice but to make a scene, loudly asserting I wanted personal space. Shay was confused. They saw nothing wrong with what was happening. I immediately felt that it was my fault this happened to me. If I let them have their way, then I wouldn't have upset them. I upset them by making a scene. Until September, I never told anyone about this. And 262, what, the last page is worth checking out? I was 17 when I showed up in Shay's chat. About 8 months after, right when I turned 18, Shay's tone shifted and got really flirty really fast. They constantly told me I was pretty and made sexually charged jokes towards me, even after I said that I'm in a monogamous relationship and I was uncomfortable. Things stayed pretty restricted to just compliments and things and DMs that I would ignore until SGDQ25. We were in our hotel room. I was showing Shay a video on my phone, and they invited me over to sit with them. So I got up from my bed and sat next to Shay for a bit. They very quickly put an arm around me and physically pulled me with them to lay down. Because I got lucky and my partner happened to be in the room, how is that lucky? That's just what... The situation was interrupted very quickly, and they got me physically away from Shay for the time being. I was visibly uncomfortable enough that someone physically interrupted the situation. After this, we went to a big group dinner with Shay. My partner was so anxious over what happened to the point where they had to go to the bathroom and have a panic attack. They didn't tell me this until after the fact because they didn't want to stress me out over it. While they were in the bathroom, the topic of age came up at the table. Shay's exact words were, "I want to stick my throbbing ooh cock inside of a 16-year-old. I can't believe people your age are old enough to be propositioning me." I had a physical reaction to this comment. Immediately felt my chest hurt and went into VFib. And my throat get tight. I felt like I had given Shay the idea that I wanted an actual sexual relationship. I snapped back. "Who said I was propositioning you?" And the topic seemed to be dropped. Once my partner returned to the table, I went to the bathroom to have a panic attack of my own. They're taking turns having panic attacks in the bathroom. Are you done freaking out yet, bro? I need to get in there next. I can't type anymore from this. Shay and I had conversations in the past about how I felt objectified when lots of my friends ended up flirting with me. And I felt like that was what was happening again. He basically got flirt gang raped here. I did DM Shay that night, and they seemed to apologize rather quickly. And I chalked it up to bad communication on my part. Looking back, now he sees the truth. I don't feel like this was the case. Obviously, I was uncomfortable enough that someone physically removed me from within touching distance. At SGDQ 23, me and some others went to Shay's hotel room to say goodbyes because people were leaving early the next morning. During this, Shay went to hug me, and they picked me up by the waist. As they were holding me, they adjusted a little bit, and I chalked it up to an uncomfortable grip. They swayed with me, so my dangling legs were moving, and I felt their erection press into my thigh. They held me there for about 30 seconds before they set me down. I feel violated. I was 18 and had just gone on a trip without my parents for the first time. I didn't deserve to be touched like that, especially not in a crowded hotel room. I was uncomfortable at the time, but really wanted to believe I was overthinking. Looking back, I feel that they consciously positioned me there like that and held me there for a reason. That reason being their dick. My God. That was not a platonic erection. So all these people can't enforce their boundaries. Why the fuck is that? They don't even know what they're talking about. They don't have any concept of what's even happening. It's like they're too autistic, or they don't have the social training to talk about or approach topics related to sex or physical contact. So they think that if they like relabel all of them, that somehow they don't have to deal with any of the actual realities of anything that's going on. It would be like me like buying 20 cans of Coke and then buying 20 cans of Coke Zero and then pouring out all the Coke Zero and then pouring in all the Coke into the Coke Zero cans and then pretending like if I just drink the Coke from a Coke Zero can, it's 0 calories. It's like, I don't know. It's just like, this is like, it's the most autistic, retarded, disconnected from human life or experience shit I've ever seen in my life. What happened to this guy? Brandon Buckingham might not survive. He's in the ICU for heart, lung, liver, and kidney failure. Actual fail. Dr. Z. I feel like they need a different tagline for that. People on Reddit were saying he has a drinking problem, is always throwing up, or in the ICU because of his videos. Really? I feel like multi-system organ failure is not good. Oh, but isn't this guy kind of young? How old? Isn't this guy like 30 or what? Brandon Buckingham age. That's Jesus. Oh, this is today. Don't you hate this guy? I don't think I do I? In the ICU, my heart is failing, my lungs are failing, my liver and kidneys are failing. Things are not looking good, my friends. I love you guys. If the IV is in your elbow, check to make sure the fluid is going into the vein and not leaking out. 3 years ago, I was where you are now. Pneumonia, kidney failure, septic, etc. I noticed the IV kept falling out. They finally put a midline in my upper arm. The next day, all my vitals improved. It should be illegal to be this stupid publicly. What the fuck? Just kill me, fam. Dr. Blues, I have tuberculosis, septic pneumonia, and or liver failure. Pray for me, guys. Is a TB diagnosis in the West fine? Because like as long as because we have like med support and everything, or can that advance enough that you're like fucked if you have it? Jesus. Well, good luck. More people posting. Uh-oh. I've been thinking about this all day. It's the only thing that could truly stay in my mind. Was I a victim? Was I groomed? I met them when I was 20. Very much not a minor, but like, can grooming happen to adults? Was I fucking groomed? Wait, this is a troll. That's a troll. That's a troll. This is a troll. This is a troll. This has to be a troll. Are we grooming? We're grooming 20-year-olds now? Who the fuck are these people? Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. If there's a substantial difference in maturity and independence between the two people, it could happen as an adult. Well, theoretically, of course, but the thing is, nobody even uses grooming the correct way. Like, well, technically, or originally, grooming is supposed to refer to the idea that you enter an explicitly non-sexual relationship with a person with the goal of getting them to trust you in a non-sexual capacity, and then you flip that on them into a sexual way in which they don't, it's like kind of mindfucky for them, and they don't have the proper tools to evaluate the relationship properly and end up doing stuff they probably wouldn't have otherwise. Generally, this happens from adult to child, but it theoretically could happen between adults. It's not impossible, but nobody even uses grooming that way. People just use groom when there's like an age difference or like, yeah, it's just retarded. Bro, I have to get out. Don't ever link me this side of Twitter again. If you felt groomed, then you were groomed. You know your experience better than anyone else because it was your experience. You were 20. I'm not sure how old Shay was at the time, but in my mid and now late 20s, I would never engage with a 20-year-old the way Shay did. They must have been 24, 25. Yeah, that's gross. 4 to 5 year difference is one thing when it's, for example, ages 30 and 35, but 20 and 24 is not the same. There's a reason you feel the way you do. It's our brain's way of letting us know something was not right. I'm so sorry. You are so brave for speaking out. I'm sorry. Not the free Palestine and all no, not the free he, they, 27. Non-binary, gender fluid, male. BDSM switch. What the fuck is even oh my god, the kids are not okay. Oh my god, somebody should respond and be like, why the fuck are you talking to why are you talking about sexual stuff on Twitter to a 21-year-old when you're 27? Disgusting. Look at Donnie's bio. Dawn, she, her, 22, trans, flags, saccharine sweet princess, dreamy dolls, gaming, poppy, drag, 18 plus only. Oh, free Palestine. There it is. It's a troll page. Oh, wait, fuck, did they have the watermelon too? Oh, yeah, the watermelon. What, the next to free Palestine? 200 pages of explanations and testimony with evidence. Yeah, these are the people that call me a genocide apologist. Jesus Christ. Oh my God! Can someone explain what happened? And yeah, don't be transphobic because there are trans people in Deltarune / playing Deltarune, and we are very innocent. So yeah, you know, you can dislike someone, but respect others who did nothing wrong. It was revealed yesterday that Shay is a pedophile.
I see you wish to argue with me on Twitter. Very well. First, I must prepare. Atheist, mixed race, neurodivergent, anti-fascist, sex worker, dyscalculia, woman, vegan, non-binary, empath, disabled, non-white, Latinx, photosensitive, Jewish, pansexual, socialist, BIPOC, femme-presenting, plus-size, polyamorous, AFAB, agender, non-traditionally attractive, financially disadvantaged, xenogender and xenopronouns. I am now ready to debate you.
Jesus. Okay. I'm gonna go eat dinner. I'm hungry. Today's my short day. Because I just decided it. Stay mad. Okay. We're on a huge streak right now. 6 days. I'm pretty sure if I do this, I am crushing it. Race car, lapel pin, screwdriver, wolf, eel, bolt cutter, greyhound, scarf ring, grumpy old man, cosmopolitan, lavalier, clownfish, awareness ribbon, talking doll, chow mein, boutonniere, and sea breeze. I bet these are things that you pin to yourself. A lapel pin, a lavalier. I don't like a mic, yeah. Ribbon, and I don't know what the fuck that is, but I bet you pin it to yourself. Wait, scarf ring? Oh shit, wait. Give me one off and I'll do the scarf ring. Boom. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. I wonder if these are like horror movie things. Like a talking doll is Chucky. Grumpy old man is some fucking horror movie. I don't know. Greyhound about a horror. Like, I don't know. No. Cosmopolitan. That's like a drink, like alcohol, right? Okay. Sea breeze. No. Fuck. Chow mein. Race car. Clownfish. Screwdriver. Fuck. Oh, no, wait. Oh, fuck. Why do I know this? Because I have friends that drink. I'm not going to know the other ones, though. These are drinks, though. Like a screwdriver. I don't know what the fuck that is, but I've heard of it. Cosmopolitan. I'm never getting it. I have no idea. It's two others, though, but I don't know what they are. Bolt cutter, race car, chow mein, talking doll, clownfish. What is a wolf eel? I don't know what the fuck that means. Grumpy old man. Wait. Is this some stupid fucking, like, characters in a fucking Disney movie or something? This would be such a stupid guess. I'm never gonna. What is a scarf ring? Race car. Bolt cutter. Fuck. Like famous characters in Disney movies? Clownfish was in that stupid... That's the fucking talking fish in The Little Mermaid, right? Oh my god. I see through the Matrix. I got it. It's like... Wait, maybe not. No, it's like race car, like cars, like a talking car in a cartoon. The clownfish is the talking fish in The Little Mermaid. I'm sure a greyhound is some dog. Talking doll. No, fuck, maybe not. Never mind. I thought I was a god. I thought I was seeing through the Matrix for a second. Bolt cutter. Grumpy old man. Talking screwdriver? No. Cosmopolitan screwdriver. Maybe these aren't drinks. And I... Sea breeze. Is that like a car? A sea breeze? Or a dog type? It's a sea breeze? Why do I feel like that's a thing? Somebody said like, oh, it's a sea breeze. And a greyhound? Like a dog and a thing? Scarf ring? Clownfish? Race car. Chow mein? Are these like wolf eel? Fuck. Oh my god, it's gonna be cringe. Whatever it is, it's gonna be cringe. Hold on, I don't have the easy one yet. Oh no, I do have the easy one. Okay. Green is the next hardest one. Fuck. Cosmopolitan. Hold on. Okay. A scarf ring. I don't know why, but I feel like I know what this is. There's like a little ring thing that you can pull up a scarf to like hold it in place. I don't know what that would... Okay, so a scarf ring. Greyhound is like traveling. It's a bus, a long bus. Grumpy old man. Is this like a trope? Chow mein is a fucking like Chinese food dish or something, right? Bolt cutter is the big thing that... Wolf eel. I don't know what the fuck that is. Clownfish. Race car. Sea breeze. Talking doll. Screwdriver. Driver. Car. Fit. No. I'm going to do the thing. And it's going to be one off. And I'm going to lose it here. Hold on. There's some kind of... Talking greyhound. Is there a fucking movie? I don't even know, bro. Fish race car. And a talking doll? No, but it would just be a doll that talks. That doesn't even make sense, right? Oh my god, wait. Hold on, wait. Chow, like you eat like you're chowing down, you're wolfing it down, you're scarfing it down, you're... No. What? How can that work though? Chow down, he's wolfing down his food, scarfing... No, never mind. Like the Little Mermaid thing? This is not going to be it, bro. Just kill me. Just kill me. Oh, God. Is there a sea breeze in the Little Mermaid? A clown? No, it's not a race car. I don't know what the fuck wolf eel is. Okay, no, not that. Fuck. I'm fucked. Okay. Race car, clownfish. What about a gray? It's not going to be this. Grumpy old man. Clownfish. Race car. A talking bolt cutter? Did I do Greyhound? I don't even know if I... Okay. What sounds alcoholic? Screwdriver, cosmopolitan, sea breeze, and a wolf eel? That kind of sounds, I guess. Give me the fuck out of here, dude. Cocktails. A Greyhound is a cocktail? I don't know, man. Fuck me. Pixar protagonists. What is the talking doll? Oh, fucking Toy Story. Those aren't dolls. Those are action figures and toys. Starting with synonyms for eat. Bolt? Who's ever used bolt? Oh my God, he bolted that food down? What? No! Oh! Who bolts down food? I feel like I had all three categories, but I couldn't find any of them. Cocktails. So I know Cosmos. I never heard of screwdrivers. Sea breezers, I guess. Greyhound. Can I get a Greyhound cocktail? What the fuck is that? Okay, whatever. I guess. Pixar protagonist. Clownfish. Who's the? Oh, I wasn't even thinking the right fish. That's like, or maybe it is. Wait, Finding Nemo. Is that a clownfish and the Little Mermaid? Are those both clownfishes? Grumpy old man. What Pixar movie is that? Oh, Up. Okay. Race cars, cars, and then talking doll is Toy Story. Starting with synonyms for eat. Oh my God. I can't believe we lost it on this. Flounder is not a clownfish. Fuck you, bitch. All right, I love you. Be careful. Ribberino, cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. Be careful.